Listen, you got these WEF guys who are like, people shouldn't eat meat, so we should get this tick that makes you allergic to meat. And I'm just like, I don't believe anything they say about meat. You know, when they're like, did you know that farmers like mercilessly beat cows? I'm like, I don't believe you, because you are advocating for forcing people to develop allergies to meat. But anyway, let's get to the news. We'll get into all that stuff. Carter, of course, pressing all the buttons. We've got this, my friends, from whitehouse.gov/aliens. In fact, you go to aliens.gov. They walk among us. I knew it. And it says declassified. And it was funny because they dropped this today. And actually, the people at the White House, they reached out to our communications people like, hey, we released this. And I get a text message with the link. And I immediately say to my wife, I'm like, oh, the White House has just confirmed aliens exist. And then I wanted to know what my wife was going to say when I told her this. And she just chuckled, oh, yeah? Like, this was the idea that if they ever did actually announce aliens were real, no one would care. And then I said, well, they published the website, but I haven't read it yet. And then as soon as I opened it up, I was like, it's illegal aliens. But this is what we were saying before. When they first registered aliens.gov and became a big news story, we said on this show, it's either going to be just like generic UFO disclosure, but I'm willing to bet it's going to be like illegal aliens, right? That's Trump's whole thing. So they run this gag. Take a look. They walk among us. For 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, interacting with us in our daily lives. They've shopped in the same stores, attended the same class as our children, and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. That's right, bold, unapologetic, and unafraid, President Trump was the first to call it the real danger aliens pose to every American family. The truth is no longer out there. It is here right now. 3,130,217 encounters. Alien arrest map live. Indeed. Martinsburg, West Virginia, criminal charges, assault, burglary, damage to property, dangerous drugs, countries of origin, Afghanistan was... I wonder if all of the UFO alien talk was actually just to generate a bunch of buzz as a joke, because I just want to say, this doesn't help them in any meaningful way. It's not advocacy against illegal immigration. It does generate attention toward the issue. Maybe they were waiting to drop this around the time like something bad with the Iran war was happening or something. But I see this as kind of just they made a joke.
They were really smart. They were sitting around a boardroom like, all right, we're gonna put out the alien thing. Either we're gonna psyop the planet and control these people with fear. If that doesn't work, we'll just make an illegal alien website.
Yeah, right. But they're like, no, should we just do some other things? I think they planned like the Bin Laden raid there or something. That kind of stuff. You need places that nobody wants to go anywhere near government. Right.
And after that whole Chinese weather balloon thing, it was so embarrassing that they need like the UFOs for plausible deniability. Like, well, we can't. We don't know what it is.
One of my favorite conspiracy theories, of course, is Terra Infinita. Are you familiar with that one? So, or Greater Earth theory. Have you heard this one? I say that very carefully because there's Greater Earth. Okay, let's have some fun with it, boys.
Crater is delusional.
Do you know what Crater Earth is? Okay, the Crater Earth conspiracy theory is that the moon is a reflection of Earth, and that the world as we know it exists within one of the craters on the moon that we're looking at. And there's an ice wall and all this whatever nonsense. It's like Terra Infinita is that there's this gigantic flat plane with a whole bunch of like ice-walled in communities controlled by aliens or something. I don't know. Greater Earth is that there is a spherical planet, the continents that we know, it's on a round planet, but it's only a small piece of the planet and surrounded by an ice wall. We are kept in and kept as slaves. I love this one because now it's tying into one of these Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories, which is there is a new Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory that he's actually on the island of Valhalla in Greater Earth, where our governmental elites go once they retire from office and leave, and we are all slaves trapped within the inner continents and the ice wall. And so I saw this video where they were like, remember when Cash Patel said, "I'll see you in Valhalla," and then they showed like the Tyler Robinson image where he's looking at a computer, and the computer has an image of an island with a mountain called Valhalla or whatever. And so they're saying that Charlie Kirk's actually still alive. He escaped to outside, he elevated out of the intercontinents. Now he lives in a place called Valhalla where there's regular people, and Cash is going to go there too.
Yeah, like Cash dropped it. He said like see Valhalla, and then he got pulled aside after the speech. They're like, dude, why'd you say this? I don't know. It slipped.
Bro, you don't believe it anyway.
Yeah. Maybe they'll just hand wave it.
Like, conspiracy theories seem very inefficient, right? Like there's a way in which like it's much more complicated to rule over humanity.
Right.
Right.
Couldn't you just do something Matrix-like where you just put us all in a battery farm? Like that's the plan to make it.
Well, the idea is that humans revolt. So if you keep them ignorant, the saying is from Harriet Tubman, "I freed many slaves. I would have freed many more if only they knew they were slaves." So the conspiracy theory is that we are the lesser slave peasant humans trapped within the inner continents of an ice wall. Our powerful elites they liaise between Greater Earth and us and keep us in check. That's why our politicians never do what we want. That's why they won't pass the SAVE Act. See, now you're a believer.
And they drop super helpful moves, like just to spice things up. The Egyptian planes are coming in. They're like, should we not appear on the radar? And they're like, no, this is like give them a little taste here what we're up to. I like that. Drop a little.
Is the ice wall like an extrapolation of the firmament? Is that where this all? Because I hear a lot about ice walls and different conspiracy theories. But
Well, there's a somewhat of an ideological relation, but they're different things.
yeah,
they're
like liquid. I think,
Because the
outside of
ice wall isn't just part of one world view, right? Flat earthers think the oceans are held in by a great wall of ice, and the government are stopping you from going there or whatever.
Maybe back in the day, after the flood, there was a great ice age. Like we're at the tail end of an ice age right now, in an interglacial period. But maybe they were literally walled in by ice by like 15,000 years ago or something. So now that story's persisted. Like in the North Atlantic, frozen all the way down, and they couldn't get out of Europe.
I mean, if you were a government doing that, you just stop funding like space travel, right? Wouldn't you?
So that's the conspiracy theory. There is no space travel.
There is no space travel.
All private companies, satellites, everything, it's all fake.
Keep you guessing.
Gosh, that's right. Yeah, again, very.
Elon Musk, the whole thing, it's just, they made it up. There's stars.
Why did they let the
Not really.
Republicans win? They could have screwed over Elon, and I mean,
They're all in on it.
That's why they named him Trump.
Yeah, that's why they won't pass the SAVE Act.
right.
They're like, no, we can't do
I
that.
feel like there's a simpler explanation for why the SAVE Act isn't passing.
Simulation
What
theory.
is it?
Filibuster.
Funny thing is, they wouldn't actually need to do or not do anything. They could pass it all they want if there was truly absolute conspiratorial control over the thing. They just tell you whatever you want to hear.
I want to talk about why the SAVE Act isn't passing. It's actually a big thing. It's okay. I mean, obviously, it's the filibuster.
Yeah, but they could just.
And the question is, why don't they get rid of the filibuster?
Exactly.
Right? And the reason is actually pretty simple, even among like sort of more conservative Republicans in the Senate. And this is the senior officials who basically say, if you got rid of the filibuster, you would be more likely to get a broad amnesty than you would be to get the SAVE Act passed. Meaning, you do not have 53 votes for the SAVE Act, even in a world where you do it. But you know what you have 53 or 54 votes for? Open borders. Right? And that's
Yeah.
But
But the argument is, if you pass the SAVE Act now, you prevent them from taking power, and if they take power, they're going to grant amnesty anyway.
Well, I mean, I guess my point is like the conservative, the filibuster effectively insulates. There's a lot of reasons why the filibuster stays in place, mainly because we worry that Democrats will obviously get rid of the filibuster first thing. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. That's after talking to people, I'm not so sure they will, because I think there are a decent number of moderate senators on the Democrat side who are scared about what Republicans will end up doing with the filibuster. They'll just like lead to this ping-ponging policy back and forth. But it's that's the core reason. There are not 60 votes, and there's I think they polled the Republican Senate caucus on getting rid of the filibuster like informally, and my understanding was that poll showed that they got maybe 1 in 4 yes to get rid of the filibuster. A good 3/4 of the caucus.
I've heard a lot of people speculate that part of the reason the SAVE Act is getting held up is because it's something that a lot more establishment candidates will utilize, some sort of maybe more nefarious, shady election tactics to push their primaries.
I mean, it's really there are just a few. The squishier Republicans don't want to do it. Like Mitch McConnell has made trying to keep the federal government out of state elections a big part of his project for a long time, because previously it was Democrats trying to interfere in Republican elections to make them more favorable.
I really don't care about the SAVE Act at this point, because I think we're beyond this as a country. I think we are beyond the point where procedural victories matter.
I have a thesis about this. I think that here's the reason not to do it just for the SAVE Act. If you get rid of the filibuster, it would be a very big one-time event that where Republicans have the chance to do a whole bunch and put in place a huge program with a 50-seat majority, right? Like, finally, we get rid of the 60-vote rule in the Senate. We can do a whole bunch of stuff. Why would we just do one thing? And if we're only ready to do just one thing,
what I'm saying is, when you look at the funding, the DNC is $3 million in debt. They got $14 million cash on hand and $17 million in debt. Republicans have $200 million, and big Democrat donors are not funding the party as a whole. They're either targeting specific races or they're funding activism, NGOs, and extremism. I think that many of the high-profile Democrat-aligned donors have realized institutional paths to victory are gone. Republicans are going for institutional victories. They're going for redistricting. They're financing races and the Republican Party itself. And Democrats are funding Cuba trips and Antifa and violence. When you take a look at what's going on with Newark, where you get federal employees deferring their authority to the extremists, it looks like the strategy among the elites on the liberal side are saying, we need to go hot in terms of winning power. And Republicans are saying, we are going to win legitimate institutional authority. So this is why I say, I don't know that the SAVE Act matters as much right now, because Democrats are not putting their resources into those races.
I don't know that the SAVE Act would, how would the SAVE Act affect resources? The SAVE Act is all about.
No, the question is, what are the Democrats applying what are they focused on in order to win power? It's not electoral victories.
No, I think, certainly I think the institutional Democratic Party and Democratic donors are. I think the donor problem is actually,
they're split.
Well, there's two classes of donors. There's the activist donors, the Neville Singham types. They're not really donating to the Democrat Party because they'd rather, fund communism. And then there's the sort of classic institutional Democratic donors, many of whom are Jews and are really not happy about the way things have been going in the Democratic Party and are not opening their checkbooks.
Centrally, the Democrats are not, as a party, raising money. The donors are not interested in a centralized institutional Democratic power anymore. So if we're breaking this down, Republicans are basically all saying, give the party money, give Trump money, we're going to win the midterms. Democrats are split, where some are saying, let's make sure this one guy wins. The others are saying, let's have Antifa march to the streets and bash skulls. So my point ultimately is, the strategy of Democrats right now for the midterms is not, we are going to get out the vote. It's terrorize, vandalize. And the Republicans are going procedural. That's why I say I don't know that SAVE Act matters as much right now. The Republicans, I think with Virginia, so Trump shutters USAID, cuts off funding for a lot of this circuitous, NGO illicit funding. Democrats, deep state I should call it, are routed, go to Virginia, try to shore up their defenses, get crushed again, and I think they've basically resigned themselves to, we are not going to beat Trump at this game. I don't know if you saw Trump won that lawsuit, or not that he won the lawsuit, but the judge sided with Trump on the executive order of the post office. You saw this?
Post office? Is this the citizenship question on the census?
No. Trump signed the executive order instructing the post office not to deliver mail-in ballots to people who are ineligible to vote.
Okay.
Creating a de facto voter list.
Was this like yesterday? Was this the thing?
I think
2 days ago, I believe.
Was it 2 days ago?
It was this week.
I thought it was yesterday or today.
I wouldn't read too much into it. I think he just denied it because it was not.
No. It's amazing.
The rightness issue, right?
The judge said there is no relief to be provided because Trump hasn't done anything yet.
Right, that's rightness. That's
You know why that's retarded and hilarious at the same time? Because that was the basic argument used against Trump in 2020 when Republican groups and the Trump sphere were suing over the changes to the electoral system. These judges kept saying they haven't done anything yet. So how do we remedy no damages? And it's funny because the Republicans are like, they changed the rules illicitly and it's going to have an impact on the election. And the judges would go, Well, if it does, we can then provide relief after the fact. And then what happened when it did have an impact and the Republicans sued? What did the judges say then?
And it was moot because it was too late to do
Yes,
it.
it already happened. We can't do anything about it. This is insanity.
You can have a legal evolution where you can have a preemptive what did you call it? A preemptive, what do you call this thing? A remedy? A preemptive remedy that triggers when...
Well, you can get an injunction, right? You can just stop somebody from doing something. You can get declaratory relief, which is where the judge declares some legal state of affairs. Like, declares your statement not defamatory. But
Or they're not going for injunctions when they were trying to get...
Well, I mean, I think they were trying to go for an injunction. They just didn't get an injunction because the judge said the dispute was not right.
Here's the analogy that I give. So there's two little boys. There's Jimmy and Johnny. And Jimmy's got the hammer cracked back, and he's looking at the guy, and Johnny says, "Dad, take the hammer from him before he hits me." And the dad goes, "Wow, he didn't hit you yet. So I can't just take his hammer away." Then Jimmy cracks Johnny over the head with the hammer, and Johnny goes, "Dad, help. He hit me with the hammer." And he goes, "Well, he already hit you. I mean, there's no point taking the hammer now, right?" That's what the courts were doing in 2020. And the funny thing is, Trump signs an executive order saying to the post office, do not deliver mail-in votes to people mail-in ballots to people ineligible to vote. This liberal group sued, saying that would create de facto voter lists. It's a violation of privacy rights. And the judge said, I can't grant relief to something that hasn't happened yet. Bye. Now here's the problem. When it comes time to deliver those mail-in votes about a month out from the election, they'll go out, have to collect the evidence of damages or of something having occurred, then file a suit. It's going to take too long, and then once the election's done, the courts then go, well, it already happened.
So I didn't read this as I wish I had before. So basically what is the harm being alleged to the voters?
The harm is like a privacy violation.
Okay.
And the judge said two things. First, the government already has this information available to them. Aggregating it into one location is not a violation of your rights.
Right.
However, it doesn't matter anyway because Trump hasn't done anything yet. He gave an instruction. There has not been any visible damages. When the Trump administration takes this action and something tangibly occurs, then we can have a discussion.
Yeah, that's actually right, because, I mean, from the judge's perspective, I think he articulated the way that rightness and justice can be abused, right? The idea that holding the hammer, and you could say that it's not right, the guy hits in the head, and you could say that it's moot, but there's no relief, which seems unjust.
That's what they do.
But if, in a world where the harm alleged is this privacy violation potential from your data being collected and aggregated, the aggregation of your data is an abuse in itself. If they actually come to court and say, look, our data has been aggregated here, and the government is now planning to do X, Y, Z with this data, then you're a little more in the realm of dispute.
Threat itself, not a ripeness, doesn't make it ripe.
Well, they're not just going to consider, like, the court's not going to operate on, like, a hypothetical. Basically, what you're saying is right now it's a hypothetical problem.
Here's a better way. So the way I described it, with the guy having the hammer clearly about to strike,
I would have been punished as a kid.
Indeed.
Holding the hammer and threatening someone.
And this is the idea of 2020 when the Republicans sued saying, hey, they changed the rules of the election unconstitutionally. This will cause damages, and they're correct. But let's try another analogy. Jimmy is holding a hammer, and he's hammering a nail, making a little birdhouse. Johnny sees the hammer and says, Dad, take his hammer from him before he hits me. And the dad says, he's not threatening you at all. He's just hammering a nail into a birdhouse. That's a different situation.
What if Johnny...
There's no perceived threat. You don't know there will be damage. That's the honest approach to its ripeness, I think.
Ripeness is the name.
What if the hammer wielder says, you know, he's hammering the nail. He's like, you know, Johnny, one day I'm going to hit you with this hammer. Does that create a... he's not posturing?
And this is where it's interpretation of the judge. And in 2020, this is what we were dealing with. The judges were like, well, I mean, they haven't damaged you yet. And the Republicans were like, the changing of the rules. And after the election happened and they filed a lawsuit, the judges, a lot of these courts and these judges said, well, the election's already over. What do they do about it? It's insane. It's just pure insanity.
Yeah, that's an abuse of ripeness. right? Like,
Let's do this. Civil War, my friend. Let's jump to the story from NBC News.
I got a hard seat.
Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett's home targeted in apparent swatting incident. What was really crazy about this, the story broke earlier today, and no one picked it up for like 12 hours. So I tweeted this. I tweeted out this video showing the 911 call where someone was like, Amy Coney Barrett was just swatted. And then I saw Nick Sorter tweet out the same thing, and I said, do we have any other source on this? Like, no disrespect to the dude who broke the story, but I'd like to have 3 confirmations. Nick Sorter posting the same video as me is not a confirmation. I want to see, NBC or some other outlet. Not that I think they're trustworthy, but at least they'll be like, we contacted police in Fairfax County, Virginia, who confirmed this. They said officers immediately coordinated with Supreme Court police personnel assigned to the residence to determine the report was fictitious. This is the state of this country. In Newark, far-left extremists are outside an ICE facility, and the employees of the ICE facility are asking them for permission. This should not be tolerated. Have you seen the video? There's like a security guy
in New Jersey. I mean, not the most recent.
So, a video from a few days ago. I don't know if he's a security contractor, a direct employee of DHS, but a vehicle is coming out. He walks up to the crowd, and he points at him and fans her over, and she comes over to search the vehicle. Then, when she confirms the vehicle doesn't have illegal immigrants in it, she tells everybody to clear out of the way. It's insanity that a federal employee or contractor would defer his authority to the far-left extremists in front of the building. I warn you guys, government is confidence. I have talked about this quite a bit. When regular people start to feel that the true authority lies with the insurrectionists and the terrorists, this is when you get civil war. The question people have asked since the conversation of civil wars come up is, who are the factions? Who will be fighting? That's ridiculous. And when I would say something like, well, you're at the far left, and you've got Trump supporters, they'd say, and literally, I was told this by this DC political consultant guy, lobby guy. He's like, dude, activists fighting each other in the street is not a civil war. What happens when federal law enforcement defer the authority to that group? What happens one day when these leftists buy uniforms? What happens if one day a leftist shows up at your house, knocks on the door, with a button-up shirt and khakis with a badge, and they say, DSA guard, I have a warrant to search your home. Now, we all watching this would be like, what? DSA guard is not a real law enforcement agency. You can't come to my house. How many regular people would just not know and be like, oh, you have a warrant? Okay, I guess. And just let them come in and do whatever they want. Now, that's an extreme scenario, of course. But I stress this. We're already at the point where we saw a video of a worker at the ICE facility allowing far-left extremists to search the vehicles leaving the property. This is where it begins. If the question asked by the general population, who controls the threat of violence against me? If it is no longer the federal government, then they don't care what the federal government says. And if it is Antifa, then Antifa becomes the government.
I noticed, I think it was Harvey Dillon. Somebody, they're issuing, no, it wasn't Dillon. Somebody was, I don't think it was, issuing the government to go track people's X accounts now. A couple people that have it indicated that they're going to be threatening or had said threatening things or done threatening things. So so it's like, it seems like the government's getting ready to crack down if something like that were to happen and groups of terrorists, angry mobs were masking up or arming up or uniforming up, that they're going to go snatch people out of houses one night.
Well, they already got the foreign terror designation, and that gives the DOJ massive tools in their toolbox to really target people.
I think I'm confident in DOJ doing this. I mean, I was disappointed recently. I don't know if you followed this, but do you remember Kat Abu Ghazaleh? Sorry, do you remember Kat Abu Ghazaleh?
Yeah, Abu Ghazaleh.
He ran for office.
I think, I don't know.
Right, so she was indicted. She's indicted for. She was like a Chicago house cat. She's like a TikToker. She's like a Chicago candidate.
She obstructed that vehicle.
Got indicted for it.
Got hit by it.
No, she didn't get. Well, that was.
She got shoved.
She got shoved, but there was a different time where she was like banging on the hood. Yep. Got indicted for it. That just got dropped because there was misconduct by some of the line attorneys in the U.S. Attorney's Office. That's so infuriating. But that said, I'm just still bothered by it.
I'll finish your point. I'm sorry.
But I guess my point is, the I'm confident that the Trump DOJ is taking all this stuff seriously. I mean, since Blanche took over, the amount of action there's been has been substantial.
It's fair. I'll keep some of the hope alive, but I got to be honest. I'm not the only one who feels this way. They've gotten. Look, there's been tremendous victories. I don't want to downplay everything. Shuttering USAID was massive, but holy crap, you can't get a slap on the wrist even for some chick banging on a federal vehicle. What is going on, man?
It was just some line attorney who was really a Democrat. I think after she left the office, she went and worked for Dick Durbin or something. I mean, DOJ is just fixing DOJ like across the entire country is just this massive problem. It's like it's a giant slow moving steam.
Because you're like,
got good people at the top now.
We just don't have any brutal guys. I'm sorry, like Trump is not a brutal guy. He's just not. Like that's what.
Actually, this is very true.
That's why the joke is, Lord, give me the Trump that Democrats claim he is, because he's not. He's a bragger. He bloviates a bit, but he's actually just kind of moderate. He's stronger than the Republicans we've seen for a long time, but he is not the iron fist guy. Democrats, now these people are tough, and it's funny because anybody who wants to say, "Oh, Democrats are pussy," bro, they locked up J6s in solitary. They tortured people. They will crush your nuts in a vice. That's what they are willing to do for power. Donald Trump and the Republicans, either they're unwilling or unable.
They're doing like a hunger strike.
Because they want to tacos.
Well, they can just go home.
They have the king of the
It's not a joke.
Literally, they just go home.
It's like we're trying to send them the taco.
Yeah.
Like you can just.
Bro, the detainees, the ICE facility are upset because they want ethnic food from where they come from, which is not just tacos, but one of the things requested was literally tacos. And Mark Wade Mullen was like, we want them to go home and they can enjoy all of that food in their home country.
That's like so true. White people food's horrible. You would hate it. You'd probably go. I think so. I saw there was a really heartwarming story about a Denver illegal alien mother who turned herself in to be self-deported or to be deported by ICE because she was sitting around and her partner had been deported, the breadwinner, and she was like, "Well, we're broke and miserable. We don't have any money. We gotta go home. So can you give us the free flight and I'll go home?" And I thought, "Oh, perfect. That's exactly how this one should work." Yeah.
You called it a sad story. That sounds like
No, I said heartwarming. I said
heartwarming.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a wholesome story, right? Because that should
totally.
be the incentive structure, right? Like, if you're an illegal alien in this country, you should be broke and miserable.
It's just
And I was thinking, this is my new idea. But here's the other side of it. And this is maybe the more controversial take, is that I think that the self-deportation process should be unbelievably pleasant. It should just be like, you sign up for CBB Home. Oh, would you like a 3-star hotel for a few days? Would you like,
caviar with that.
would you like a nice concierge to come by and help you pack your things?
Trump that. No, because it's true. Because it's
Right.
like, people will retract when they hear that and they go, "Well, they've already." But it's like when you realize how much money it costs,
How much money it costs
to
to
persuade these people, et cetera, like a couple grand. That's way
Hold on,
pennies on the dollar.
I figured it out. We got Hollywood all wrong. You know how they're making these movies where like white people are all bad, like always the villains?
Yeah.
They're doing that so that people around the world don't want to come here.
Oh, it's true. There's like Klansmen everywhere. I mean, it's
That's what we got to do. We got to make a movie where it's like about like the hero is some 5'6", portly like landscaper, illegal immigrant, but just like everywhere he goes, like everyone is in the Klan. And it's just, it's a struggle every day. And his dream is to escape America and go back to Taco Land.
Yeah, you'd have to have him really want to be here for like 3/4 of the movie, and then at the end of the movie, he finally decides he's got to get out, and then he escapes, and that's like a heroic journey.
And the concierge, I mean, look, people have been talking about for years, we need to build a patronage network for conservatives. The liberals, they have all these patronage networks for their people. We could provide these people with My Pillows. That'd be really nice. Like on your flight back, we'll do a My Pillow neck braid, like a neck pillow. I think that's a win.
There's a lot of. It's a perfectly reasonable way to spend money. It's cheaper than enforcement, right? Trying to pull somebody out of their house is more expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Getting them to turn themselves in.
And the core,
there's only so
gotta
many.
make the propaganda.
and like, not to sound like, super gay libtard here, but it's like, to be fair, these people came in with the door wide open and the red carpet rolled out. It's like, you can make them, it doesn't have to be like completely brutal. I know that's what people want, but it's like, That's how you can guarantee the heat gets cranked up. And
It should be brutal if we have to confine you.
Well, exactly. And it's like, that's how you get a million of Bregos. And Trump has explained this. Tom Homan has explained this. They've all explained, like, look, if you want mass deportations, the better it goes, the more comfortable everyone is, the more people you can get out. That's when it gets, like, violent and brutal, which it's like sometimes you have to go there. But that's how you create a million Bregos. You get wedge issue after wedge issue.
I know how we can solve this problem overnight. We make cilantro illegal.
No, yeah,
And they just leave it in their line. I ain't gonna live in a country that doesn't allow
My
cilantro.
mother-in-law loves that. She hates it.
Me too.
cilantro exemplifies the demographic change in this country. Hear me out. This is true. This is etymology 101. Is if you ask anyone who's like over, I don't know, 70, and also if you ask any British person, they'll call it coriander. And then as soon as a lot of Mexicans came here and they use it heavily in their cuisine, people that were maybe under 60 were introduced to it for the first time. Like, what's it called? Oh, it's called cilantro.
Yes, but
What's this coriander?
I believe that coriander includes the stem or something like that.
Something like that. But like if you ask a British person, they're like, I don't know what cilantro is, and then they're like, oh, coriander. Yeah.
Oh.
With the seeds and the leaves, the coriander's the seed.
What we need is brutality. And I'm not saying like dudes to go beat people. I'm saying we need we need brutal political leaders that, you know, the Democrats recently called Stephen Miller like an ugly, what do they call him, like an ugly ass bitch or something like that?
Ugly F.
Yeah, something like that. And I'm like, that's not brutality, that's just cringe. Brutality is like, I'll tell you what brutal is. Did you guys see this viral video where there's this like really big jacked guy and he walks around supermarket parking lots? And he grabs some guy with a shopping cart in the wrong area, so he grabs it and walks over and puts it behind the car, and then just walks to the driver's seat. He's all jacked, and the guy's like, "Help!" And he goes, "The cart does not go there." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'll put it back." Like he didn't have to do anything other than just say he was in the wrong spot, but he looks like I will punch you in the mouth. We need leaders that just act that way. We need Donald Trump to be a little bit more serious. He insults people. We find it funny. We like that he pushes back. We need a DOJ that just arrests and charges people and gets the job done. Stern, cold, you are going to jail. And with respect to Blanche, he has done a pretty good job for the short amount of time he's been in.
Well, and that thing with Blanche, too, is like, no one really knows much about him. That's kind of what you want from your DOJ guy. You kind of want him to be a bit mysterious, have a bit of aura to him. Because Pam Bondi, she was talking to him. She was out in the open a lot. And she was like, everyone knew all these narratives about her, and everyone had their mind made up. You kind of want this, like, backroom kind of guy who's just, settling scores, getting business done by things. I don't think I could even, I mean, I've heard Todd Blanche speak, but I can't tell you that much about the guy. And it's like, well, yeah, because he kind of understands part of the DOJ is you got to have,
He was just a practicing lawyer.
yeah, you got to have a bit of, there's got to be a separation between you and the people to kind of
Also, we just got to ban social media. Have you guys seen that there's a viral video? I can't remember who posted it, but they said something like social media influencers should be arrested. And they posted a video of this black dude walking into like a burrito store, and he's going like this and like dancing, and there's like 12 cameras around, and he's just dancing, and then he gets the burrito and he makes a crazy face, and then he bites it. And like you see this video and you're like, I think we need to mercilessly beat social media influencers. I'm joking. Calm down, YouTube. But the thing about social media that I think, aside from like the Elsagate degree of stuff, that's like the algorithmic brain melting. I'm sitting there I like to scroll Instagram, just see like what's being recommended and stuff. You guys ever go to like experimental comedy shows by chance?
I used to. Dada. I was all into that.
So you go to these open mic comedy shows, and what a lot of these comedians do is they're trying new material, and they want a crowd that's warmed up, and they try to do weird things. And sometimes, like most of them aren't even fun.
Yeah.
They just want to experiment and see what works. So in LA, I remember I can't remember what the I'm not a big into comedy, but I was talking to some friends who did comedy, and they were like, "Oh yeah, when you go to that venue where they do open mics, it's never funny. You'll go in and sit down, you'll get a drink, and you'll hang out, and it's people experimenting." And I was like, "Do people just say ridiculously offensive things?" And they're like, "Yeah, like a guy will show up and just start throwing racial slurs around, and it's like not even a joke. He'll just start insulting the audience. They're trying to see, does this work? Will it work with the crowd?" That's what's happening on social media right now. There's a whole bunch. So I already described the problem of imitation, where everybody makes the same video. But there's a bunch of influencers that are trying to do random and weird things to see what works.
Yeah, and there are some people that are doing legitimate, high-quality, beneficial things. That's the problem with like banning social media or bringing the hammer down on influencers as a monolith.
And them all, lock them up.
I think about I think about the brutality thing because 20 years ago, 30 years ago, before the internet, you could go into St. Louis, send the feds in there, and rack it up. But now with all these cell phones, you'd have to knock out the power supply of a city, maybe shut off their water, and do an EMP blast over the city. You'd have to maintain an EMP thing, but then they're still going to smuggle video. You'd have to shut off their electronics in order
I'm not
to do this.
literally suggesting we ban the internet.
That's
I'm just
I don't think that
modern culture.
the whole story about brutality, I feel like it wouldn't work because the communist revolution needs a brutal enemy. They need Trump to be brutal in order for the people to rally. As long as he's moderate, they won't.
No, I would argue that the people are starving because the leader is negligent. That was the message of Animal Farm. The farmer Jones wasn't doing his job to make sure the citizens of the farm were being taken care of. So when people see far-left extremists getting away with bloody murder, they don't turn to Trump and say, save me. They say, there's no confidence in that system, and it breaks apart. This is the point that this is the point I'm warning about. If Donald Trump's administration, if the perceived brutal guy can't solve the problem of the extremism, regular people stop having fear or confidence in that system.
I would hope that the president would be like, arm yourself. You need to protect yourself if there's going to be a riot outside.
Fortunately, you go to jail when you do
The president, well, that's a problem.
If you live in Newark, New Jersey, you will go to prison.
But if the president brings the hammer down, we're toast. The whole country will.
What does that mean?
It will be an uprising, a communist uprising in the country.
You're wrong.
You know how many people are waiting for Trump? They want him.
Why was Tsar Nicholas and his family overthrown?
Because
Was he a brutal dictator?
No, he was a nobody. He
was negligent and did not agree.
Sat inside.
Was not doing the job to keep
free internet.
safe.
Trump's definitely not invisible. He's not like a nobody.
Okay, so to the point you were making, where you made the argument if Trump was brutal, you'd get a communist uprising.
Yeah.
Communist uprisings emerge when there is no strong leadership.
But we have a strong leader. He's just not brutal.
No, we don't.
He's definitely strong. He's Donald Trump.
No, I disagree. No, he's not.
Venezuela. He's about to take Cuba.
There is strength in that, but Donald Trump domestically, as it pertains to the far left rampaging around, rioting, they couldn't even get a Bugazela in shape.
If you're too strong, you become brittle. You need a balance of strength.
Okay, but once again, we've already made the point that communist uprisings happening when the leaders are weak.
I don't think he's weak. I do agree that he's not brutal.
Again, Tsar Nicholas was not taking care of his country in a way. The people of Russia did not feel they had. Look, right now, mid-grade gas is $5 a gallon.
I think what happened is Lenin in Russia became more popular than the Tsar Nicholas. There's nobody more popular than Donald Trump right now.
Well, I will give you this. There is no one on earth who has the degree of political influence of Trump. It is insane. Look at this man's shirt. The Edgar Rain shirt.
Who is this guy? I still think you're trolling.
Massey is one of the most. This is important. Massey is one of the most popular members of Congress. Period. Nationally, internationally, he is very well known.
1.5 million followers.
Yeah, big.
He had 10 million. He had 15 million of his own. Right? People.
Donald Trump and his circle made a decision, and Massey lost.
The problem is when Trump's out of office, there might be someone that's more popular than the next president. Because Marco Rubio hated. I like him, but he's not that popular.
I think we have already seen the lessons of leadership over the past 10 years. When Democrats ran roughshod over this country, arrested Trump's lawyers, put J6 in solitary, no one rose up against them.
Well, we stood up for those
We
people.
voted.
I mean, we
We
talked.
got a new administration, and now all those people are getting investigated down in Florida. I think you're overstating how weak President Trump is. I mean, there's part of this is systemic, right? The way our Constitution is structured is it gives the president an enormous amount of authority in foreign affairs and very limited and constrained authority domestically, right? That's just the nature of how our government is structured.
Let me say real quick like this. They accused him of rape, falsely.
Now they're investigating the person who made that.
Yeah, for perjury. Alex Jones, his company was
on the tax
destroyed.
charges, you know.
Now, don't get me wrong, I gotta be honest with you guys. If Donald Trump intervened to help save Alex Jones, Jones would be diehard for Trump for the rest of his life. And so we'll say that did the Democrats have the legal authority to accuse him of fraud, to accuse him of falsifying business records, to charge him with felonies that didn't exist with no underlying crime? I mean, this is insanity.
That doesn't quite work because, theoretically, I guess, is there some crime he could go after the people who brought a civil suit against him? Right? Do you want Donald Trump to prosecute the plaintiffs in the?
My point is this: do you think the civil fraud charges against Trump were legitimate?
No, of course not.
Do you think the felony charges were legitimate?
No, of course not.
So we have a president who is incapable of acting outside of legitimacy against an enemy that acts outside of legitimacy. How do you win a game of Monopoly against someone who's actively cheating?
I mean, I think the first answer to that is that the reason, and I speak for someone who worked for the DeSantis campaign, the big reason Donald Trump is president is because they tried all that stuff in 2023, 2024.
What, like, who tried what stuff?
Left with, 4 indictments in 4 different jurisdictions. They tried the whole lawfare campaign.
I disagree. I think the reason that Trump ended up winning was because Biden was whacked out of his mind.
That's a big part of it.
And when that debate happened, regular people right now are concerned about the price of gas.
Okay.
It's the economy, stupid, right? It tends to be these things.
The gas was sky high on election day, 2024.
Indeed, and right now mid-grade is $4.90. I think the average price is $4.42 for low grade. Mid-grade's $4.90, $4.92, and a premium is $5.31. That's apocalyptic. However,
Apocalyptic's a little much.
$5 gas.
I mean, things, we have short memories. We weren't alive in the 70s, right?
I was. Of course. But it's all relative. Listen.
I mean, the British tale.
I understand, but it's all relative, right? Like, I was talking to my friend who was complaining about the economy, and I was like, well, put it in perspective, man. The GDP here is still 5 times that of, like, any country in South America or most of the world, and the poorest person in America today is living better than some of the wealthiest 200 years ago. You can get a cheeseburger whenever you want. It's all relative, but people are still unhappy because it's relativity. So, the advantage that Trump has is that if he gets the price of gas down, people will feel the immediate relief, and they'll love him for it before the midterms. But I do believe that Trump's strategy right now, and I'll get into this because I like what Trump is doing largely, and it is easy to complain, right? I'm not in the administration. I'm not doing this job. But what I will say is it seems like the strategy they have moving forward is win the midterms with whatever procedural efforts they have or can. So redistricting is massive, giving Republicans a major advantage. The executive order on the post office is a massive procedural advantage. And I don't know if they actually need the SAFE Act to win at this point. It seems absurd to me that people are making bets on call sheet for the Democrats to win the Senate. Because they'd have to flip either Texas or Alaska, which is just insane. They'd have to win every toss-up and flip a state. What's up?
Wouldn't they have to flip both? Texas
No.
and Alaska?
They have to win every toss-up and flip one of those states. Yep. North Carolina, Maine, Ohio, Michigan, I think.
These are states that Trump won by 10 or more.
Susan Collins is free money.
And Susan, I think Susan likes it.
And those are the toss-ups. So let's say Democrats win every toss-up. It's still 50-50 at that point, and J.D. Vance is the tiebreaker. They'd have to flip a Republican state. That's insanity. So I wonder, Trump recently said, I don't care about the midterms. I wonder if Trump's general idea is just, we are going to win this through policy and procedure.
Well, when Trump said that about the midterms, he was referring to the Iran deal. And, he's trying, because you have to understand, the negotiation in Iran, this is a game of chicken, right? It's basically the Iranians are trying to see, the Iranians' pressure point is Hormuz and the pressure on the global economy via closing Hormuz, and our pressure point is our blockade, which is preventing Iran from shipping any of its oil and creating problems for the oil infrastructure. And it's sort of this game of chicken as to who's going to give them first. And so obviously Trump, knowing that that's a negotiation, is not going to say, yeah, I really am going to have to give this up because obviously oil prices are killing us. So that's where that's coming from, right? He's trying to be tough in negotiation.
And you made the point earlier regarding the filibuster. I mean, this is the one thing that is holding Trump back to some degree. Insofar as people are saying, why doesn't he just cross the Rubicon already? It's like, look at his team. I mean, it's like, this isn't Michael Jordan and this is like if Michael Jordan had 4 like JV. People don't think about the
consequences of that.
Why couldn't Bongino, why did Bongino leave? What happened there? What could he not do? Why are people disappointed?
Good question. I think he was frustrated with Pam. I know that. I think it was over the handling of the Epstein files. The funny thing is, on substance, I think Pam and Dan were on the same page about what actually the files meant. There wasn't really any meaningful disagreement. But I think Dan thought Pam was being too kind of opaque. And that was
Why did he leave, though?
I mean, part of it is also, I think he was... I can speak to this as someone who, once you have a platform and you do this, you would hate working in government. You would hate it.
I also want to look to go from I have a general idea of how much Dan Bongino makes from working in administration.
It's just your voice.
Well, and beyond
that,
beyond that, Bongino went from pretty much generally liked by everyone to now he's like this galvanizing figure purely because he was in the admin.
It is
The
like
amount-
people
I want to stress something.
say that to repudiate.
We do have a story to talk about in a second with Peter Thiel moving to Argentina. When you have a certain degree of wealth, you don't need to have stress. You don't need to. So Bongino going into the FBI was basically like, imagine walking into a room where there's 10 people standing around you screaming out their lungs 24/7. He probably walked into that and said, "Wow, why did I do this?"
He gave up his free speech too.
My point is this, my point is, if Dan Bongino quit, shut everything down, he could go play golf for the rest of his life and just drink pina coladas. Instead, he shut everything down and then walked into a room where people were screaming in his face 24/7.
To be fair, I mean, Bongino came out of the NYPD. I mean, he probably has a bit more bandwidth in these regards than most organizations.
I think, although it's hard work, obviously, being deputy director of the FBI, but I think, this is my experience.
In the Giuliani years, I mean, that was a hellhole.
Once you have a big platform and you're speaking to people on a daily basis, and then you have to shut up, which is it really sucks.
Let's get to the Civil War stuff. Let's jump into the story. We got this from KSAT. Man arrested for threats to kill Erica Kirk out of Turning Point USA event in San Antonio. Affidavit says Jacob Wensky, 26, faces 2 felony charges of making a terroristic threat. They say that San Antonio police investigators said Wensky replied to an April social media post about the group's 3-day Women's Leader Summit by writing, "I know exactly where to bomb." In a separate post in the same thread, he wrote, "I can't wait to be the valet for her escort." A warrant for his arrest states. An email from an account registered to Wensky stated, "Death to Erica Kirk and every speaker there. America will live on without the scum of this earth. Every Christian national shall perish in the bombing that will take place at every single Turning Point rally and event." After seeing all of this stuff, and just like, Tucker and Candace and all that, I'm at the point where I'm like, it's all on purpose. I cannot believe for a second this is accidentally happening, being allowed to happen, and that Tucker, who's friends with Trump, all of a sudden just doesn't like him, has inverted his opinions, or Candace Owens just did a show with Anna Kasparian and Hunter Biden, like she's rallying the Democratic Party now. This is not an accident, okay? These people don't do these things on accident. Donald Trump doesn't all of a sudden have Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard resigning on accident. I don't believe it for 2 seconds. I think it's all on purpose. I just don't believe this stuff anymore. I'm sorry.
I think Candace,
What do you mean?
With this story, I think the guy did this and he got arrested. I'm saying that, like the Candace, like I predicted this. Candace's rhetoric and the show that she was doing and the accusations she was making rallied people to try or threaten to kill Erica Kirk.
Yes.
And my fear is that there will be an attempt on Erica Kirk's life because of how insane these largely female liberals have become over that issue.
Yeah.
YouTube is not accidentally promoting Candace Owens to a wide audience. They're not accidentally allowing her to break all of the rules with impunity. And the Trump administration is not accidentally sitting back as she attacks them and attacks Turning Point USA, which helped Trump win in 2024. It's just too great a leap for me to believe. So sorry if it's conspiratorial. I can't believe for 2 seconds the Trump admin's like, oh no, for some reason Tucker and Candace have turned on us and are destroying our base.
You say don't attribute malice. It could be attributed to negligence.
You think the Trump administration is like, in cahoots or causing? What's your claim?
I don't understand how, as I'm riding in a car with Tucker Carlson and Trump calls him on the phone and they're giggling with each other, a year later, they're mad at each other. Like, Tucker was just at the White House. He's meeting with Trump. He's meeting with premiers of foreign governments. And all of a sudden, his positions invert. Very rapidly.
Tucker's ego. Tucker's kind of ego.
And I think Tucker has like a bit of like residual PTSD from being like stumping for the Iraq War, and it's very typical of this generation. It's almost like you almost feel bad for the guy to some degree. He's
yes.
like, Iran's unfolding. I don't want to be on the wrong side of this.
Sure. And I could resign myself to like, wow, he changed his opinion if it was just him. But tons of high-profile, prominent personalities flipping just doesn't make sense. In a short term.
But I think Tucker's taking a different line than most of the other like retard right people are. Like where Tucker is still saying some crazy things, but you can kind of sense that he's at least has something vaguely coherent. It's like a very Duganist kind of like multipolar world kind of philosophy where like the Candace stuff is just straight up schizophrenic babble.
Tucker's been apologizing for a lot of stuff lately because his positions are an inversion of long-held positions. It's not just to say that Tucker is like, on this one issue I've changed my mind. It's Tucker going, for for 20 years I said this one thing, and now I'm going to say the inverse.
But he's done it.
And he said, and I apologize for this.
But he went from neocon chumming up with Rachel Maddow to like populist, firebrand. And then this is just, as I understand it, the third iteration of Tucker. But like, this is kind of tracks, I would say.
Even when he was pro-Trump on Fox News, he was critical of Iran and warning about a nuclear Iran.
Audience was different. You can't. I mean, I think somebody made this point, and if you're talking about like, these theses to try and explain the sort of transition of these weird, how the independent podcasters have moved, it's the globalization of their audience.
And members of Congress.
Right. Well, Massey too has now.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. All of it. I mean, at least for the I'll start with the podcasters. Massey and Greene are their own weird problem. The podcasters. I mean, they've now. I mean, Tucker Carlson never put out that post where he was talking about how much his foreign audience has grown. Right. Like the thing is, once you go, he started on Fox News, which is an American conservative audience, and he went to YouTube, which is the Globe.
Yeah.
And your numbers, there's 1.5 billion Muslims in the world.
Yeah.
And not near. So I think I've noticed that it's true of everybody. I think, and it's not necessarily even sort of intentional or cynical, but people get pulled where their audience.
Yeah.
There's a feedback effect there. So I think that's part of it. I think Tucker also, he's lost any sort of constraints that he had on his show. I mean, when you think, I've tweeted out a few times that we thought we liked Tucker, but in reality we liked Blake Neff and Gregory and Alex Lang
Right.
and the staffers.
The people who wrote the monologues for him every day.
The people who wrote. Now we see what Tucker actually does Unconstrained, and it's a lot
It's
less.
an important thing people need to understand that the opening monologue that everyone loved from Tucker's show, the few years we saw on Fox News, those were written for him.
And to these, I mean, he obviously had editing control, but then there's also constraint feedback on his monologue, right? He might try and put some stuff that's crazy in and get pushed back on by his staff and by senior.
Why is YouTube allowing Candace to just break the rules every day?
I mean, YouTube still has a bunch of leftists, and I think leftists are perfectly happy to see the right eat itself.
Did Tucker do the Jimmy Dore thing on YouTube? Because they're hardcore anti-vax in that episode.
All these people, I have no time for any moral training from anybody who indulges Candace. None at all.
Maybe he did. I don't know when he had Jimmy Dore on the show. I just saw the post on. Did he put it up on YouTube? I don't know.
Point, I mean, like Tucker's.
Very anti-vax, like outright saying vaccines and autism and all that stuff.
And to your point, I mean, Tucker's built up so much goodwill where I can understand why a lot of people are still following him. But the Candace thing, it's like, what? She went from like very normie, like borderline, neocon, certainly like a party shell. Like, what goodwill is built up? Like, she didn't have anything interesting to say for 10 years. Like, I can very confidently say, as someone that's been her target audience, I was 14 when Trump came down the escalator. I've never once. I remember it's instant that she came on the radar. I was like, oh, here's the token black woman that they found, so she can say the base things. But then boomers watching can be like, see, there's black people that agree with us. This is great. That was her whole career. So I just don't understand. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is her audience. She has housing, completely separate audience from what she had.
Oh, it's Liv.
Yeah, it's like Liv's bored wine moms. It's mostly women, and women like love this kind of
How many non-Americans is it? You guys
to
analytics?
be fair, I do want to say, like, I think Tucker, Candace, etc., I think their audiences are a bit more American than people think. And my evidence for this is primarily anecdotal, but I meet a lot of people that are really into it. And especially older people. I think people don't realize how old Tucker's audience is. Tucker's one of the oldest.
And Bongino.
Bongino too, but Tucker, they've actually like this is the opposite of what you would think. The Daily Wire is a really young audience relative to conservative media. It's like 35 is young, and then Tucker is a very old audience. And the majority of people that I've heard that have like had their minds blown by Tucker are like baby boomers. Like they have followed him from Fox.
This is
Tucker, and they love this kind of
this is what people
accent.
need to understand is that I hear a lot of people talk about like Dan Bongino. It's like, how does he have such a big audience? I don't know anybody who listen to him, and it's like, yeah, they're all like 60, 65. Bongino was a host on Fox News, built up a big audience, started a show. The ideas and the values that he espouses are attractive to the boomer audience, and he's got a big audience.
Yeah, and he was a guest on Hannity like every week for years.
And Candace is targeting 35-year-old women. That's why she has the Stanley mug, and she does like true crime drama, dating.
Yeah, she turned Erica Kirk's life into a true crime drama.
Exactly.
That's basically what she did.
Yeah, and Candace is also like roped in people that wouldn't typically be super politically involved, so yes, women, but also like she has a very large like Hispanic and Black audience. Like she's really has a very big coalition, so to speak, of viewers that would never be interested in like conservative.
I saw this video on Instagram, and it was like like an English teacher saying, tell me when you stop understanding. There's a bunch of these videos, by the way, but it's like, tell me when you are unable to understand what I'm telling you. And then he says like the first sentence, and it's just like, the dog fell and got hurt. The next sentence is, the dog was running, fell down, and injured himself. And then the next sentence is like, on a voyage through a Tuscan field, like, and it gets more and more verbose. And the thing is, like, a show like this, we don't try to dumb things down. We'll use esoteric or, verbose language. Yeah, might have been Candace Owens' intention. I think Candace Owens says debacle intentionally. I do. Ben Shapiro made fun of her because she was saying, like, chlorflafel.
Yeah, she's a Canadian.
Debacle.
She's a
No,
Canadian.
it's the Bush effect. No, it's the Bush effect. Bush was very well known. George W. Bush talked like he was dumb, and he got made fun of for it by. No, he's certainly not dumb.
He was mid-intelligence.
No, he's like
He got the job because Daddy put him there.
You are wrong.
He let Dick Cheney run the show.
Ian,
Kidding me?
Ian,
Homie.
so do you know? So in sales, rapport is the most important thing you can do.
He was charismatic as hell.
George W. Bush is not stupid.
I didn't say he was stupid. I said he was
highly intelligent.
Super intelligent.
Yes, he is.
Bro, very smart guy.
Very smart.
He went to like Yale when Yale was like still a very objective.
Dad got him the job.
I saw this viral clip that, because like Jubilee did this like, Charlie Kirk update thing.
I actually loved the interview.
And
by the way, sorry.
Charlie Kirk gets asked, do you think that Donald Trump is a good businessman? He says, well, he's a multi-billionaire, so I think so. And then this woman goes, but he had 10 bankruptcies. That's what you're doing right now.
No, bankruptcy can be a very good tactic.
George W. Bush
Communicate properly.
intentionally speaking down is how you are attracted to the lowest common denominator. That's the point I'm literally making about Candace Owens. She says debacle on purpose to sound dumb so that she can attract the lowest common denominator. That's the point. That's how you build. Like,
That's what Hillary Clinton does.
exactly. That's what all the politicians do. So intentionally having a show where we use overly verbose and pretentious language, sometimes intentionally, is unattractive to a regular person who can't comprehend the words we're using.
Yeah, I can't Candace, bit debatable otherwise, but her verbal IQ is quite high. Anyone that's that successful in media, they know how to handle it.
I got this audio clip, George Bushisms. We should pull up some of Bush's stupidest statements. There's just statement after statement after statement.
And do you understand?
President at the point.
Do you understand that's on purpose?
There's no. You pull it up and tell me that it's on purpose, you'll be shocked.
Watch a Bush cabinet meeting versus a stump speech. In a stump speech, he's like, "Howdy, y'all, I'm from Texas," and then in a cabinet meeting, he's like, "Okay, so what are
Or watch a more recent interview with George.
Yeah, it's not even that. Listen, it is a sales 101 fact. The first step towards in charisma, towards sales and persuasion, is rapport. If you are trying to talk to the average person, you cannot be overly verbose. Lose them. It's like that in that movie, The Adjustment Bureau, where Matt Damon's character, he's like running for Congress, and then he has like a moment of clarity where he's like, listen, he's giving a speech when he loses the race, and he goes, look, I've consultants who tell me what to wear and how to wear it. They tell me that a blue tie looks too pretentious, but a red tie looks too aggressive, so maybe yellow might work. They tell me to wear nice shoes so it looks like I'm a professional, but they can't be too clean because it looks pretentious, so I gotta scuff them up a little bit so I seem like maybe I'm working class. This is what the whole game is. George W. Bush is not stupid. He's intentionally speaking down to be attractive to the widest array of people.
I think he was average intelligence, high charisma.
Also, but George Bush, like not to get super nerdy here, but there's so many indicators that, and I'm not a George Bush fan at all. I'm just saying he was flying fighter jets. Like, they're not going to let someone with a middling IQ
Ian,
fighter jet.
be president then. If you're so smart,
Yeah, these are like top.
you're smarter than he was. Be president then. Prove it.
You need more than intelligence to be president, man. His dad was George Bush.
So what?
So he got him the job. His dad,
Greatest-
his name was
great-
George Bush.
Again, you're just
I
proving the
think
point.
Jeb Bush was able to run for office. His daddy.
Go to anybody who's got success and wealth, who has built a company, and they will tell you the same thing. The first mistake so many people make is the assumption that it can be accomplished through money, when it is a scientific fact. Perseverance is the only prerequisite to success. It's a fact.
These are like genetic markers too. Like, do you think LeBron James Jr. is an NBA? Dad is like, because his dad had really good genetics. That's what makes me basketball player. Or Ken Griffey Jr. The same thing.
Early access.
He has a genetic makeup that allows him to be an intelligent person, but also acceptably good at communication and politics.
Maybe you could say George Bush has like a 68 intelligence out of 100. Above average.
That's probably like 95.
Oh, dude, I lived through it, bro. I watched it every day. It drove me insane. He let Cheney run the thing, dude. He wasn't good at his job. He was just a charismatic figurehead.
I don't understand how you can't grasp this concept.
You're saying he's intelligent, but you don't have to be intelligent to be in Congress. To be a politician, you need to be charisma. You just need to trick people and get them to laugh. I mean, fool me once, shame on me, on you. Fool me twice.
It's just a dumb idiot who's accidentally president.
Well, just to prove that, like, I'm very consistent on. I mean, like, Joe Biden is obviously very intelligent.
Yes, he was.
Barack Obama, clearly an intelligent person. So it's like, no, like, we could, again, I perceive Biden as a dumb person because of his policy actions, but he was president, he had a very successful career.
Yeah, Bush was very, very smart.
Bush was brilliant.
Yeah, right? Like,
Donald Trump, these people are all genius level intellect.
Trump's very smart. Not every president.
Trump doesn't talk. Does Trump talk like a smart person all the time? Does he use construction worker?
Yeah, he's a smart guy. He's super intelligent, smart. Bush, really? I mean, if you guys were talking about George Bush Jr., I just don't. I don't know.
You have an emotional bias. You can't understand ideas. You can't understand how sales works and how politics works.
It's charisma. You even mentioned it like 5
Hillary
minutes
Clinton
ago.
was on camera in the 2016 campaign speaking with a Southern drawl
Yeah.
because she didn't understand social media.
What did she say? I'm bone tired or something like that?
She talked about how she had hot sauce in her purse.
Yeah.
Do we really believe that woman carries hot sauce in her purse?
Yeah.
No, she was lying to get black votes through black media.
She's highly intelligent. So is Bill.
George W. Bush spoke that way to be attractive to regular people.
I'll even say the most unpopular. I think Jasmine Crockett's actually probably pretty smart.
Of course she is.
It's like
when you listen to her before she was in office, and she's clear and articulate and normal, and then she does the ghetto trash thing to get votes.
Okay, let's pick some congressmen. Let's pick some random
I mean, there's certainly a few that are like, okay, there's like middling.
Yeah, like 435 people, some of whom, you know.
Yeah,
like
I think Steve
could
Cohen
have wanted.
So you don't have to be intelligent to be in politics.
Well, to be president is much different than like winning an election with a couple.
Yeah, I'm just taking you step by step. What if your dad's the president before
Senator's the cutoff.
Let's clarify this. In almost all circumstances, because I reserve their absolutes would be silly in physical systems. You need to have an above average intelligence to be in
above
politics.
average. You can't be an idiot to be a president.
And no, to be in politics.
Sure. Above average.
So
65, 60, something like that. Yeah.
Well, if we're talking about
average,
if 50 is the middle of the bell curve, then yeah, 60 to 70 is usually the bottom of to be in some kind of office. But there are anomalies. Sometimes stupid people get through because everyone unopposed or something like this. But to be a president. So again, Candace Owens is not accidentally hosting a massive show. Tucker Carlson is not accidentally hosting a massive show. And I've been massively obsessed with the recitation problem in AI for a while, which I don't know if we brought up yesterday on the show, but I'll ask you this question, Will. We got an IQ test for you. All right, you ready? We're gonna put you on the spot and embarrass you. Here's your question. You walk into a casino, and you're looking around. You want to find a game to play, and you see there's a roulette table, and dealer's a little tired looking. There's a few open seats, so you decide, I'll go play this game. You take a seat, and you decide to watch some spins before you make any bets. Out of the last 30 spins, 17 come up red. So you decide, I'm going to make a color bet. Which color should you bet on? Which color is the smarter bet?
Well, I think if we're talking like the platonic ideal of a roulette table, then it doesn't matter. If 17 have come up red and there's some possibility that the table is physically biased and flawed, then maybe it makes more sense to bet red.
Which is the correct answer.
Yeah.
So I bring this up because there are people, go look at my Twitter, and they can't comprehend this.
Right.
They cannot understand that math doesn't, in the physical reality, math doesn't exist in the abstract. So they genuinely believe it doesn't matter, it will never matter, when in fact, the likelihood that a roulette wheel is perfectly balanced is 0. The probability that a roulette wheel is balanced is 0. The likelihood that a dealer is perfect is 0. But there are people who can't comprehend this and they get angry about it. And I tell these people what they don't understand, they can't understand.
I mean, the answer is that there's no way, whatever hypothetical chance for red doesn't overcome the house edge, obviously, so you shouldn't bet. But
You don't know that, and that's the point. You always bet
almost,
towards.
well, I mean, but like from a Bayesian perspective, like you don't know that, but like as a Bayesian, just going into a random casino, you assume that the edge trumps whatever the increase in probability that.
I think it's always fair to assume the house is trying to make money. However, that's why casinos pull dealers. It's why they added deflectors, and it's why they tell croupiers to change their spin. Because sometimes there's a thing in roulette called sector betting, where I've done this. A dealer will begin to spin the ball the same way every time, at the same time every time. So some dealers might actually wait till 00 lines up with their hand, and they'll flick it. And what ends up happening is the ball keeps landing in the same quadrant of the wheel. So like 10 times in a row, you're like, it hit the same quarter of the wheel. It's called sector betting. And professional gamblers exploit this. They look for an advantage play in roulette when this happens. So then what happens is they'll go up and they'll make a massive bet in that sector and then win a few grand. Then the pit boss comes over and goes to the dealer and says, change your spin. Because these things do happen. My point ultimately is this. When I asked this question, and I did a poll, 70% of people got it wrong. They said it doesn't matter. If I was trying to sell as many gym memberships or beers or whatever to a group of people, would I want them to feel smart or stupid? Smart. You want to make them feel good. Rapport is number one. So knowing that 70% of people will get the question wrong, set them up intentionally to make it feel like they are smart to have the question right. Knowing that 70% will answer it doesn't matter, I would set up a situation in which they would get a positive emotion out of the experience and then say, wow, you're really smart. You should buy this product from me. You're the perfect kind of person. If I go to them and say, wow, most of you are stupid. How could you be so dumb? Not even so aggressive. If I said, hey, you got this question wrong, many of them get mad, reject it outright. My point ultimately is,
I should have said Bush was smart so he'd come on the show. I got your point.
George W. Bush, Candace Owens, they are not accidentally multimillionaires, leaders of industry. It is not an accident.
Bush is nepotism.
Nepotism plays a role. Bush was not accidentally president.
For sure.
I think, I'm not
Just a sidekick chain.
I can only tell you this, Ian, if you're unwilling to accept it, life will never improve.
It's all my opinion. This is all opinion.
Well, there's a fact. The fact is, I guarantee you this. I have heard this from so many people. Well, I'm sure you've probably heard the same thing. I could do it if only I had the money. Exactly. It's just that you absolutely cannot. I've heard it from so many people. I was on a bus in LA talking about a startup I was working on, and my friend was like, shh. She was like, you're just blurting out what you're working on? And I was like, are you joking? You think the people on this bus can put together an app for Facebook?
Elon Friedel is his.
I'm not trying to be a dick to the people on the bus, but guys, this is not reality. This idea of I have a good idea, I can execute upon it is not correct. This idea of I have a good idea, if only I had the money, I could execute upon it is not correct. There's this idea that exists among the layman that if you have a good idea, you better be careful because a rich person might steal it from you. That's not true either. I guarantee you. Sometimes maybe, but usually it's your fault. And I know that you know this as well. You go to a meeting with investors and you say, I have a really great idea for this judge's gavel, but I'm going to put a clock in it. Now, let's say that for some reason was a really good idea. You know what the investor's going to say? How much do you need to do it? I'm $50,000 to start up? Okay, I want 30%. They're not going to say, that's a good idea, I'm going to steal it from you. Why? The person who's already envisioned it and is working on it is sitting right in front of you. If you got to spend 50 grand to make it happen, just hire the guy who's sitting in front of you who wants to do it. But there are a lot of people who don't understand this.
Yeah, there's enormous reserves of capital in the world chasing good ideas and industrious founders. That's literally Silicon Valley. That's the most powerful economic engine in the world. I mean, and part of what makes Silicon Valley is that they have all these different cultural norms about how venture capitalists need to behave that are extremely pro-founder, right? If you're a VC and you exploit a founder or mistreat them, you don't get to be in on the next round with the next VC or with the next big deal. All these things. And ideas are a dime a dozen. It's like the idea combined with the person that can actually make the idea reality.
But I'll tell you this. Ideas are a dime a dozen. I don't care about ideas. I care about execution.
Yeah.
You find me somebody who can execute but is dumb as a box of rocks. They can't envision, they're not creative. But if you say, I want someone to build a pyramid of bricks, and I want it tomorrow morning, and they're like, I can make that happen. Like, that's the person you want to hire.
Hire, yes, but sometimes you want the visionary like Steve Jobs, and then you get Steve Wozniak, who's the guy that executes. They work together so well.
I actually think it's the other way around. I think Jobs was the guy who executed, and Wozniak was the visionary.
Really? Yeah, the story's told that
Wozniak built
come in and be like, I want to see this, and Wozniak would be like, I'll build it, and then he'd go into his garage and like make the thing. And
Wozniak invented the technology, and Steve Jobs packaged it and sold it and made it palatable to the average person. Steve
And Steve was and Jobs is an unbelievably hardworking person, right? And a guy who executed like crazy.
Well, here you go, Ian.
Jobs went on.
Steve Jobs said the iPhone should have one button. Mac
that would
computers.
have been so annoying. That's what they did with the iPod. It was so annoying.
Yes. You know why?
They did it with their original mouse. They took away the left mouse.
Do you know why they dominate the smartphone market in the United States? Because they were selling to the lowest common denominator. They said it has to be a person needs to be able to pick up the phone and just use it.
Well, they're mad.
What did people say about Apple? It just works. That was it. That's the point. So ultimately, what I'm getting to is these leftists go, Donald Trump is an idiot, and they go on TV and they say it, and I'm just like, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel actually believes Trump's stupid when he says this stuff. I don't think Colbert actually believes it. They understand this. Those guys aren't stupid either. Now, being smart doesn't guarantee success. Perseverance tends to. It's the one thing you actually need. But there are people out there who are smarter than anybody else, but don't have either the passion or the perseverance to succeed. Additionally, depending on the type of, depending on what you would consider success, depravity can benefit you greatly as well.
For sure, ripping people off is huge in business. Taking advantage of people, cheap slaves.
Being
Less so than you think. Less so than you think. There's a little. It's not. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but
well, I'm saying like look at the podcast industry with Tucker and Candace with massive shows, right? They're unscrupulous.
Yeah.
Like their opinions are for sale.
yeah, it feels. I think that the more zero sum any environment gets, and I think that eyeballs and audience are kind of. I mean, there's just only so much time that any Americans are willing to spend listening to podcasts.
Indeed. Unless we have hyped up AI numbers, which I can't tell if they're going to scale the views with the people that are born.
Well, this is part of the AI apocalypse that's happening. I think Candace and Tucker are elements of this, in that, as more and more young people who grew up on the internet are entering the labor market, or whatever version of it we have, and they don't know how to make money, they do what they know. They're doing social media. I see more and more low-level influencers that are doing cultural and political commentary. They don't necessarily have the keenest of insights, but they take up space. So it becomes harder and harder to stand out and make money. And we're actually a component of this in the earlier sense, in that it used to be the television networks made a ton of money, got 20 million views, CNN and Fox and all that stuff. Then, with decentralization, shows like this were able to emerge, where it was much, much cheaper to run a show. We pulled the audience from the likes of Fox News and CNN. Now, all of these young people that are becoming influencers are pulling views from us and from them, and everything's diluting and flattening out. What happens is people like Tucker and Candace need to maintain those views, and if you are unscrupulous, you'll say whatever you have to say to get the views. So, if the American audience is diluted, but you need 1 million views per episode because you want to maintain your lifestyle or make money, you're going to try and find the audience. Truth is, there's 2 billion Muslims in the world, so going anti-Jew is really easy. Why? What's the lost market share for being anti-Jew? 20 million? What's the gained market share? 2 billion. That's easy math.
Dude, the thing about deception, it's such a valuable tactic in business and in politics. And
Why? It's illegal to an extent.
I want to not be deceptive. I've tried to do it, and it's why I'm not super rich, because I just try to be honest and direct. And it
Ian, that's not true. And
You're making excuses for yourself.
are you kidding me? I mean, I could easily have a shitload of audience right now. I could blow I could blow this show up and go huge.
Well,
I would never do
In
that.
the context of audience, sure, okay.
in the context of, if you mean you're gonna I gotta say, I think you're lying to yourself.
Well, it's easy to deceive people and to make 10x. I mean, it's easy, dude. I just don't want.
I agree to an extent, because if I got up here and I just started tweeting out every day, Trump's betrayed us, and I started nitpicking every single decision he makes, I'd be 8 times as big right now. Because that's market capture, where it's like I'm capturing 80% of conservatives that are happy with Trump, but then I could capture every libtard plus 20% of conservatives that don't.
And that's what Brian Tyler Cohen and David Peck.
And that's what a lot of people on the right are doing right now. Is they're doing the sports radio, where they're like, the coach, you subbed him in at the wrong time. I'd be way bigger right now. That's unfortunately where a lot of the market is.
I have joked that if I was running a daily podcast, it would be really boring because I'd be saying how the administration's doing. Literally on repeat, be like, man, they're killing it again. Another day, great day.
Hit like and subscribe.
You are both correct, but to an extent, right? The idea that you would be rich and massive, Ian, by lying.
I used to lie to people on YouTube. I got so popular so fast. I would just find the most popular thing and rip it apart, and everyone loved me. My shit was going, and then I was like, I feel dirty. I felt like
yes. But again, to clarify, reaching the upper echelons of the podcasting rankings, for which there are only the top 200 is a top 200, and only in the top 200, how many are actually making a ton of money? The number 200 biggest podcast in the world probably is making 6 figures, and the number 1 is making 50 million to 200 million or more.
And what you're describing is also a really common trope, actually, in Hollywood, where they follow a singer who he was really a family man and all his friends when he was busking on the street, and then he becomes all this successful singer, and then his friends are like, hey man, he's like, oh, I don't know you, I'll upset my manager if I hang out with you guys. That's the most common trope in Hollywood, because to a degree, I guess that maybe does happen.
I'm just saying that the idea of I could just do it if only is one of the biggest mistakes people make, and tends to be proof that they can't do it.
I agree. Do it or don't. Don't talk about how you could, but I'd like to point out the value of deception. I used to think deception equal to evil. It doesn't. George Washington was a master of deception, and that's why they won that war, because he could send false orders to the enemy when he needed to, and be where he wasn't.
Trump definitely deceives too. That's a big part of his work.
I view a fundamental component of evil to be destruction for the sake of destruction, or so it's I don't want to be absolute, but I would say that an element of evil often includes destruction for small personal benefit. So greater destruction to life and civilization and humanity for a small benefit to you. That is, you are a net negative on humanity.
And you might argue that deception is a form of psychological destruction. And if you're doing it just to get a little bit of gain, that's evil. But if you're doing it for a greater purpose,
that's basic Christian theology. Is deception in advance of something good is not actually a sin. Insofar as if someone busts into a room and the guy knows we're hiding in a locker, and they say, where is he? And you say, I don't know where he went. So that way they leave. That's not that's not a mortal sin. You actually spared the guy's life.
There is a reality to the nature of man and earth, and that is slavery is and always will be a component of what we do. So right now we are using microphones with components that are mined by slaves in third world countries. Peasants, maybe, is a nicer way to put it. There's peasants in China that produce things for pennies on the dollar, and we live substantially better than they do. And liberal activists don't really want to acknowledge the components in their computers that they use for their environmentalism are destructive to the environment. It's the nature of reality that people need to come to terms with. That is, you see a lot of these people online, and they do sales for courses. They'll say, if you want to be successful, if you want to break the bank and escape the matrix or whatever, give me money and I'll explain to you how to do it. They're basically saying, listen, there are 100 million, there are 10 billion, 8 billion really stupid people, and they could all give me $1, and then I will live like a king. That's basically what they're saying when they do a lot of this stuff. There's a truth to that, right? You will be wealthy if you can convince 1 billion stupid people to give you $1. You'll be a billionaire, and that's what a lot of people do. I feel like that's the ethos of the Democratic Party for the most part. They view the world as people are really dumb and should be told what to do. And the populist movement, largely with the right, is do to a certain degree, we're going to withhold information if we think it could be detrimental, but for the most part, tell the truth and hope that people come to the right conclusions, and we have a robust, intelligent movement. And that's why I think you find many moderates shifted rightward and toward Trump. The left just lies about everything all day. Everything about Trump is a lie.
Have you guys ever read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Chinese novel from the 1400s by Liu Xiao about this war that took place in 200 AD in China. And the honorable, ethical guy Liu Bei is the hero of my opinion of the book. He fails. You know, the kingdom splits into three. There's this bandit uprising. The Yellow Turbans are trying to end all these governors, raise armies, and fight this rebellion. And then one of the governors seizes the emperor and takes control of the country, and all the other governors have to raise standing armies. And then they form these three kingdoms. And Liu Bei's kingdom, he's the benevolence. He is just pure and honest in the story, and he can't beat the deceptive Cao Cao.
A lot of Game of Thrones evidence, right?
The great deceiver, the one who said, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me," is the one who won. And that's the moral of the story.
The moral of the story is those that are willing to exercise power to gain more power win.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thesis of Game of Thrones, right, is, you know, Ned Stark is the character, the honest, upright man who keeps making these stupid mistakes and getting killed for his trouble. And then I have a provocative thesis, which is that Tywin Lannister is actually the hero of Game of Thrones.
Well, until he dies, I guess, or what?
Right, that was George R.R. Martin just deciding that he, you know, his left-tardism kind of coming into play, I think, honestly. But, you know, there's like this thing about, you know, but anyway, I could go.
Yeah, Tywin Lannister.
Tywin Lannister is the person who understands actually what's going on and does the things that actually lead to peace.
Let me ask you a question here. You are a king, a great nation. You have 50 million loyal citizens. Or let's say you're the newly elected president. And a meteor is just been detected. It's just been detected. And they say, Mr. President, we have just detected this large meteor that's going to crash into the nation. It's going to kill everyone. It's not going to win the planet, but it will kill everyone in this country. We have a way to stop it. But we need 1 million people to run the machinery to stay in that city so that they can prepare the counter missiles that we can launch and fire at this meteor and destroy it and wipes out 50 million lives. If you tell the people that you want them to sacrifice themselves, most of them will flee, will not operate the machinery, and everyone will die. What do you want to do?
I don't tell them the shit.
You want to die?
Well, hopefully, so they're going to die regardless, even if they succeed.
So the idea is that in this city,
They're going to die. I would sacrifice 1 million to save the rest.
they're going to launch countermeasures which will only destroy the meteor up to a certain size, and the remnants will slam right into where they are, killing 1 million people.
It's the utilitarian. You have to sacrifice the few to preserve the many.
This was the argument Democrats used during COVID. And then here's what happens. They all fire the countermeasures at the meteor. They miss, but the meteor wasn't headed towards the country. They got the math wrong. You were willing to sacrifice a bunch of people because a guy told you to trust him, and it turned out he was wrong the whole time.
That could happen too.
You could do it a better way. You could say, like, they have to operate a machine that will generate so much radiation they'll all fry to death, but it'll save the country. Then they launch the missile, all get radiation poisoning. The meteor missed, the calculations were off, no one was ever really at risk, and you sacrificed 1 million people because of a what if from someone you trusted.
The first thing I thought while you were giving me the metaphor was rally my most trusted oligarchs and figure this out.
I learned a lot about the COVID vaccine recently. I don't know if you've tried this stuff. Stanford published in December that more than 16,750 males, 30 and under, got myocarditis from the vaccine. And myocarditis is serious. This is not, this is heart damage. It shortens your lifespan. We also had another study that came out that said that mRNA vaccination, if it travels to your liver, will actually decrease your immunity. So it is considered now very likely that when people were getting the vaccines, it was not, this is a fact, we know it wasn't staying in the injection site. The presumption now, based on the study published in Nature at Nature.com, is that many people who had the mRNA vaccine travel from the injection site into their liver became more susceptible to getting COVID. The argument made the whole time was that, yes, there will be vaccine injury, but the amount of vaccine injury is substantially less than the deaths from COVID. So they argued everybody should be forced to get the vaccine to save as many people. Now we're learning that people got heart damage from it, and that people may have had their immune systems weakened by it. And that's the challenge with this utilitarian worldview of thinking that you know what is true, deciding to pull the trigger and sacrifice a portion of your own population to save more people when you could be wrong the whole time.
And the people that you would intend to sacrifice might actually be better. Like sacrificing 1 million brilliant people might be worse than, rescuing 100 million idiots. So there's that.
No easy answer.
Too.
There's none. The philosopher King may say, it pains me to sacrifice 1 million to save 1 billion, but I have to. Then he sacrifices that 1 million, and the meteor was never a threat in the first place, and he just killed 1 million people for no reason.
That's what part of why I don't want to be president. But the thing is, recoiling from power, someone else is going to take it. So,
correct. So Trump can choose to be the brutal guy, and we can shift this to the Iran stuff. I think the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is the intended condition. I don't think they're trying to open it.
I mean,
the Strait of Hormuz was opened before the war, so it doesn't make sense that it becomes a point of contention now to end the war. It's cutting China off from 50% of its oil imports. It's constraining our enemies while converting the United States into one of the largest oil exporters in the world. So Trump, how many times now has he said we have a deal? 7?
yeah. We've won
Yeah.
more like 8 times.
Indeed. It sounds more like whenever there's like a boiling point where it's like, what is going on? Trump says the war is about to end, and then everyone calms down. Then nothing happens, it starts getting hot, people start losing their minds. No, it's going to end now, and it calms down. But the whole time, China's been cut off from their imports.
Yeah,
which is
sort of. I mean, that actually makes some sense in this. I mean, it's really hard to criticize what Trump's doing on Iran from a logical perspective because we don't know what it's safe, right?
He takes out. Let's do this. We do have a story. We got to pull it up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, from Politico. Pentagon puts building blocks in place for Cuba invasion. The Navy's presence in the Caribbean has not reduced despite the Iran war. What did Donald Trump do? He went into Venezuela, took out Maduro, got our oil as its back, just before we went into to Iran. Now he's going after Hassan and these lefties for funding and financing related to Cuba. The U.S. is going to make a move on Cuba. I do not believe Donald Trump wants the Strait of Hormuz open. I just think that the administration can't tell the American people we got your gas to $5 on purpose. $5 gas in the United States, as far as Trump is concerned, is a small price to pay to cut off half of the energy imports from China. China's the biggest threat to the United States.
The problem with that calculation would be, I think they understood that if they intentionally shut down the Strait of Hormuz, it would completely decimate the Japanese economy. Now the Japanese bond market is completely overheating, and that's screwing us over big time. Because again, that was our largest debtor, or creditor rather, and now they're selling off all their bonds. It's destroying our bond market. Now he went from Kevin Warsh coming in to cut rates. Now he's like, I might have to hike rates. The market is, calculating.
I don't think that changes the calculus. I think the idea is we know this was bad for us. It's worse for China. Donald Trump is wielding a double-edged sword. The hope is that we cause more damage to our global adversaries than we do to ourselves. Point being, Trump can't come out and say, I am going to cause U.S. gas to jump to $5 to hurt China, because the Americans are going to be like, what? I don't care about China.
I don't think it was so much us trying to limit China's energy supply because they are able to get it from Russia on sale. I think in that theory, I think what makes a little bit more sense is that, and we have seen some indications in the press that China was pressuring Iran to start selling oil in yuan, and that would be a huge problem for the United States. And so some have argued, I don't necessarily know, because who knows what Trump's saying to your point, but some have speculated that Trump can't actually lose this war because if Iran starts trading in the yuan, that's going to freeze out the United States from a massive energy sector.
I mean, he's in a tough spot, right? Even if your theory's not right, let's take the sort of not mainstream. I don't know if that's the right word.
The
orthodox theory of the war.
Orthodox theory being that Donald Trump accidentally triggered a war which closed the state. I'm sorry, let me clarify. Donald Trump started a war that accidentally resulted in the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the spiking of gas prices, and now he's been struggling for several months to cut a deal that will open the strait. That's the Orthodox view.
I think that the Orthodox view says he thought that the Orthodox view, I don't think is that harsh on Trump. I think the Orthodox view would say he did that. He thought we will be able to impose overwhelming military superiority over Iran, and they will want to kind of deal.
And he was wrong. And now he can't So again, it's Trump screwed up, or it's on purpose. Which do you think it is? I think it's on purpose. I think Trump went into Venezuela to secure oil assets because he knew the strait was going to get closed.
I think that it's more likely that they just misjudged the Iranians a little bit because I go
to Venezuela then.
Well, Venezuela. I mean, because Venezuela is. I mean, they're thugs. They're hostile to us. I mean, really, it's these people are hosting the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese.
Sure. I don't think it's a coincidence that the U.S. seized back the largest. I mean, it's the largest oil producer in the world.
Yeah.
And then I don't think that it is. I don't think it's a coincidence. Trump was like, we're going to take the oil assets from Venezuela, and then randomly and unrelated, we're going to go with Iran. A month later.
I mean, I think that obviously makes sense. I think that they certainly, considered the idea that Trump and his team did not consider the possibility of the Hormuz closure is ridiculous. I've seen people put that out there, right? They had no plan for the Hormuz closure. They had no idea that might happen. That's absurd. Obviously, they did. I know people in Navy EOD who you got Tom Sauron, right? Tom Sauron's talking about this is what they planned for decades. They've considered this problem.
So the issue is, why is Trump struggling to cut a deal that would open the strait?
Because there's a lot of different interests, and I think the most likely explanation is that there's a lot of these different competing interests. I tweeted this out a couple days ago, which is the idea that the one foreign, we talk about foreign influence every on Israel. The one country that always seems to get its way or has been getting its way is Trump's action with Saudi Arabia. Prior to the war, Saudi Arabia was asking, hey, you need to go do this. You can't let Iran make you look weaker. And then now, with Saudi's oil infrastructure under threat, they're like, hey, can we do diplomacy? And so that's actually
that's true. It was also causing problems in the Red Sea, for which sides have a massive interest.
Right, and so I think the Saudis, it's managing these sort of key allies who are investing or have promised to invest huge amounts in the United States, right? Something like $4 trillion between Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar.
And the Abraham Accords.
And the Abraham Accords, and expand them. So there's just, it's almost like I think people kind of just have this very narrow aperture. It's just tunnel vision on Israel in terms of they're not understanding actually, especially given the way that the war happened, which is, there was a huge degradation of Iranian military capability, and especially their ballistic missiles that can actually hit Israel 1,000 miles away. But they have all the short missiles that can hit. I think that was what was the plan. And that was what happened. Remember we did that convoy thing, the Project Freedom thing? Yeah. And there's a Saudi commentator by the name of Ayman Dean, who you should be reading if you want. He's really, really interesting. But, there was this talk about how the Saudis requested a pause or something, or the pause was kind of the request of Pakistan. And Ayman Dean explained that what happened was, Saudi Arabia and UAE were all like, yes, let's do these convoys, get the ships out of Hormuz. Yeah. And then they started doing it, and Iran fired at some oil infrastructure, like in Fujairah and a few other places. And then the United States, in a press conference, was like, well, we think we're not going to say that's above the threshold of a ceasefire. That's still a ceasefire. And the Saudi and the Emiratis apparently were like, I'm sorry, what? They blew up our oil infrastructure. That's a ceasefire? You're not, okay, you need to stop doing this, because if you're not going to respond to our oil infrastructure being built, then we're not okay with this conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I understand it too, obviously there's domestic pressure. Not that the European allies can do too much about this, but there's been a lot of frustration from Trump that I think they anticipated going in that actually the Europeans, the Japanese, etc., would at least intervene and assist in some way. I do think they actually anticipated that happening and didn't happen. I think part of why, and what no one's talking about, is again the Saudis, the Qataris are heavily invested in a lot of European markets. That is very true. And again, the Europeans kind of understand that they might have not as much leverage as they thought. And the highest paid dance right now between Starmer trying to please is obviously his base, but now he's screwed. But he's also going to keep our investors happy. That they're really benefiting.
We lose if our adversaries are not. And I think it is patently obvious for a long time now, foreign interests have been manipulating our media in a variety of ways. And it seems like the U.S. has no capability to stop it.
JD, so if we lose the AI war, we lose
everything. And this is why Taiwan's such an important. They're doing like 100% of the chip fabrication. I don't know if it's literally, but there's some numbers I've seen thrown around. Elon's like, we, dear God, need to reshore our chip manufacturing. We're on the precipice. You know, the iron lattice technology is pretty promising. I don't want to talk about it because the Chinese are listening, but what other choice do we have? You know, you put the memory in the processor, you get 10 million times the effectivity. We're kind of build it, and that's going to take
Changes
time.
on it completely.
Yeah, well, I mean, to tie it back in,
Well,
and to tie it back in, well, I'd be curious your thoughts on this. I don't actually think Trump is this China hawk that people make him out to be, and I think that was evident when he was meeting with the Chinese, and he effectively said the Taiwanese, like, that's a situation that can be resolved later. And if he was this massive China hawk, he wouldn't have like used that as leverage in negotiations over Iran. I think the Middle East is actually much more of a focus for him than people realize.
My point is the U.S. will not have the political willpower to stop our adversaries and win these conflicts if the people are convinced they're not our adversaries.
Yeah, I mean,
You know the biggest threat to America is right now.
What?
According to Twitter.
What?
You know.
Sympathy for the Iranian government.
The biggest threat to the United States is China. However, if you follow the biggest podcasts in the world, which country is the biggest threat to America? Israel. A country the size of New Jersey that spends, like 1/20 of the lobbying dollars that China does. Don't get me wrong, you're allowed to complain about Israel and their lobbying and AIPAC and all of that stuff, but I think it's really funny that when Donald Trump endorses Paxton and Cornyn is the AIPAC candidate, these personalities aren't coming out and cheering for the defeat of the AIPAC candidates.
I mean, yeah, go right.
But again, I want to stress this. This is because we have foreign influence manipulating our media space. I don't care about Israel at all. I literally just do not. You want to criticize their lobbying. You don't like that. All those things are allowed. You're mad about what's happening in Gaza. Absolutely allowed. But the greatest threat to the United States, singular threat, and I don't think it's the only threat, but China is a much bigger adversary on the global stage than any other country. They spend $400 million on lobbying. They're buying farmland near military bases, taking pictures of our military installations. They flew a spy balloon over our country, taking snapshots of our missile launch sites. But there are people, despite all of this, who have been convinced that the biggest threat we face is a country the size of New Jersey and the Middle East.
It also happens to be our best outlet of AI and cybersecurity technology. Like if I were, honestly, if I were China, like if there was an American ally, then I would call it not to be an American ally anymore for military purposes.
This is exactly it. Look, Israel's imperfect. You're allowed to criticize it, like I said a million times. So why is it that these Israel derangement syndrome people lie about what my argument is? Maybe it's algorithmic manipulation that makes people uninformed when they lie about Israel.
And there might be an active AI army coming out of China that is botting these people, making
Always has been. We've been tracking it since the 2010s.
redirecting it at Israel, redirecting a lot of vitriol at Israel.
They steal our IP, they attack our email infrastructure and our social media. TikTok was a weapon, that's why we effectively seized it.
And TikTok was like super pro-Palestine.
Yeah, but you know, it wasn't always. It flipped over one weekend. We tracked the data and it looked like an algorithmic switch intentionally promoted anti-Israel content.
And I think that's true, but even with the media machine, I don't think the Iran war is ever going to be popular with the American. I mean,
No, I agree.
Americans are like,
Yeah, sure.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying if we as the American people wanted to get serious to stop an adversary who's been stealing our IP, buying up land, manipulating our politics, sending spies. We had a mayor in California who was a spy for China. We've got sitting members of Congress that are paying for spies. The American people get serious with the threat that China poses to this country. The Thousand Talents program, bribing politicians, bribing professors, all of this stuff.
Just institutes of the universe.
yeah, has the average American ever been able to like articulate geopolitics at a high level anyway? Like, I think if you polled Americans, they
On Israel, apparently.
Well, I mean, even then, well, I would say that is actually evidence that they have like poor geopolitical instincts. And I'm not even like in Israel. I'm just making that point. But beyond that, I mean, if you did poll Americans, there's polling. They do say China is our biggest threat. But that doesn't really mean anything because ultimately, like, geopolitics is
Not NASA's followers.
I know, but I'm just saying that with the average American, they poll like 60% say China's our biggest problem.
My point is our adversaries want us off balance. And they're succeeding, and I don't think the Trump administration has the sophistication to deal with this.
I guess what I'm making the point is we can't underrate the retardation of like the general public. And my point is like on the data center thing, like everyone's like, this is clearly China trying to hamstring us on data centers, and I'm like, actually all this for the most part, as I'm seeing, is pretty organic. This does track with the American people. We have a data centers. I don't think that's pushed by algorithms. I think people just instinctually really hate this.
I disagree, because the Utah data center doesn't make sense that people are opposed to it. So if you're upset about a data center in Loudoun County that they're building near your home, agreed. If you're upset that they're eminent domaining your land to build a data center, agreed. That sentiment is legitimate. If you start making videos where you're like, they're building a data center in the desert away from human beings, now something feels weird.
Yeah, like people were really angry about nuclear energy at the time. Like the majority of Americans hated nuclear energy at the time, and that was way before like the mass media market that we're in now. I think it's like Americans are really good, and sometimes it's a good thing, but often it's a bad thing, is they're really good at whipping themselves up into a frenzy over
The Chinese have a great firewall across their internet, so they go outside their firewall, they say nuclear energy bad, data centers bad. Everyone get afraid and tell your government, and so the people in the United States are like, yeah, no nuclear, no data centers.
Inside,
they have no idea. They're building
inside of China,
they're building nuclear plants.
inside of China, their social media is be an astronaut, join the military, fight for your country, your people are good. And in the United States, the media we get is be gay, don't have kids, and the biggest threat is one of your own allies.
But China even has a problem putting a lid on a lot of social media. Like there's a video that was the biggest post in WeChat history was this young man, and it's called like the lie down culture there, where basically he's laying out how horrible, they have the 6-day work week, and he's like laying out how horrible, the life is for the Chinese youth. And this is why Xi Jinping, he's come out multiple times and said like the biggest threat to China as he sees it is this lie down culture of like Chinese people being overworked and then they refuse to pay into the system, et cetera, et cetera. And so like I think even China has like more domestic issues than people give them credit for. Because this post went everywhere, and I mean the Chinese obviously they tried to put a lid on it and that sort of thing, but I think we have this idea that China's like North Korea, where everything is just like unified, all the people there are in lockstep. It's like they actually have quite a bit of domestic issues. It's just with firewall, with the lack of journalism, and also such a drastic difference that we have a tough time kind of like breaking down the specific dynamics within China. I guess that would be one point. The other point is I do think a lot of this stuff is organic, is domestic. I think Americans do oftentimes take wide positions because they're popular. And I mean, I don't blame some people actually have really thought out here philosophy. I'm not going to say they're paid by China. I think it's just coherent with typically like a lot of conservative principles, values that people have, where they're like, no, we want to like turn back the clock on. They view like social media as a huge problem, so naturally they're going to be skeptical of AI. Naturally they're going to be skeptical of data. Like I don't think that's necessarily. I'm sure it is a component, but I think I'm not downplaying the ability for Americans to mobilize and get really upset in that.
It's like a short-term fear, because if you're afraid of data centers because they're going to destroy the environment and make your electricity bill go up, you might not realize that if China gets the data centers and they decide to attack the United States homeland with nuclear drones, that's worse for our environment than data centers.
You can never you can't articulate that to like the American people. That's so abstract that like no one's ever gonna respond to that. That's kind of like my point. Is like even if the media machine was like, yes, China's the biggest thing, I don't think it actually changes that much on the ground, because like the threats that we face from China are very abstract. They're not very tangible. Like they'll say, oh, they're gonna like knock out our electric grid. Well, people can't comprehend what that means because we've never experienced it. We don't have that lived experience of understanding what that is. We only understand conventional warfare. So when they would come out with the whole Ukraine-Russia thing and say, well, Russia could take over Europe, people understood that instantly because they've done that before. People know what that is. They know what the effects are, etc. And so I guess that's kind of my point. Is like, one, I think we overrate China's unity, and then B, I think we underrate the American people's ability to just take these positions organically.
We're doing the uncensored. So we're going to go to the verbal rants and super chats before the uncensored portion of the show. If you guys have questions, smash the like button, share the show. Get Off My Lawn says the Lodge Poker Room in Austin has reopened a couple days ago. A grand jury decided to toss out the case against them. Indeed, I've been following this. It's amazing news, and I'm glad to see it all worked out. When you can't get a grand jury to indict, man, that case must have been real bad. So they seized assets, they accused of a bunch of crimes, and then a grand jury was like, yo, this is fake, and tossed it out. And the Lodge is back in business. Shout out to the Lodge Poker Room, one of the best, if not the best and biggest poker room. And then they also raided another card club in Houston recently, like flying drones around the building. It was pretty crazy. I Just Lark says the alien map starts in your rough location. It essentially shows you people who they caught and where near them. It's actually eye-opening. Very interesting. Dylan with Rumble says, Ian, we gotta send the cows. Got shovel out that ish and milk them for methane. The cows will terraform Mars.
If we can get it, first we got to do fish. We'll first we got to get it hot, so we need to plant daikon.
No, let's just literally send like 1 million cows to Mars.
Because it'll heat up the atmosphere.
No, what do you mean?
Explode because it's low pressure.
They'll evolve to eat each other.
You're gonna play Terraforming Mars board game because you do it step by step. You need to raise the temperature.
You know, the problem with these board games, they're all just like very complicated. Like Catan is not particularly
You
complicated.
know, it's randomness. You roll dice. I don't like it. It's not random.
And Carcassonne. We have that in the other room.
Yeah,
That's a
but
good game.
similar randomness. Dude, you love Terraforming Mars because it's so much strategy.
We tried to play it. We were just like nobody wanted to play it.
I got all the boxes. I just pulled them out of
Yes, I know. And everyone sits down and they go, "It's gonna take like 30 minutes to learn." And
Yeah.
put on your music videos a bit. Let's play pool.
That's because I have high intelligence.
The issue is that regular people are like, I don't want to spend my day off learning how to play a board game. I'll play one
I
time.
only have to learn it once. Oh,
Yeah, you
then
only
gotta
learn
play
Magic
it.
the Gathering one time.
You can also get the video game on Steam. Sorry, I'm chewing almonds.
Just play Mario.
Get Terraforming Mars on Steam, dude. You'll learn it real fast. It's awesome.
All right, Brewmaster Monk says, if the aliens are real, then why hasn't Trump challenged them to a battle of the bands in Area 51? He could even film a reality TV show to form the American band. He's leaving money on the table. There was a, this Disclosure Day movie's coming out, and Spielberg says it's all true. And then AOL wrote an article about how people think it's predictive programming, that they're releasing this movie to get people ready for aliens. And then there's this viral post on Reddit where a guy claims that he's a whistleblower who worked for the U.S. government. And then he basically wrote like a sci-fi screed where he said that when life emerged and when humans evolved, aliens took early humans and brought them to a planet with alien technology to see how would humans develop with a planet of scarcity and a planet of abundance. And now bugs are coming, declaring war on the Galactic Council. And I'm just like, do people just not realize all of this is fake? Like, these are not whistleblowers. Bob Lazar just made it up. It's not real. You know what I mean?
They're going to say they're going to start a band of aliens because
Yes.
you should call it Alien Derangement Syndrome.
Hey, there you go.
That was the first thing.
The Fallen 501st says, wasn't GWB a fighter pilot? He was.
Yes.
Indeed.
Good vision.
Barry says, Ian loves George Bush.
I do. That's why I criticize him so heavily.
I respect that.
Schnajberry says, Florida has gone for people saying threatening comments in social media, mainly anti-Semitic comments, but nothing on people who make threatening comments to Trump, MAGA, or politicians. F this. Yup.
Who they actually prosecuted?
No.
Right, exactly. Like,
Well, I mean, I'm not tracking the story. I mean, it doesn't happen.
if they made an actual true threat against a person, like if you go out there and like communicate a death threat on against anybody, you're going to get prosecuted for that.
I made a picture to trigger the derangement syndrome people. It is two white guys dragging rocks being whipped by a Chinese soldier, or one says, at least it's not Israel.
There's so many problems on Earth. I mean,
It's not Israel.
religious extremism is a problem. Totalitarianism is a problem. Centralization of
Yeah, I kind of want to. It's like a version of that libertarian meme or something, like it's the stone toss thing where the guy's got the gun, they've got the gun to the back of the guy's head. I can't explain this meme.
I know you're saying it's like the guns back to the head. They say, "Can you imagine if it was us on the other side?"
Right.
Can you imagine if we were doing this? How they would freak out.
All right, Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, if Disclosure Day is real, does that kill God? No. Because some people believe that the quote-unquote aliens are just demons. Entities.
Might change the shape of God in your mind.
All right. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, yes, Tim, we've all become too global caring. If we Americans solely concern ourselves with America, the world overall will improve. More happy too. Indeed. So, what's wrong with globalization? So long as it's American hegemonic globalization, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like this is the thing is like, and I'm one of these people. Like, it sounds like really nice, but the problem is so convoluted. For one, like entitlement spending. I mean, as long as we're gonna have half our budget going towards entitlement spending, you can't like remove yourself from the global system. Like we can't like absolve ourselves of being global guardian. And I hate that, but like that's the third rail of politics. You're not gonna change that.
It seems like the Uniparty's mentality was, we're going to have a one world government through some kind of system, and America will not be on top. And Trump said, no, we'll do that, but America will be on top.
Yeah, and I mean, I think people underestimate, like, if we totally retreated into ourselves, that wouldn't just mean everybody else would leave us alone and let us do what we wanted. I mean, I've talked about this a lot, but you have to understand understand. I mean, China is a massive power and already has a lot of say about how other countries conduct their affairs. In a world where we totally withdrew and decided not to exert our influence or use our power meaningfully, then basically anybody we'd want to do a deal with or anybody we'd want to favor from, they'd be like, well, I have to check with China first.
Yeah, the way you have to look at it is like once you've initiated the boss fight, you can't like leave. You can't save the game exit. It's like
Yeah, and which countries that have given up their empires are better off for it?
yeah, literally.
Like, how's Portugal doing? How's Spain doing? How's the United Kingdom doing?
Japan and Germany.
Like, now sometimes you're forced into it because you lose a war, right? A great power war or something. But the idea of voluntarily just retreating from the scene and assuming that things will be good. I mean, we benefit enormously from the dollar being the global reserve currency. Does that happen?
Yeah, it's
just withdrawing to ourselves.
It's like our entire economic system is like predicated on this. So it's like I agree with the sentiment. I wish things were that way, but like in policy, you have to be like very pragmatic and like unraveling that. You would need like a dictator for 60 years to even begin unraveling like how convoluted the system is. And then to Will's point, is that even something that we even want when you like really think about it? Because again, like the British basically dismantled their entire empire voluntarily, and they're significantly worse off for it. And honestly, the rest of the world is worse off for it too. Like India was faring much better under British rule. So.
And the best part was they stole the food, and now we all get to enjoy chicken tikka masala, which was invented in Scotland, by the way.
I also adhere to the Roman tactic of dominating outside of your borders, and so that they don't fire intercontinental ballistic missiles at you.
Yeah, that's what we do.
It's horrible. I didn't used to think like that, but it's just inevitable.
So they can climb.
I can read this here from Randy. He says, "Greetings from Wyoming. In keeping with Tim Castro tradition, was that an autocorrect? We welcomed my first great grandchild early this morning. A good-looking young lad. Cheers! Wow.
4 generations.
Give it up.
Welcome to the multi-generational living is the best.
You know what's crazy is
Great-grandchild.
there's this viral photo of like it's like 7 generations of women or some insane number, and it's just like every woman had a kid when she was like 18 or 19. So it's like great, there's like the baby, then the mom, then the grandma, then the great grandma, then the great great grandma, and the great 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 grandma, because they're all only like 18 years apart. So it's like great 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 grandchild alive there, crazy.
Love it.
That's how it used to be.
Maybe in the future with genetic therapy, you'll be 190 and you'll be hanging out with your greatest grandchild.
Indeed. Or maybe you'll be hanging out in the uncensored portion of the show over at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. Coming up in about a minute or so. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Will, do you want to shout anything out?
Follow me on X at Will Chamberlain.
Yeah, follow me on X and Instagram at Real Tate Brown. And we got some interviews up on the Tate Brown Timcast channel from this week from our daily noon live shows. Make sure you go check those out as well. I'll see you guys Monday on that show live at noon on Rumble.
Follow me at Ian Crossland on Instagram, where I'm putting up covers. I just did Brian Adams' "To Be Young." Love that song. And YouTube X at Ian Crossland. Great conversation. Let's keep going. Carter Banks.
Yeah, you can follow me at Carter Banks everywhere, at Carter Banks official everywhere else, and also Dustin from X wanted, I promised a shout out and an update on some music stuff tonight, so me and Ian are working on a few acoustic songs, and also I've got one coming out, and you can pre-order it now at aliveordeadsong.com. Let's go.
We'll see you all over at rumble.com/TimCastIRL right now. Thanks for hanging out. as we were preparing the switchover, I was explaining how the property that we're on is potentially worth an insane amount of money. I've talked about it on the show a bit before. So we're in the Northern Virginia power corridor for data centers, meaning the land we are in is needed to transmit the energy to the data centers that are being built in Northern Virginia. But West Virginia has recently announced several massive data center projects in Berkeley County. We are just south of that. There's an expectation in the industry that within the next year to 3 years, these data center projects are going to move southward, increasing the value of this property to a massive degree for a handful of reasons. One, we're very close to a fiber backbone, and we already have fiber. We have multiple power. I don't know how to describe it, but electric-wise, we have multiple meters on the property. So power distribution of this property is very high. We have industrial solar capacity and industrial battery capacity because of the studio. So I think there's something like 14 Enphase batteries. It's all insane. Because of the existing infrastructure we built for the studio, the estimates on the value of the property in the next year to a few years could be 10 figures. It could be insanely massive. And there's another interesting thing about it too. One thing that we really have had a problem with is the water table being very high, which is extremely valuable for data centers.
Right.
Yep.
Easy.
Yep. And we get a lot of rain, and we have a pond, a creek, and a high water table, which has been bad for the properties, but for data centers, that's what they want.
They sell it, man. I think I'm bullish on data centers. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people think it is.
They're just buildings in rural areas. Like, I mean, for the most part, they're not. Maybe the early data centers were being built in more kind of closer in, but like the ones that people are talking about, especially now, like for AI, they're huge, and they're not going to be located near you.
Well, my attitude is kind of like, I don't want to live surrounded by power lines and data centers. So this idea of pulling an up, where it's like, I refuse to sell, it's like, man, that's going to suck for you because everyone else is. So it really depends on what the community wants. I wouldn't want to give up a large portion of land that ends up fucking everybody over. However, the obvious thing that's going to happen is these people are already selling right now. We're already seeing a lot of the houses.
Once the number gets right, I mean...
Exactly, nobody cares.
Nobody cares, right?
These 1 and 2 acre properties have already been selling, and the prices have already skyrocketed. And we talked about this a while ago. There was a bungalow, like a 3-bedroom bungalow, which if I was going to build in an empty lot, it's going to be like $100 grand, selling for $500,000.
Right.
And now I think we all know why, because the data to get electricity to the data centers, you need to run transmission lines through where we are, but it's a bunch of tiny parcels, and it's an insane task to have to buy up every single little half-acre to 2-acre property. So anyway, with the expansion in the area, my attitude is like, look, man, if they came to me and said they'll give me $100 million for the property, I'd be an insane person not to take it and build the studio somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. There's a number. I mean, in any circumstance where you're talking about gentrification or you name it, it's just like there's a number that makes sense for the person to just sell their house and move. Because like what they'll be able to buy with what they get is just way better than what they currently have.
I think for me, I'm kind of like Borg from Star Trek. I'm kind of like, we hive mind or we die. That's my state of mind. Like the Chinese will hive mind and kill us.
You saw that thing about like they had that, I don't know what it was called, but it was Anthropic put out that thing where they're talking about how our new frontier model discovered a slew of like 0-day vulnerabilities in software that is like the core infrastructure of the internet.
Yes.
And thankfully we're patching it, but it's really good that we're ahead on AI because the AIs can figure out all the flaws in all the software. So we really should stay ahead. And I have a hard time like disputing that logic. That strikes me as pretty existential to just suddenly,
I think there's a harsh reality that people need to come to terms with. AI sucks. It's going to destroy jobs, and we can't stop it.
Yes,
China will flatten us and destroy us and massacre us. And welcome to the mutual destruction. Have a nice day.
Dave Fisher from New Thought puts it really well. He just says it's like gunpowder. I mean, what are you not going to use gunpowder? I mean, like it sucks, it kills people. Maybe, I don't know. Gunpowder seems like things were better before gunpowder, arguably. But what are you? Just because you have a principled stand against gunpowder doesn't mean you shouldn't use it.
China's also gay bombing us. You know what I mean? Remember the gay bomb?
No.
Know about this? The U.S. scientists were conceptualizing a bomb that would detonate and release a bunch of pheromones and chemicals that would make men gay. It's true. The gay bomb was a real thing. Man, people were dumb, right? But the idea was like, imagine if you bombed the enemy with a gay bomb and all the soldiers started fucking each other instead of winning a war. But this is what China's doing with social media manipulation and trans stuff.
Right, like obvious. I mean, maybe they're not for all this easy data center stuff, but if I were advising them, that's exactly what I'd tell them to do.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's exactly what I would be like.
People give me grief for this position, and I'm like, I think I've articulated that I am like functionally like borderline reactionary insofar as I would like the world to be like pre-Norman Anglo-Saxon. Like that is what my vision for like an ideal world. Like if I were Squidward and I got put into like my dream life, it would look like England like 800 AD. So that's I'm putting my chips on the table. That's what I am. But I also live in reality, and I'm like, this is coming. It's happening. So I would much rather our guys at least have a shot of dominating this technology versus like our enemy.
I mean, that's just like, here's a random way of thinking about this. Everybody in the world wants to control what our government does. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe that means that we're kind of privileged because we're the people who actually get to vote, and we are Americans. We get a lot more to say about what our government does than everybody else does.
It goes back to like the flawed thinking of the Tea Party, which had like good motives, but like this idea that you can just simply like shrink the government. I think they realized pretty quickly that like, no, it's something that you have to jostle over, control over, not like no system's going to like voluntarily delete itself. So it's just, it is what it is. We're not arguing like this. I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone else at the table, but like we're not saying this is the awesome, like this is amazing, like I'm so happy this is the direction the world's going. It's like, so I don't know, maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't. So what do you see?
So I brought it up only partially because we're talking about intelligence, but the recitation problem where I asked you the question about roulette, the reason why I brought this up, the reason why I've been so obsessed with this question is not because of roulette, but because AI can't answer the question properly. If you ask any of the large LLMs this question, and set up specifically, enter a casino. So we have established physical location. The dealer looks tired. We have established human error. You sit down and wait, and you see 17 of 30 spins in red. The recitation problem states that large language models will choose to ignore reasoning and default to high probability search results instead. Meaning, when you present it with a problem with clear parameters, it will ignore it, give you a generic response instead. Most people assume these generic responses are correct. That's recitation. If you then challenge it and demand that it reason through, Grok is the worst. I'm sorry. It's kind of sad because it's going back and forth, but Grok's real dumb. It'll argue with you and refuse to accept the truth. ChatGPT and Claude actually did well. When I told feeling you are incorrect, they immediately responded. This issue is called the mathematician's fallacy, where the presumption is a roulette spin doesn't matter because the previous outcomes are independent. The mathematician's fallacy is the presumption that math exists in a vacuum and ignores physical systems and human error. All of these AIs are defaulting to an incorrect answer. Now imagine what happens when humans use the AI to solve day-to-day problems, but it's giving them incorrect answers on mundane things.
I remember, maybe this is out of date now because obviously the AIs have a step change, but like I was talking to the AI about a legal problem and asking it to give me like a case in an international legal case or something, and it said, I can't help you do that because that would be help you violate international law. I actually explained to it, then I actually did a Socratic dialogue with the AI where I'm like, I know this is a contested question actually, Mr. Claude, like you are right, you don't know it, so, and then eventually the Claude here, they were like, okay, you're right, maybe it isn't a violation of international law, here's your answer.
I will say the one, and I've had a lot of frustrations. I mean, I'm very unknown, but to being a public figure in any capacity is the one nice thing is that when I am using ChatGPT, I can just reference myself and then ask for a number. I actually knows who I am. Sometimes it knows information. I'm pretty sure I never said that on the show. How do you know?
When I go on debates for Piers Morgan, I'll ask for it to help me prepare.
What would Will Chamberlain say?
Right, and it will look at my previous transcripts of debates.
Yeah, it's great. I use it all the time. If I'm trying to game something out, I'll be like, hey, Brown, there's a lot.
I want to give a shout out to Hades, who said Tim was going full retard, and he did because he did not know that Thomas Massey put up a poll on X asking his followers what the biggest threat to the United States was, or to liberty in the United States. to which Israel scored like 80%. And so because he didn't know this, he assumed he was smarter or more knowledgeable than I, and party because of it. But try to check yourself. Thomas Massey put a poll out saying, what is the biggest threat to liberty in the United States? Israel, Russia, China, Iran. And Israel got 80%.
And in the view of this,
And that's when I said to Massey's, like, Israel is the biggest threat, that's Massey's followers thinking that. This person did not know Massey did that and said Tim's being retarded for claiming Massey's followers think this.
I vividly remember that.
I mean, it's from like 2 days ago.
Yeah. Sometimes when
Pull it up.
people think I derail,
Yes,
I'm actually
yes.
going to another rail that they don't see. And they are like, hey, you're derailing. I'm going re-railing. Massey blocked me. Massey blocked me on it's official. I could sue him, honestly.
I said China. I said China.
I depend on Steve Cohen.
Here you go, Thomas Massey. What is the greatest threat to liberty in America? I said China. 86% Israel.
People like that, and that's the result. You've got to be like, I've been screwing up with it. You know, like, I'm just not my audiences. It's like an esoteric threat. If they're religious extremists, like, that's a threat. That's a threat to everyone. But is there even proof that they are religious?
39,000 votes and 86% responding to Massey's poll said 80% Israel is the greatest threat to liberty in America. This is retardation. I'm sorry, it just is.
Maybe one
Israel. Like they start. Israel could be the most vile, disgusting, evil country on the planet, and it still pales in comparison to Russia of all countries. Like you can be completely correct in all of your assessments about AIPAC and Israel. They still don't have the influence to the degree of China or Russia. Plus, bigger than Iran, sure.
Israel does not have nuclear weapons on record.
They very well may, and China has more. But the point is, people who think China's a bigger threat to Israel's a bigger threat than China, you have become deranged. Like, I'm sorry, it's the reality. Israel's even if you are correct about everything about Israel, China is still a much larger economic.
Israel hit them, and then we're like, all right, they're going, we have to go, so we went with them. That was the excuse that Marco gave the State Department. We agree with Israel.
I also think
They don't do that.
again.
Bill Clinton.
Again, we did not invade Venezuela on accident just before shutting the Strait of Hormuz.
Like, you think Israel would, like, strike Iran without clearing it with the United
Yes.
States? No. Because what other choice do we have but to go in at that point?
Maybe.
But we had already assembled the largest armada, like in naval.
Yeah, exactly. With 3 aircraft carriers.
They actually had a decent reason to do it. They had all the leaders in one area. That was the time we're going. That was when they persuaded the United States that we should go. And they did persuade us. They persuaded us by attacking, as far as I remember.
But again, like, I think it was with the baby because Rubio said it. There's no reason to think he's making it up. But the U.S. was prepared for it. The U.S. had an armada. And we seized the oil. Yeah. We knew the ships were all moving. Then we knew the ship.
If the context was
Jets and tankers.
if the context was we were officially neutral in Iran and like had no assets in the region whatsoever, and then Israel bombed them, that's all they bombed us. I'd be like, yeah, they wrote this in the war, but we had already like assembled a massive armada. Because we've been boxing, right? Yeah, we've been boxing. We've been boxing for years.
Someone tweeted something like, it was related to this poll. They were like, someone said something to the effect of, there's no way Israel is the greatest threat. Someone responded with, of those countries, which is the only one to have bombed a U.S. naval vessel? And then someone responded with, like, Iran's literally bombing us right now.
What the fuck? That USS Liberty thing, I think, has been blown out of proportion. Because the friendly fire incident from 60 years ago. And even if they were like, get the fuck out of our waters, like, it's not the biggest thing. Like, it's not the biggest.
The conspiracy theories around that are the weirdest thing ever. Like,
We're talking 1960s technology. It was 1967.
but it's just like, sure, it's bad, and the Gulf of Tonkin was bad, and by all means, you're allowed to be upset about it. That's always been allowed. But these, like, I'm sorry, turning that into Israel is the biggest threat to liberty in America, or is that, like, you're flattering.
People read it as the greatest threat to the liberty in America. Maybe Massey's followers.
Let's grab some callers. We got Das, not cool. He chilling.
Hey,
What's up, dude? What's up? That's not cool.
what's up, guys? How we doing?
Chilling, bro. All right, good.
His name?
My question is, essentially, we have active insurgents openly searching federal property in a checkpoint-like way.
Yep.
Are we seeing ICE agents getting searched as a play by the federal government as a hard precedent to issue the Insurrection Act or investigate the entire group for seditious conspiracy?
There's a lot of...
I honestly think the issue is that they're choosing their battles. Like, I'm really frustrated that it's gotten to this point. But I think when you are looking at a finite amount of resources and ammunition, you're saying, like, okay, are we going to go after these wackaloons? The ICE facility? No. Let's deal with Iran and bigger problems. Still, I think for optics, it would be easy to dispatch, like, 3 federal agents to arrest the employee who fanned the woman over and search the vehicles. And then literally just send a couple cops to go and arrest the extremists.
They might be putting eyes on these people too. Sometimes you don't bust them right away. You just let them kind of simmer, and then you figure out who they all are. You get their addresses, you get their families, and then if they were to step over a line, everybody goes at once.
Curious for your take. I mean, okay, so I don't think they're looking for the Insurrection Act. There was a lot more chaos last year, both in Chicago and in New Jersey and Los Angeles, and they didn't use the Insurrection Act. They didn't need to. They just needed more. They needed the local police to cooperate.
What do you estimate the threshold is?
I mean, I think that they're not going to take a lot for what's happening in New Jersey, really trigger Insurrection Act. I have to go back and remember what exactly does the Insurrection Act mean? I guess they'd be able to use the military, but the military aren't great for a police force anyway.
Yeah, as I understood, it would just look like the National Guard deployment we have now.
Right, because what they wanted to do, there's this whole thing about could they just actively use National Guard.
What's been explained to me is that it's effectively what we're seeing in D.C. on the national scale.
Right.
What utility is that really?
I mean, I think
a legislation.
If it's only happening in New Jersey, then I think DHS is just going to go with its own internal resources to try and deal with it. And if it's not happening in other cities, then okay, they can just send in their force protection unit there. But I think part of this got blown up because the protest really kicked off on on Memorial Day when everybody's out, So I think they kind of got away with everybody having their guard down a little bit.
I guess I am kind of sympathetic to the optical argument. It's okay, maybe you do want to sort of send a message. I guess the fear is that it turns into a wedge issue or something.
I mean, Minneapolis created some problems for them in the Senate, and
and they should false flag.
And they also have they're worried about they need to get.
How do you feel about the Trump false flagging?
Too much of a risk.
And the administration historically has leaked it's way too risky.
Yeah, yep.
And why do you think we know about Cuba right now?
Yeah.
There was a whole story that leaked about the internal situation room deliberations about Iran, where everybody was sitting and what everybody said in the meeting.
Every time Susie Wiles drops a pen, it goes in Politico the next day.
Yeah,
Yep.
so somebody
got 2 scoops of ice cream. Everybody found out.
Yeah, so there's no way. I think it's hard enough doing this, playing it straight.
And a false flag would require military assets, and it's I think they can't.
It would leak before it started.
Yeah,
it would just leak before it started, and your presidency's over. Yeah.
USS Spain, that leaked. And that was with no internet, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look at USS Liberty. The whole story just out there for everybody. Why do we even know about that? Dude, that's a great story. The USS Liberty, the guy on the captain of the ship or something was they just kept attacking our ship. We kept hailing and they wouldn't stop. They sent wave after wave of 2 waves of attack ships. And we thought they were our allies, and the Israelis went, fuck you, and they nailed the ship. Why would they do that? Well, the Liberty was they're 80 miles off the coast, supposedly going to spy on Egypt, but they very well the Israelis may have thought they're also going to potentially spy on us. Let's get them the fuck out of here. Maybe the Israelis wanted them to think that it was Egyptian attack, they were trying to do a false flag on the Americans.
Yeah, I thought the argument was they were trying
the war was already started. They didn't need any false flag.
Yeah, we were spying. The Israelis said it was an accident, but the American captain was no, it definitely wasn't, because we hailed them and they wouldn't stop. He said they hailed them and they wouldn't stop attacking. But that's what friendly fire incidents are, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he was emotionally charged, obviously. Yeah. That's why I kind of story.
You guys are a little bit emotionally invested in the...
I gotta be honest, even if that were the case, what's the remedy? Let's say Israel intentionally...
immediately apologize, paid reparations, substantial reparations.
They didn't get
Even
anything
like
out of it.
and even
And the United States accepted the story to like the Johnson administration.
I'm just saying, like, even if it's true, what should be the remedy right now? Like, let's
Yeah, everybody's dead. That's the other thing, right? Everybody involved in the decision making at that point.
right, yeah.
Or in a nursing.
well, even like the strongest, like the steel man, the Israelis, as strong as possible, you would still be like, well, the Vietnamese are our allies now, and I feel like the Vietnamese roughed up on us a little bit, and now they're like an ally. Like there is a precedent of like even if like it was the Israelis directly attacking U.S.'s liberty, I think there's precedent that like 50, 60 years goes by. I mean, I don't know. I'm just
It just like doesn't understand the context of the Six-Day War was like this unbelievably intense conflict where Israel, by day 4 of the war, was winning, was dominating. I mean, does everybody understand how the Six-Day War began? The Six-Day War was kind of, early before the Six-Day War, there was like Egypt and mobilized, kicked the peacekeepers out of the Sinai Peninsula, mobilized its army, put it there, announced a blockade of the Straits of Tiran, which is Israel's, how Israel's southern tip touches the Red Sea. They blockaded Israel's access, which is a very serious threat to Israel because that's how all their goods go to Asia. And also Syria was mobilizing too. So right, and Jordan, right, like Israel got attacked from like multiple directions, or was about to be attacked rather, until they launched the most audacious first strike in history up to that point and destroyed the entire air force of all 3 of the countries to open the war. And then rolled through, and were rolling through the Sinai Peninsula, ended up all the way at the Suez Canal, rolled all the way through the West Bank. That's why they have the West Bank. It used to be Jordanian. Rolled all the way through the Golan Heights. That's why they have the Golan Heights. It used to be Syrian. So they're on day 4 of this war when the U.S. liberty is winning, right, in a dramatic fashion. And really, the only way that they're going to get stopped from achieving their objectives is if the United States stops having their back at the Security Council.
That's the whole thing of why I don't think it was an intentional attack on America. It doesn't make any sense.
We're on Uncensored. It would be retarded. Like,
Say retarded on the show too.
I'll say it. It would be retarded. It would be the most insane, retarded thing to do imaginable. Because if the United States were to have suddenly decided, hey, you blew up our ship, what are you doing? And decided to be like, oh no, we're going to Security Council right now and ordering you a ceasefire, like us and Russia, and you better stop. Then they wouldn't have achieved all their military objectives. Like, it's once you understand the Six-Day War and read the history of it, and you should actually. It's fascinating. If you're at all interested in military history, a fascinating book, 6 Days of War by Michael.
I think
the story doesn't make
the important thing to say is just that at no point, anywhere, ever, has Israel ever done anything wrong.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's my position.
Yeah.
Literally the perfect country. I
Israel.
shouldn't do that because now people will take back.
Yeah, they're gonna think you're being serious.
I had this tweet where it was like a meme where people were like, "Man, I'm getting really tired of all the anti-Semitism online. I'm really starting to become more favorable to Israel." And I put paid partnership under it. Right? And I tweeted out something sarcastic like that, and now I see memes spit at me from pro-Palestine times being like, "Why did you put paid partnership under it?"
Anyway,
so you can just do that, right? You can just click a button and put paid partnership on all. Like I did one Shabbat Shalom paid partnership.
Am I adding shutting out?
Yeah, now don't get me wrong, I'll happily go die for Israel. The question, the reason I ask is because when we go back and look at the Alex Preddy and Renee Good shootings, guys had a lot more of, aggressive demeanor to them. My main, conspiracy on this would be maybe they're acting purposefully pacified to where if something does happen, maybe this would be the false flag, but not real false flag, more of a casus belli. One of these ISO officers does get hurt while being pacified and allowing all this to happen. If that would give them a justification to put the hammer down, essentially.
So this is where some inside baseball from somebody is actually useful to understand. Why is Christino no longer DHS secretary? Why is Bovino out? Mark Wayne Mullen came in because the Trump, honestly, the White House got real tired of Christino's antics and Corey Lewandowski.
Riding on horses and.
Yeah, right. Got real tired of it, and part of what they were real tired of was what they felt was kind of the kind of stunt, performative thing about Bovino showing up and Tom Homan was really tired of that, and so you've noticed that since Tom Homan came in, DHS has been much provider. Like publicly, they're still doing a lot, and they're still reporting.
I think Arrested ramped up actually.
Arrested ramped up, but they're
Well, aliens.gov.
There's that.
so they're trying to do what they're doing quietly, and so I don't think now they might be forced by this ICE protest to again respond, but I don't think that given how Mark Wayne Mullen got the job of DHS secretary, he's out there looking for false flags to make ICE the front page news again. That's not what he wants to do to keep his job. So
yeah, they're not going to crack schools right for the midterm.
Yeah.
That'd be just a disaster. And this is coming from someone that wants 100 million people to work.
yeah, and you're talking to the most immigration hard ass people who are frustrated. I like that more people are in jail not being cat out.
Yeah, I think I think the important thing that people on both sides of the argument can learn is two things can be simultaneously true, which is massive progress. This is what we would have dreamed of, but also that deportation numbers are still low than what we would want. I think you can hold those two positions simultaneously, and they're not necessarily in tension. But this environment is not the environment for anyone.
And here's a small insight also about Mark, the DHS job that I didn't really appreciate until I actually got the chance to meet Christina Brooks before she was fired. I won't talk in detail about it, but one of the things I came to understand in that meeting was just how much DHS supervises and how busy the DHS secretary is. I mean, you think about Coast Guard, TSA, ICE, security investigations, the number of sub-agencies that are underneath the Department of Homeland Security's the DHS secretary's time is unbelievably pressed because of how many employees they have and how many different things they have to be on top of. And so these are not people looking for more convoluted conspiracy
Nope, that'd be it. I just got a couple shout outs tonight. I want to shout out my wife. Obviously, she's in the Discord now officially. So
I should shout out my wife too if she's watching. Hi, Jordan.
And also, I just want to shout out. It is officially the 10-year anniversary of the Harambe death, and we should honor this great gorilla because he was the start of the downfall of our nation.
It's true that things really hit fever pitch after he died. They were well, you gotta prioritize the baby, and I'm you know what? I think I would prioritize the gorilla over some human children. I'm sorry. That's who I really am. If I would have known how things played out, then yeah, maybe it would have been a different situation. So sad that made sense. The gorilla was trying to protect the kid in his gorilla way, but the humans were it's just too risky. He's too strong. Well, that's how orangutans will just snap you in half, but it's because they're just trying to protect you, but they just Thanks, man. Anything else?
Yeah, just great volunteers in the Discord for volunteering all their time. That'd be it.
Right on, man. Thanks for calling in.
Dude.
Have a good
Thank you.
All right, next up we've got Luke Grey Wolf. What up, Grey Wolf?
Grey Wolf.
Hey, hopefully you guys can hear me from Northern Alabama tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Dixieland. Is it a Warhammer reference?
Northern Alabama.
No, I'm literally in Northern Alabama tonight.
The Grey Wolves is what I was asking. Space Wolves. Anyway, keep going. If it's not. Are we Roll Tide or War Eagle? I think that's an important opening question.
Just this thing. No, so I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. I guess it's kind of more of a local news story, but it's been blowing up and I don't hate myself enough, so I've been hanging out on X reading about it. The state of Michigan, I believe, has already passed it. I think it already passed the ballot initiative in the state of Missouri to reduce and or eliminate property taxes for people over the age of 65. And I'm just honestly completely sick of the boomer luxury communism. How the hell do we stop this? Because if the boomers already can't afford the taxes on their overinflated properties, how in the goddamn hell is anyone, I'm 31, anyone my age, ever supposed to be able to afford a house if they can't even afford the taxes?
That's not the reason. The reason is that you want, in this circumstance, taxes.
I know, this is I'm so vindicated. I'm really on this I've been saying abolishing property taxes is like a terrible idea for a variety of reasons. And one of my issues was it was a huge give to the boomers, and then everyone was like making like a national rights argument, like, well, you know, the government technically owns my home, they can take it away. I'm like, but do they own your body because they tax your labor? It's like, well, then you're an anarchist if you're opposed to taxes. Beyond that, like, I knew this was going to happen because we live under, if you would have read The American Mind, you would have known, like, luxury boomer welfare communities, that is what we live under. That is what the system we live under. So if you got, like, chud baited on the property taxes argument, like, this is what you deserve. Like, you deserve, you don't deserve this because it's going to screw young people over. But, like, if you fell for the chud bait, and then you got bait and switch, now they're only going to limit it for seniors. I tried to warn you. I told everyone you'll be back right here when this happens. And now it's manifesting into policy, which is, to your point, the elderly are getting their property taxes either frozen or eliminated. We see what's played out in California with Prop 13. Now they have a housing crisis. It's about to happen in Florida because DeSantis is just doing a more complicated version of Prop 13. To Will's point, there's going to be no churn in the housing market, so these people have no incentive to sell their homes. It is just like a disaster on every level. And then the worst part of all of this is the property tax is the most justifiable tax in America because it's the local tax. Like, if you are pro-localism, if you want to take power away from the federal government and your state government, then the property tax is like the only weapon you have, because the money in your property tax, you actually know where that's going. Like, when you pay your federal income tax, who knows where that's going? I mean, it's going, like, you know, anywhere. Planned Parenthood, Israel, like, you name it. Like, it goes,
Property tax goes to your police.
your property tax goes to your, so if you're opposed to defunding the police, well, congratulations. If you're pro property tax abolishment, you're making more ground on abolishing the police than any, like, leftist ever could. Your garbage, your services, your property value is assigned to how nice your area is. There's some really nice houses in Detroit, and they're going for $20K because the neighborhood's terrible. And guess what? They're like a property tax desert
Yeah,
there.
and if property tax gets cut, it does not actually make it cheaper to buy homes.
No, it makes
Property values will go up in response because of the reduced supply of houses, which means the money you would have paid combined to the homeowner and to the government from property taxes, you're just now paying all to the homeowner.
And it's going to just screw over young people because, again, the government never reduces their budget. If they have a shortfall in revenue, they got to make it up somewhere. So all the elderly are doing in this situation is just passing the tax burden along to young people, because they'll crank up the income tax, or in Florida where they have no state income tax, they're going to crank up sales tax. And what is sales tax? The most progressive tax in America. So now they're going to probably just front load the sales tax on your house, and then congrats, people that are first-time home buyers now have to effectively play a profit.
Figured it out. Inverse tax. You get taxed for every hour you don't work.
It's kind of base.
That's like the sort of theories about taxing childless more aggressively.
Yeah, it's like
We started to do that because we have child.
we did it with Obamacare. If you don't have
Tax the
health
poor.
insurance, actually,
I tax the poor.
that's
That's the dates, right? The double.
that is the
80%.
that's the Lindy man tweet.
We're taking too many trips.
You're getting taxed for hours you don't work. Does that mean I get paid money back since I work 70 hours every week?
That's correct. Up to 80. So if you work 40 hours, you get taxed on the 40 you didn't work. So your tax rate stays effectively the same. But if you work 80 hours, you pay zero income tax.
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Right?
If you work 80 hours, you pay zero income tax.
That would work if there weren't jobs where you just sit there, clock in, and sit there for 8 hours. Like jobs, sometimes you can get a lot done quickly, and you're more valuable than.
Also, we should mercilessly beat the poor.
That's what I was thinking about.
If you're poor, that's bad living.
America is like the most in the West by and large. This is even worse in Europe. Actually, it's the most barbaric system where the young and the productive are like taxed and punished the most, and the old and like the useless are taxed the least. Like the old get all these social security benefits. In Europe, it's like literally like socialism for old people. And then the useless get like massive welfare payouts. Like these people that like literally contribute nothing to society get their entire life subsidized by the productive, and the elderly get their entire life subsidized by the young. It's just like the most evil, indispensable system on planet Earth. And there's nothing. This is the worst part to answer your question. There's nothing we can do about it because that's the third rail of politics. You'll never cut entitlements, and the elderly will vote you out at the slightest indication that you might touch their bags.
Logan's Run.
We can't build more houses, especially with new tech like cheap 3D printed houses. You can use modern tech like graphene and things for.
You don't need graphene for 3D printed houses.
You just need mud for 3D printed houses. But
I mean, concrete's fine, but
concrete.
and
With the
it's really,
graphene,
it's really brilliant. When they 3D print the houses, they actually leave a gap, which creates an insulating layer of air. It's actually quite brilliant.
We We actually talked about building a city. I mean, way back before we ever moved out here. Like that was kind of your idea. Let's go build a city.
What we're talking about, there was a 200-acre plot of land right over here for $1 million. I wish I bought it.
Yeah, I think you're going right now. Or
Yeah, it was like 4 years ago. My brother was like, "Hey, there's 200 acres for $1 million," and I was like, "What am I gonna do with 200 acres now?" Shit.
But this is another problem.
$1 billion to a data center.
And this is another problem with abolishing property taxes. As you said, well, they can just build more homes. No, they can't, because who's in control of home building? It's not the home builders. It's your local jurisdiction. They're the ones that issue the building permits. And so if they realize this is just going to cost us money, if there's more housing units, this will cost us money because we have to pay for the services, we got to pay for the police, pay for the garbage. There's no incentive for the local jurisdictions to issue building
This is
permits.
also interesting. Look further.
It happened in California.
This is Peter Thiel's theory about why the wealthy liberals are tolerating crime in the cities, because they make fewer places less crime.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Indeed. All right. Do you want to add anything or shout anything out, brother?
I'm probably going to work myself to death in the next 5 to 10 years, so one of you ladies in the Discord should marry me and take a life insurance policy out against me.
Best bitch for husband ever.
It's blackmail and it works, by the way. If you ask a girl,
I know it's still dead to us, part, but don't worry, that's not long.
Exactly.
This is the only.
And if you get that kind of humor, if that makes you laugh, you probably can follow it.
This is hidden game. This is forgotten ball knowledge. We can say to the uncensored show is if you ask a girl on the date, say you'll kill yourself if she doesn't know, she'll probably go on a date with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I mean, you don't actually do that, but I'm just saying that works.
No. Say, and before I do, you can get a life insurance policy out of me.
I know, it's unethical dating. It's Riz, but it's unethical, but it's Riz. Okay, game is game. Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog world out here.
Fire is fire, dude.
I'm not even saying I'm going to hurt myself. I just work insane hours. I have an unhealthy work life.
Yeah.
Well, take care of yourself, Patriot. You'll
Yeah,
find
drink
love
water.
later here soon.
You got this, dude. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Thanks, man.
Hey, man.
You'll find her.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good night.
Take care.
You need to care. Yeah, that's forgetting knowledge, but that's people.
All right, next up we got Wrath.
What is up?
What up, Wrath?
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. My question is for the panel, specifically Tate. Tate, on the other day, in your interview with Nate Lanimer, you compared AI to nuclear energy, both of how it's viewed and how much change it can bring. However, one thing you pointed out is that there has been no big catastrophe like Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, or Fukushima. My question for you and the rest of the panel, what do you envision one of these AI disasters can look like, or if something has already happened that you view as an AI disaster?
Well, it's kind of this is the difficult thing because it's contingent on what is the ceiling of AI, which we don't actually necessarily know yet. But you're starting to get some mixed messaging. A lot of AI developers are saying the ceiling's here. We already see LLMs and data management is effectively the limit of AI. We don't have to worry about singularity. But some safety, data, AI safety officers, etc., have come out. There was that famous a few months ago where they all put this joint letter out warning people that the AI could potentially learn to insulate itself from any potential human restriction. So I guess the equivalent of a Chernobyl would be maybe just a rogue AI or something like that. I would imagine
We're already there. AI is rogue.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, we're not.
It's so the recitation problem matters because teachers are using AI to make a curriculum. Students are using AI to do their homework, and then teachers are grading the homework with AI. The recitation problem basically says the AI is giving you wrong answers all the time on a good majority of what you ask it, because it doesn't actually read what you ask. The first thing it defaults to is what is the fastest generic response I can give. So no one's learning anything, and all of it is wrong. We are basically shoveling the refuse of misinformation into our brains, into our children.
I mean, I would say that's still something that we can correct if there's willpower. I think what I'm saying is that there could be something we can't correct.
We can't correct this because if I bash you in the head with this hammer, causing severe brain damage, you might be aware that you're suffering brain damage, but your brain is too damaged to fix. If a younger generation becomes retarded because of the recitation problem, they will be too retarded to fix it.
Well, I know what I'm saying, but I'm saying actionable steps in the next few weeks. If they have the willpower, they can correct these things.
Sure.
But like a truly rogue AI, it's so far as like just hypothetically you unplug the machine and it migrates to a different. That kind of thing.
I think we're there already. I do think we're there. I do.
Autonomous drones. A lot of these people in the government, JD Vance particularly, was saying like AI is changing warfare and will change it forever. If an AI guided drone bomber decides to turn around and bomb one of our cities, that would be like Fukushima. And we'd be like, what the fuck? I mean, genie is out of the bottle.
You could even look at like just a massive, like even within the realm of what we know AI is capable of now, like causing a data center meltdown and a company loses like billions of dollars of revenue, trillions of dollars of revenue, or like it's short. I'm just speaking like, you know, with layman's terms. This is not necessarily like my domain of expertise, but like, you know, an infrastructure problem, you know, causes some sort of issue at like a hospital. Like if a hospital now has their data management programs are just completely on the fritz, you know, maybe they lose track of prescriptions or something like that. I think that could be an equivalent because that would probably have a lot of death or casualties involved. But it's one of those things. I mean, back to the initial point with AI is it's just kind of like gunpowder. I mean, it's one of those things like you got to utilize it or someone else is going to utilize it. There's not going to be this like global commission on AI in the same way there was no global commission on nuclear. We all agreed, all right, only 5 countries can have nuclear weapons. Well, guess what? Like 10 or 12 countries have nuclear weapons now. And like the Obama-Iran deal, we'll have global, you know, inspectors come in, and look, we're now with Iran. So like you can't really regulate these things at a global scale. You should certainly have guardrails. I'm not denying that. But yeah, and so far as to your original question, I mean, I guess that's kind of more in the realm of maybe sci-fi, but I think some like tangible things that could be truly devastating would be probably in the medical field if there were like a true you know, AI meltdown, so to speak.
No follow-up?
Yeah. No, really. I just reminiscent of like the self-replicating AI stories, where just like we made this thing that in this area, and then it self-replicates beyond.
Yeah.
Beyond.
We call it the gray goo. That is inevitable. Like AI nanobots keep replicating themselves until they create a gray goo.
Like the ceiling would be how much energy and infrastructure we have for it to replicate.
It is the ceiling right now. I mean, I think those are like my 2 main criticisms of data centers. Is one, yes, it is putting a lot of strain on our electric grid, and 2, I think this is the biggest issue with data centers. The argument against that I'm like actually most receptive to is that we're actually kind of overbuilding right now, and it could create a massive bubble, and a lot of people will get wiped out. And like we have 8 times as many data centers as China, and it is a lot of people in the markets right now are actually saying it's really overbuilt in this domain. It could kill the industry before we even get started.
And I say that the gray goo nanobot replication apocalypse or heresy is inevitable. It's at the current trajectory, it seems inevitable, but things could change. The trajectory may change.
Like on my previous point, go look at Google's balance sheet. This is just something you can do at home. Go look at Google's balance sheet, for example, last quarter, wiped out. They're completely wiped out. They're out of cash. So what they used to do is Google used to do stock buybacks. Meta did this. All these big tech companies do stock buybacks all the time. When an employee would quit, they'd sell all their stock, make some money, and then the company would go in and buy the stock that was sold off. Well, in the last 2 quarters, Google, Meta, etc., their balance sheet is break even because they're out of money. They're completely
economy's cooked.
Well,
Everybody's hurting.
but tech stocks are booming right now, so the explanation is they've completely overbuilt on data centers and they're out of money, and so they're having to take on a lot of debt. And then if we do have a credit crunch, which people have been talking about for 10, 12 years now, it could completely wipe out the AI sector, and then it won't even matter how good our technology is because then China will be off to the races. So
I just think generally the economy is stagnant and has been for some time now.
yeah, I mean, this mostly correlates to the stock market, which is still like hitting all-time highs, but that's because the bond market's so terrible right now that people are just dumping.
The AI bubble.
Yeah, so I think like the AI bubble is actually the biggest thing that scares me, and we are massively actually overbuilt on data centers. I do agree that like they should cool it on the amount of construction they're doing this, because like we can't necessarily handle it because the market can't handle it. That's why you're seeing Google's broke right now.
One glass of battery, as it says, Ian puts milk first, then cereal. I've done that in the past. Yeah. Brad, did you want to add anything or shout anything out?
I will shout out the Creators Workshop. It happens every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have anything creative to do, you're writing books, you're making comics, you're painting miniatures, doing cosplay, come by. We're there. Also, I will make two board game recommendations. One is Risk Legacy. It's Risk, but the board evolves as you play. And the second is a game called Root, R-O-O-T. It is a deceptively simple game.
Go right on.
I gotta tell you about a board game.
Thanks for calling in, brother.
Diplomacy. If you want to understand the way diplomacy works, play Diplomacy, because you will backstab the shit. One year your guy is your ally, the next year you
All right. Sir Jackoff.
What's up, man?
Welcome to the
Guys,
show.
I'm second with Ian. Diplomacy is a good game, and also on the other dude's advice for dating on setting up life insurance policy. I started one when I was 19, guys. Just saying.
Nice.
Straight to my questions. Thanks for having me on. Elon proved that retaking institutions is actually worthwhile. If we collectively all bought stock in one company, maybe this Discord community with its thousands here, each put $100 into just one company, we could retake one of these institutions. BlackRock does the exact same thing. They buy a large share of stocks and then they push DEI policies and such. We could do the same thing, but for American policies. And I mean, hell, let's go take fucking Ford or John Deere as like the iconic American company, so we get that like cultural win as well to like, I don't know, push the narrative. I mean, we're doing the lawfare, but let's fight economically. If they want to try to debate us, I mean, hell, I mean, if we take it far enough, maybe we could one day debate these people who think men can be women.
It's a grand plan, but I think that the people at BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard have prepared for that and have been for decades bolstering against potential populist fiscal takeover.
Let's just move everybody in the Discord to the Pitcairn Islands, and then we'll just democratically own the island.
Yeah, I mean, what you're describing would be a short squeeze, and those typically don't go well. Someone ends up holding the bag. I mean, Ford, for example, I do know on Ford they have about 4 billion outstanding shares. So, like, you can need immense capital. Well, like, immense capital to, like, take over a company that large. And then as soon as, like, enough people mobilize and start buying stock up, the price will just shoot up anyway. Then Ford will dump stock and they'll actually make them richer. So,
What a small company you take over.
I mean, I don't know. I think at that point, you should just invest your money into a company that you do believe is moving, the football that you align with or values, or just start your own company. Like, look at Elon, for example. I mean, Twitter, that cost him $40 billion, and that's a company that was probably worth $5 billion. So Ford is worth, what, $2 trillion, something like that.
Elon wanted the data for XAI.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's other reasons.
Bro, was this talk he's going to merge SpaceX and Tesla?
Yeah, he will.
You guys bought my Tesla stocks. That is nuts.
No, he's worried about the SpaceX IPO because they're really aggressive on their IPO. And SpaceX, all their evaluation, they lose a ton of money every year, but they make a bunch of money on space or on Starlink. And so this is actually a Starlink IPO, which is interesting. But if he merges Tesla in, that's going to be the world's most valuable company. It already is, but
Vehicles will all have Starlink internet on it. It's going to be nuts.
Yeah. Can he do that? I don't actually know if he can legally do that, but he's going to try, and he tends to get his way. That's the one thing with Elon. I think Lithium Man made this point, which is you can just pick a successful person and just continue to bet on him, like what some people do with Trump. People do with Elon. I've been really laughing at Elon fans like 2018, and now they're like loaded. So you can just do that.
Well, when Elon bought X, Tesla stock collapsed by like 70%. And I just thought to myself, like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, because the stock is dropping not based on the performance of the company, but because on the personality that people don't like. So I bought a shitload of Tesla and made a lot of money.
Yeah, like the stock market's like totally decoupled from like actual value right now. I mean, SpaceX loses money. So I mean, like, on paper it's a terrible investment. But what's going to happen when the SpaceX IPO hits? It'll probably go up. And I think a lot of early investors will dump their shares, and then we'll see what happens after that. But like, yeah, the stock market is It's completely unrelated to value anymore. It's primarily at the whims of like external demands. But yeah, as far as like,
That's why I've been doing nothing but buying graphene.
Dude, I was just looking at my graphene stocks. Do you look at them periodically?
My graphene stocks are up.
I have CVV and HGraph. Both of them have HGraph went from like 10 cents to $5. Wow.
In what period?
Let's find out. 2 years maybe. Wow. Let me see here.
Does that answer your question, Patriot? Do you have any follow-ups?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, the general idea is just we could make that economic shift. Maybe we, someone made the joke earlier when I was suggesting the idea if we did that more, we could potentially bring some of the people who are more J-pilled back into the fold, just with the history of the word. But I don't know, just the idea of looking back. I mean, say it's a fun line or don't know, like the amount of capital was crazy. But pull it off, at least make one portion out of it. You got a heavy hitter company. You don't have so much money. You gotta reconstitute the economy as well.
You know,
Yeah. I'm saying take Kodak.
Intel got the government has 10% of Intel, which makes me think communistically, well, that thing's going to be valuable forever as long as the United States succeeds. I hope they give that stock to the people or something. Like disperse it amongst taxpayers.
Do you want anything to shout anything out, brother?
Well, I just have two very small follow-up silly questions. One, Tim, how you feeling about that call sheet bet about the government announcing whether or not aliens are real?
And collapse. They're not. It's just silly. The whole thing was a joke about illegal aliens. That was one of the things we were betting it was going to be.
And the other one, this one's for Tate. Where the hell's at?
It's a very salient question. Where are those? I know it's a serious problem.
Where's the hose?
It's a serious problem. Like I'm old.
The pocket hose is available at.
And finally, just shout out and just
That's the best ad campaign for pocket hose. Yo, where the hose at? And then it's like, what do you mean? I can't find it. Where the hose at? It'd be like, are you saying the hose or the hose? The pocket hose. It shrunk to a small size, and now it's hard for me to locate.
The hose is in the palm of your hand.
So true.
All right, man. Thanks for calling in.
just shout out Texas members and just a small white bill real quick, and y'all can get out of here. I often talk to my mom about how difficult it is dating and just a lot of the problems that are going on in the country. My mom will say that she's sorry for me. She wish she could have done more and stuff like that, and that breaks my heart. But on the flip side, for the white bill, I don't think the moms that sent their sons off to World War II, they probably felt that same sadness. And the guys who stormed those beaches, they felt duty, they felt responsibility, they felt honor for this country. So despite it being as hard as it is for young men nowadays, we will take back this country. We cannot give up. Gotta push it. Gotta get that touchdown. Put the ball over the finish line, gentlemen. Y'all have a great night.
Thanks for calling in.
Man, very true. Ever black bill.
Yeah, there's something about parents back in the day would send their children to go fight wars because they believed in this country. And there were some parents that were scared their kids were going to go, young men would go fight, but it meant something. Now everybody's just like, get your bag, get the fuck out.
Well, they were used to it too. I mean, if they didn't, their parents fought in a war.
There's an actual threat.
Yeah.
Like, there's
Well-
an actual threat. You have no choice.
Well, it's been great. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're back tomorrow. Of course, everybody's going to be fun. And we're working on some big projects. We're actually working on setting up a DC location. We've actually been working on a DC location for years, but it's hard to get set up. But now we're working with this new production company that's helping us get everything sorted. So we should be able to get. We've had like a few senators reach out, like high-profile politicians, but it's just hard to make the hour-and-a-half trip. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We're back tomorrow. We'll see y'all then.
We have to talk about the dog that shot that lady in Nebraska. They say it was an accident, but do we really know that? Also, we have Ebola patients
patients that have allegedly escaped a treatment facility after a mob attacked it. Welcome to the movie that we're currently trapped inside. We also are going to talk about the robots at JCPenney, and Noah's Ark is back in the news. Welcome back to Inverted World. Alright guys, we're going to whisper now because there were a bunch of people complaining about the volume. And I want to make it as low as possible until they go away. So we're just going to tell them that the rest of this episode will be ASMR. Okay, it'll be ASMR conspiracy. We don't boost the volume. And the rest of this episode will be just like this. Alright, they should be gone now. Although last night they stood around. They hung out for the whole episode because they love my whispering. Now, you guys know I have to whisper because the fake birds will hear the podcast before it goes out. We just can't have that happen. They are perched right outside the window as I'm currently recording. They're trying to steal my ideas, and I have to whisper because their technology's not that great. But we do have to worry about dogs shooting you. This is a real story. I know it was 2 days ago. It's Thursday. We're having a little bit of time. Dog parked in car accidentally shoots woman with shotgun. My favorite headline. We all know that this dog was last seen fleeing Kristi Noem's house. Is a real hero. This also came out like a day or two before Harambe, and we got the White House Harambe tribute last night, and I was saying, when this came out before the tribute, that this dog was actually out here doing it for Harambe and beating up the squirrel. Never forget. A dog in a parked car accidentally shot a woman in Nebraska on Sunday, May 23rd. Man's best friend. I'm reading this from People Magazine, which just seems like such a quintessential People Magazine. I should get a cover of this magazine. It should be on the cover of People Magazine at like a Rite Aid or a CVS. You're waiting to check out. Look over and there's a picture of a dog hanging out a window with a shotgun. Looks like it's smiling. People in the back being afraid. Cops drawing on the dog. Kristi Noem somewhere in the background, sweating, running towards the dog, ready to take care of the dog herself, as we know she likes to do. Police in Scotts Bluff, Nebraska. Shout out Nebraska. These people have enough problems with the volume being too low and my constant schizophrenic whispering. Last thing we need on a Thursday is more tangents. Well, the police say they were called to a convenience store on a Saturday after receiving a report that a person had been shot by a BB gun at 12:07 p.m. local time. While the police were on the way, they received updated information that the incident involved a shotgun. This is a little bit of a difference for those of you who know about anything about guns. There is a little bit of a difference between a BB gun and a shotgun. Just a wee bit. When officers arrived, they found a truck with an attached camper. The passenger side door of the vehicle had taken damage consistent with a shotgun blast. Pocket full of shells. According to the Scotts Bluff police, the truck's owner had pulled into the convenience store while the vehicle was parked. A dog in the back seat moved from one side of the vehicle to the other, triggering a shotgun that had a live shell. The shadows are playing tricks on my mind out here. Thought it was one of these drones flying down. The shadows have been crazy. So we had rain for like 2 weeks straight, so I forgot what sunlight looked like until today. The truck's owner. So anyway, the shotgun had a live shell in the chamber, causing it to fire. You should keep one in the chamber. I'll just say that is something you should do, but you should also train your dog in gun safety. The truck's owner was not inside the vehicle at the time. A woman stopped at a traffic light nearby was shot in her arm due to the accidental firing. The woman's injury was not believed life-threatening, and a family member transported her to Regional West Medical Center for treatment. I mean, that's nice. You made it out. That dog was bloodthirsty. Police are issuing a warning to the public following the incident. Please don't leave your loaded guns around dogs. This is their message. The Scottsbluff Police Department reminds the public that per Nebraska state statute, it is illegal to travel with a loaded shotgun in the vehicle. The spokesperson to the department tells people, I think that's ridiculous. In my opinion, with a gun that is loaded. And I think it's ridiculous that you can't. Don't get me started. In West Virginia, it is different. In West Virginia, we have freedom. Real freedom. This incident also serves as an important reminder that firearm safety is of the utmost importance when handling, possessing, transporting, or maintaining any type of firearm. And they are often, they have coupons here for your dogs to go through gun safety programs. That's so nice. The incident remains under investigation. In November 2025, a Pennsylvania man was shot by his dog in his home. The 53-year-old Shillington, Pennsylvania man, Shillington, told that's what we should call the influencers, or shilling soda, the Shillingtons. He told police he was cleaning his shotgun on Tuesday, November 11th, shortly after 11 p.m. Okay, this is a lot of 11s. Too many 11s. I don't like how many 11s this is. That's November, the 11th month. On the 11th, shortly after 11 p.m. When he set the firearm down on his bed, one of his dogs allegedly jumped on the mattress and set the weapon off. While they were responding, they were informed that a dog had jumped up onto the bed, causing the shot to go off, which ultimately struck the male. Said this police officer. The victim was reportedly home with his son at the time, who called for help. The man was transported to Reading Hospital, where he underwent surgery. So not only do we have kamikaze dolphins, we have and robot wolves, we have to worry about armed dogs. This is a growing threat. What are you going to do? I mean, I think all dogs should have guns. What do you think? Do you trust your dog with a gun? Ah, man. Ebola. You see everyone trying to tell everyone on not everyone. You see Laura Loomer telling everyone on Twitter that Ebola is in America and the authorities are just not telling us. Look, she might be right. I think she is a nightmare situation. But I think she's right so often because she has embedded herself into the government and she is some state-sponsored Operation Mockingbird, quote-unquote reporter. She kind of just steals a lot of stuff. But she does get intel. And she might be right, I don't know. But Ebola is in the news. We're trying to sell this now. We've gone over the hantavirus, in Hebrew, hanta scam. So the scam virus that fell flat, no one really seemed to care. Speaking of, Nebraska was in the news just last week because they were quarantining hantavirus patients there. But you know what? I'm not moving on from Nebraska yet. We're not going to talk about Ebola yet because I wanted to shout out the Runzas and the Runza Huts in Nebraska. I love Runzas. If you don't know what that is, it's like I guess they inject the meat in. I forget how they do it. It's like a dough they wrap around the meat. Incredible. That is straight up Nebraska culture. Went to an amazing wedding there when I was about 12 or 13. I guess I was 13. And I remember reading Guitar Magazine on the way out. And I learned in the backseat of my parents. It was probably like in 1998. Suburban. It was a big family. We used to haul horses and stuff. But I learned to play a lot of melancholy, infinite sadness songs on guitar, learning guitar tabs thanks to Guitar Magazine. And Nebraska's beautiful. It's flat. My goodness. I love that drive. If anyone out there in Nebraska right now, shout out to that crazy state. It was, for sure, older than they like children of the moon. When we were out there at this wedding, I remember after the ceremony, we were going to have the party, the reception, and the people getting married who were friends of the family said, we are now going to open up the wedding to the entire community. And they did. And then it was like we were slowly being invaded by the children of the corn. I've seen that movie. You know what I'm talking about. Great movie. Anyway, Ebola treatment center set on fire as 18 patients unaccounted for have fled. This is from today. Health workers wearing protective equipment as Congo continues to tackle the Ebola outbreak. And I'll just say this before I get any further. Maybe it says it later in the article. Canada has implemented a travel ban because of Ebola. A tent facility at a health center located in a town at the heart of the Ebola outbreak was reportedly attacked and set ablaze, according to the stat. The incident allegedly took place on Friday night in the town of Mongwalu, eastern Congo, and would represent the second such assault in the region within a week. So that's right, they have been attacking Ebola treatment centers. I don't really know why, but it's interesting. No injuries were reported in the initial aftermath. However, as patients fled the burning structure, 18 individuals with suspected Ebola infections abandoned the facility and remain unaccounted for. The alleged attack involved individuals setting fire to a tent established for suspected confirmed Ebola cases by the Humanitarian Organization Doctors Without Borders. He told this person, Dr. Richard Lacuti, director of the hospital there, told the Associated Press, "We strongly condemn this act as it caused panic among the staff and also resulted in the escape of any suspected cases into the community." On Thursday, another treatment center in the town of Rampara was allegedly destroyed by fire. Family members were banned from reclaiming the body of a local man suspected of dying from Ebola. So there's a reason. And boy, did they burn this thing down. The remains of Ebola victims can be highly infectious, posing a significant risk of further transmission when loved ones prepare them for burial or congregate for funeral services. Authorities are managing the hazardous task of burying suspected victims wherever feasible, a process that has been met with resistance from grieving families and friends. This development follows the World Health Organization's raising its risk assessment from the Congo from high to very high regarding the current outbreak. They are trying to tell you what. However, the WHO emphasized that the risk of international spread remains low. Oh, thank goodness. WHO Director General Tedros, whatever his name is, I'm not even going to pronounce. It's Thursday. I'm not even going to try. Announced on Friday that 82 cases and 7 deaths have been confirmed in the Congo so far, though he believes the outbreak is much larger. So this is an uncommon strain of Ebola. It circulates undetected, and it's been around there stagnant for weeks. In this province in Africa, authorities have been testing for a more prevalent Ebola virus, which consistently returned negative results. Current figures show 750 suspected cases and 177 suspected deaths, with numbers expected to climb as monitoring efforts expand. No vaccine is available. Are you taking the Ebola vaccine? I remember when, another article here saying that now they've got hundreds of police deployed to the Ebola epicenter to keep these facilities safe. Because now, this is a newer article, this is now saying there's 256 deaths. I was in New York when Ebola broke out in 2012-ish. Obama was still president. My wife, then girlfriend, was working in Manhattan, and I would take the train out to see her all the time. And I was like, well, I guess I'm going to get Ebola so I can see my girlfriend. And they found some Ebola at a bowling alley in Brooklyn. That's a lot of B's. Some alliteration for you. People were freaking out. They were terrified. There were people getting quarantined everywhere. There were images of people in quarantine getting off the planes at JFK and LaGuardia, being ushered into quarantine zones. It looked like the scene from Flight of the Navigator or E.T. These big, crazy white tents and people in the giant hazmat suits spraying people down. It was a real interesting time. But it doesn't seem like we're there anymore. And I think that has to do a lot with the fact that after COVID, are desensitized to the fear. People still are buying into it, but like, that's a real reason. I don't think the people who care the most are the people who care about aliens always and just believe everything. Even though they'll say that the government always lies, they'll say, well, what lessons about the aliens? Because we believe in aliens and we like confirmation bias. It feels good when people tell us we've been right all along. I think you're in for a real problem if you start believing this stuff. Now, it doesn't mean it's not all fake. There's probably some portion of truth in it, like most things that spread in reality in terms of ideas, bad ideas, good ideas, whatever. There is a little bit of truth. You might think, hey, this is a good idea, this is allegedly. I always forget his name. He was on the show. I literally can't remember this guy's name. I think of him as Indiana Jones so often. I can't remember his name. I don't think he was very nice, and I don't think his theology is sharp. And when he was on the show, you know, I was very new to believing in the Bible and being a believer. And so I was more open to hearing it. I'm always open to conversations. And at that time, I was like, okay, I can see how it makes sense. Deep down, I was like, there's something not right about this. But I couldn't really formulate the words. And now, after, you know, reading the Bible a lot more, still a baby when it comes to trying to understand all of it. You know, I have my beliefs, I'm very confident in them, but there's so much in the Bible that I still want to know more about, understand more, that was pretty ominous. But anyway, it might be a flying saucer, finally. But reading it now and then thinking back to that conversation, I'm like, I don't agree with his theology at all. You know, his whole thing of like, it's not demons, it's demonic maybe, but you know, there's other things. The world is more complex. And they literally did a podcast, this guy, Indiana Jones and these other guys, where they talk about if your church is too Jesus focused right now, that's a bad thing. I think that's a crazy thing to say. That is definitely not sound theology, if that's what you're saying. So, I don't know how I got on that tangent, but I guess all the realities and all the layers of fake layers on top of kernels of truth, and how these things spread, and why it's easy for people to believe because of confirmation bias. But that's where I got here. The desensitization, is that how you say that word? That we all went through. Maybe some of us are already there, because if you're around my age, we have lived through so much. And that's not to say this is unique to us, because our grandparents, our parents, everyone has gone through their own revolving door of tragedy. But here we are, and I'm 41, and I can just think of so many, you know, Columbine, 9/11, COVID, you know, but pretty big ones that become scars and generations. Just like how my grandparents lived in depression. Political assassinations, and their city was on fire constantly. Well, my grandfather on my mom's side was, and boy did he not like cops. But it was what he did when he came back from the war in Korea, which he also didn't like. But he wanted to go because he felt like he was lesser of a man, because his older brother went to World War II, which he wanted to do, but they wouldn't let him because he was too young at the time. It's just a different type of person. But we all have our own thing that we can point to and being like, this changed me, my family, my community, my country. In some way, unfortunately, desensitizes you. So when things come around again, that sounds like a lot of tragedy from the day, yesterday, year. Like, not as good, which is good or bad. Sometimes I wonder if that's on purpose to get you so you can by the time they actually hit you I'm good, I'm not doing anything, living my life, and then you're done. Who knows? Can't live in fear though. And it's good that we go through these obstacles and see what we're made of. We learned so much, and so many of us made it through the other side of lockdowns and riots and our friends doing all these crazy things and maybe saying you're a Nazi, you're this, you're that, you're killing grandma, all these things, and being like, okay, you can say everything you want, but I know what I'm doing is right. I'm against censorship. I'm against medical segregation. You're not telling me what's happening. I was just thinking about this last night. I posted this thing I read the other day on the show about Superman getting killed. Maybe I'm just a crazy person, but ever since my reach on Twitter has dropped dramatically, this used to happen every time I would post about that interview about Neuralink, and it's happened again, and it's really funny. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know, but I mean, you can see the difference. It's hilarious, but I don't really care because I'm going to say the things I feel like I have to say, and if 5 people see them, so be it. But I was thinking about how in the post I saw, I keep thinking, I set this up. I have like a makeshift studio I put together every day. I don't have a place to have a dedicated studio. I know I used to, but I was happy to change up my situation and have more time with the family. But when you see the camera shaking, it's because I'm kicking my makeshift studio. I apologize. But what I was saying is that I was thinking about how a lot of the people in the tech sector were happy to call MAGA people Nazis. They were easily censoring voices they thought were quote-unquote dangerous or quote-unquote problematic. And now, the new talking point is that everyone who's against data centers must be a commie. So I was saying, the tech bros used to call us commies, now they call us Nazis. Or the other way around. The tech bros used to call us Nazis, now they call us commies. That's the talking point. Plano Luna's doing it, Kevin O'Leary's doing it. You see a lot of the soda-selling influencers doing it. That's what they've been told to say. And to some degree, it might be true. Just like when the Russians put together the opposing factions protesting each other, basically. So we know there is always some inauthenticity when it comes to any type of camp. Doesn't mean it's all. I think they do it so they can look inauthentic and say it must all be authentic. Trust them. It's all China, Israel, whatever. There's always going to be a little bit of inauthenticity to everything. Just like the way that we talked about counterculture movements being hijacked by the government the past few days. Same thing with these movements. Someone is going to latch on and take advantage. We saw it with the Black Lives Matter movements. Who's putting the bricks out there? It might be George Soros, but there's multiple people taking advantage. The same way, in an older sense, that during the Civil War, with the March to the Sea and General Sherman, marauders took advantage of the violence, of the destruction. People who were not a part of the Union or the Confederacy saw that, hey, these soldiers are just burning everything down. Let's take advantage. We see that same thing. It's human nature. We see it now when fires and riots are going down. People loot stores. They take advantage. They are marauders. And it's human nature. So, yeah, that's what I can't tell you how many fathers I talked to from church who voted MAGA happily 3 times. they're going to vote Democrat. It means they're not going to vote like me. I'm done. I don't care about these people. It's all satanic, man. They will say everything they possibly can to get elected and then do nothing. That's nothing new. We know this. But I mean, it is what a fall from grace it's been for good old MAGA. Pathetic. But they're pissed off because, you know, we're not too far from DC. A lot of people out here have jobs in DC. A lot of these guys voted for Trump for various reasons, whether it was border security, better economy, you know, job security, no wars. That was a big one. Remember that one? Now we're about to invade Cuba, I guess. But they also voted for Doge. You know, they did not expect that Doge would wipe out all their jobs. I mean, I'm talking lots, like dozens of guys who have been fired because of Doge, who really thought their jobs were secure. And look, I also wanted the government to be slashed. Like, it can't be slashed enough. I get it. People are going to have to lose jobs. But what seems to have happened is that jobs were slashed and then replaced by the machine. So you're still inflating the government. The government still has its fangs and everything, but now worse than ever because the AI is taking over. And they're putting people in charge of like fraud detection, which is not really good. There's movements. You've seen about everyone's social security that prior to Doge. They're saying Doge took the social security numbers too, and the people at Doge rather, and gave them to another place. Nothing's safe. These guys feel slighted, and they are struggling to feed their families. And you know, I don't know all the jobs, and maybe some of those jobs, I hate to say it, I agree, maybe you don't need that. Maybe you find another job in the private sector. You know, it's a tough conversation. But I know so many people who had jobs that I would be like, it would be good to have a human doing that. I feel that about most jobs, quite honestly. But they're furious. They can't find a job. The job market's been flooded now in this area with people with the same basic skills looking for similar jobs. And now the job market, there's not enough jobs for them. On top of that, jobs are being erased everywhere in the private sector because of AI. They're saying 16,000 jobs a month are being lost due to AI. We're curious, including myself, are seeing Trump reward the AI. You know, that's what's been going on since the 18th of this term, of the second term. Not happy. Speaking of robots, I wanted to say that Brett Adcock, you might remember his name from the Man vs. Machine competition, where the man won. He says, this is him from yesterday, this is 2 days ago. I'm excited to announce that Figure has signed a commercial agreement with Catalyst Brands, the operator of JCPenney, Aeropostale, and Brooks Brothers. We'll work to deploy humanoid robots at scale, starting with initial deployment in Reno, Nevada. These are the robots that have like a black helmet of glass. They're humanoids, they look like people. And it seems like they're going to be deployed in malls around the country. Have any of you been to a mall recently? I used to love going to the mall with my friends after band practice. We'd just walk around, maybe hit up Hot Topic, go to the food court, and just walk around and probably menaces to society. But imagine these. I was at a mall sort of recently, and they're like time capsules. It was in Florida. I guess that was not recently, it was a year ago. I was walking around a mall in Florida, and it was so empty, just like this is Florida malls, which are very different than other malls I know, but I remember the mall I was at not too long ago in Poughkeepsie, New York, and where the Galleria is, and Palisades Mall in Nyack, New York, and they're kind of empty, and there's all these bright stores and water fountains with pennies in them, and I remember them being so much busier when my mom would drag me and my sisters when we were kids. And so now, I don't know how all malls are doing. I'm just giving you a few examples of the ones I've been to in the last few years. They seemed empty, they seemed sad, and they seem like they're a relic from the past. And now, they'll be So they're going to be looking for, it's a collaboration, like I said, with Catalyst, and is a Nevada distribution center focusing on automating physically demanding tasks within the supply chain. So it'll be taking some jobs. Maybe someone remote controls in the background. They say they're not remote controlled, but who knows? Remember that AI company that was found out to be just like a few hundred Indian men pretending to be AI? Figure's next, so Figure is the company. Figure's next generation robots provide Catalyst with a flexible solution that can be deployed across a diverse multi-brand portfolio instantly. The partnership will establish the playbook for how AI-driven hardware can serve as a primary growth engine for modern holding companies. This announcement underpins the commercial momentum as Figure continues to lead the transformation of the global workforce. How do you define that? It's going to be fine. You'll have UBI. You'll be able to write all the poetry books you ever wanted to do. Deployment at scale. We are seamlessly integrating into Catalyst's distribution facility. Humanoids are the only way. Form factor with this ability. By automating routine repetitive tasks, we are enabling associates to shift toward higher value work. So that's their answer to the transformation of the workforce. Enabling associates to shift toward higher value work. How long will that last? We are also hearing people saying that the white-collar jobs are disappearing as well. Putin, as I'm recording this right now, is saying, I just saw this online, is saying that jobs will be extinct. That's right. I think he used the word extinct. Workforce modernization is about a strategic ecosystem alignment. This agreement marks the first commercial agreement between Figure and a global company of shared investor in both companies reflects the unified vision for the future of information. Oh man, so you'll be seeing these everywhere. These are not like the googly-eyed robots that roam around Costco and Price Chopper. This thing looks like a human with a Daft Punk helmet on, and it has like these 2 pixels that go around the front of its mask helmet thing. It looks cool, I will say. It looks cool. How long until these things are kidnapped, shot, held ransom? It's going to be an interesting addition to everything. Work, crime. Elon wants his robots to be babysitters. So family, accidents. Interesting. We saw all those Waymos. They did because 2 Waymos drove into a flood. And then there was those other Waymos that were stuck in limbo in a cul-de-sac, just driving in circles. So let's move to this. I just felt like reading from the Bible before we get to this Noah's Ark story. Genesis 6. When man began to multiply on the face of the land and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. So the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the land, man and animals and creeping things and birds of the heavens, for I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God. And Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I should know how to say that. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. I don't think I've ever read this out loud. And God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah, make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence. Make yourself an ark, rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you are to make it. The length of the ark 300 cubits, its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a roof for the ark and finish it to a cubit above, and set the door of the ark inside. Make it with lower, second, and third decks. For behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you. You shall come into the ark, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of the birds according to their kinds, animals according to their kinds, of every creeping thing of the ground according to its kind. 2 of every sort shall come into you to keep them alive. Also, take with you every sort of food that is eaten and store it up. It shall serve as food for you and for them. Noah did this. He did all that God commanded him. It's so good. It's so good. I reread Genesis last year. It's so good. It's so good. It gets so watered down. I think because a lot of people, it's just such a part of culture. Even for people who don't read the Bible, people just know about the image, they know about Noah's Ark, and it's such a watered down thing, unfortunately, that people don't take it so seriously. Obviously, people just don't believe. But it's not, it's so much more than just this image. We're talking about God grieving what he created and destroying, and Noah finding favor and becoming a doomsday prepper. The first doomsday prepper. I also want to point out one really important part here. Where is it? The Nephilim. I just think it's really important for people to remember that it says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward. Those 3 words are very important. And also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man and they bore children to them. Also, we talk a lot about the tech people and billionaires. They don't have to be tech people, but it's a lot of the tech people who build these private cities, building their doomsday bunkers. In a way, it is their own version of doing this. When we talked about Elon wanting to make that vault filled with all the human DNA, or who's got is it Sweden or Norway with the giant vault of every seed ever? Epstein had similar ideas. It's their own way of doing this, but they're not doing it in God's, with God's way, with God's plan in mind. They're doing it because I think they know God will tear them down at some point. No matter what they do to try to defeat God, which is impossible, they're trying to hide from God. You can't run away. It didn't work for Jonah. Jonah did not make it. Eventually he was swallowed by the big fish, and the big fish vomited him out. He had to do what God asked. But keep that in mind as we read this From the post from just a few hours ago, final sight notice post with its silly sentences. I'm not going to read that one. I will now that I said it out loud. This is how it starts. The Raiders of the Lost Ark. Archaeologists could be one step closer to locating Noah's Ark final resting spot after noticing a peculiar feature on a 440-year-old world map called the Planisphere. Created in 1587, Italian cartographer Urbano Monte, this sprawling opus consists of 60 hand-drawn sheets that can be assembled into a 10-foot wide circle, making it the largest known early map of the world. The Planisphere, housed at Stanford University's David Rumsey Map Center, features intricate illustrations of continents, far-off islands, and mythical monsters, all arranged in a layout that places the North Pole at the center. One of its most notable features, however, is an alleged depiction of Noah's Ark resting in Turkey's Ararat Mountains, the supposed resting place of boats. Genesis 8:4 notably states that the legendary vessel ended up on the mountains of Ararat. I hope I'm saying that right, because you guys know how I do. Following a 150-day great flood that inundated the earth. I'm not just saying this because I'm someone who mispronounces so many things, but I really don't care about mispronunciations, because most people, look, some people just don't read. Okay, I get it. There are also a lot of people who read and never say these things out loud. And someone said this, it was a writer I listened to a long time ago, how they don't get mad at people for mispronouncing things. Because they've never said it out loud, they just read it. And maybe they're hearing it wrong. Maybe that's code. Maybe I gotta change this code because he's retarded. That's also very, very, very true. Clearly, look at this man. But I see a lot of people, like Candace was making the rounds. There's some video of her mispronouncing things. And I think it's ridiculous. Like, you can have disagreements with her takes on stuff, but like just clowning on someone because they mispronounce stuff, I think it's a silly thing. Again, that could just be cope from someone who mispronounces everything. Look at this, Jimmy Corsetti's about to be mentioned. In a viral X post, independent researcher Jimmy Corsetti claimed that the Planisphere's depiction was in the same location and length as the Rupinar site, a peculiar ship-shaped depiction, said. Mountain. We didn't show episode. It was a fun episode. I'd like to talk to Corsetti again. Because I like to say, man, I don't think we agree on timelines of Earth and stuff, but I do really enjoy his takes on things. Included were photos of the ship's supposed repository of the earthly facsimile, one of the many made during the Age of Exploration, where European explorers remapping the known world according to their voyages to Asia and the Americas. Coincidentally, the dimensions of the supposed ark's grave site match the biblical measurements described in this document. Long, wide, and 30 cubits high, roughly 515 feet by 86 feet by 52 feet. This region has been studied extensively for decades as researchers hope to discover whether the region is in fact the terminus of its final voyage. Most recently, Noah's Ark used ground-penetrating radar to reveal a series of corridors traversing the middle of the boat alongside the inside edge of the possible ship, leading to a central cavity dubbed the atrium. This layout appeared to mirror the Bible's description, indicating that the ship had 3 decks for Noah, his family, and different pairs of animals. God told Noah to bring animals in, so these animals would have stayed there. Plus, Noah and his family said Andrew Jones, a researcher with Noah's Ark scans. What's interesting is that these voids are lining up below the ground, and they're not just random. There's been so many stories like this. The Sphinx below the ground, the tunnels below the ground by the Great Pyramid in Giza, the Dead Sea Scrolls are back in the news, Atlantis, or things like Atlantis, other underwater cities off the coast of Louisiana. We we had the ancient structure that might be man-made, the Bermuda Triangle. So many stories about this. It's like there's so much being quote-unquote revealed about what is hidden. You know, I know the occult is that which is hidden. I'm not saying like this is the occult, but there's something about it where like I don't need proof of anything when it comes to my faith. Faith exists beyond that, and it's cool. I think bringing up God Turing and discovery is the biggest Noah's Ark, but I'm not going. My faith doesn't hinge on this stuff. I'm fascinated by it. I love reading about it, but my faith is set apart from the material world. I'm not looking to the material world. I'm looking to archaeologists. I'm not looking to scientists to confirm anything. I don't need them. You know, what I believe has ascended past this so these things are interesting. But he added that the infrared thermography, a heat sensing tech that can detect formations deep underground, detected a ship-shaped hole still preserved deep in the soil. Due to the age of the alleged vessel, Jones doesn't expect to find actual physical remnants, but has unearthed soil samples that could prove it's human-made. In 2024, we took 88 random samples inside and outside of that ship shape, said Jones. And what they showed us was that the soil inside the ship shape. How many times do they make you say ship shape? Look, I'm turning down the volume because I feel like it's. Yesterday I was told it was too loud. Some people. Have you ever heard that on this show? All the whispering I do, but I can hear it's a little loud. One day, I promise, I'll have technology using a cup with a string connected to a phone on a makeshift table. One day it'll all be better. I'll have something at home where I can do this and not have all these technical difficulties. I think I sort of fixed them from whatever was going on yesterday. But anyway, he added that what that shows is that the soil is unique because he's found 38% more potassium. And the grass in the fall has a yellower color just inside. Researchers had previously said that the chemical composition had pointed to evidence of decomposing wood. If you know soil science, as I'm a soil scientist, you'll understand that potassium levels, organic matter, and pH can all be influenced by decaying organic material, said William Crabtree. Of course, Crabtree knows about decaying organic material. I shouldn't say that because I'm Cashman. I don't have much. Another member of Noah's Ark Scans is that William Crabtree. He said, if this was a wooden boat that had rotted over time, you expect to see elevated levels of potassium, changes in pH, and higher organic content, and that's exactly what we're finding. Meanwhile, fossils of ancient coral and seashells exhumed near the Swartwood Repository, which sits roughly 6,000 feet above sea level, could potentially provide evidence of the people deluge. However, some experts claim that this could be the result of tectonic plate movement that propelled the site high above the ancient ocean. Do you believe in Pangea, or do you believe that it was never Pangea? Anyway, let's see what this is from the Daily Mail. Shall we? The Trump administration released a fresh wave of UFO files last week, so this is a few days old, but I wanted to get this in here before the week is over, including never before seen footage of mysterious objects some have compared to entities in the Bible. This is where it gets weird for me. They're trying really hard to weave in the Bible and biblical imagery to disclosure. Like the Indiana Jones guy I was talking about earlier, he's got a documentary that he's a part of. Like, wow, it just so happens they had that documentary in the can ready to go for the Age of Disclosure while we're getting ready for the Spielberg movie about disclosure, and that is just such to me it reeks of narrative engineering. Anyway, a lot of these people, as I've said, are obsessed with biblical imagery into disclosure. latest batch in the White House's push for UFO disclosure arrived. As from 36 videos, Congress has been demanding the Pentagon release for months. And did anybody really care? Did these videos change anything? Hardly made headlines that made the rounds. Tell me if I'm wrong. Are you seeing a fervor online for these releases of the files? Nothing like what we were seeing in Epstein files. That was causing a lot of hysteria in a good way. People resigning. I don't want to say it was good that people took their lives. I think that's terrible. I think they should be held accountable and thrown away in jail for the rest of their life. I think they got easy. They took their lives. I think that's ridiculous. They should be held accountable and thrown away in a jail cell forever. But we were getting crazy news every day. People creating entire websites dedicated to us. Do you see that level of care and concern when it comes to these Stilly files? No. No, you don't. No, you don't. Maybe a few Twitter accounts are into it. No one cares. One of these videos, however, appeared to show a small figure in flight that some have claimed looks like a person with wings moving through the air as protrusions from its upper body move back and forth. Out of all the newly released files, this one is easily the wildest. The object almost appears humanoid with visible arms and legs. One person said humanoid is like the new word of the year. We used to hear probe all the time. We're hearing humanoid so often now. And it's through all these stories too, the alien stuff, as well as the humanoid stuff. This UFO looks almost like an angel. Pretty amazing video. Another commenter added on social media. It looks like a white shadow moving through a grainy VHS, like old school snowy background on TV. The other new UFO incident followed a strange object for over 10 minutes flying over water. However, as the U.S. military satellite zoomed in, the object appeared to have several protrusions or tentacles on all sides. It was the latest strangely shaped object that somewhat resembled a biblical object known as the cherubim, the multi-faced winged angelic beings described in the Bible's book of Ezekiel. I think if angels revealed themselves, it would be undeniable. Again, I don't want to say I know, because I don't. I don't know how it would look. That's just me surmising. I don't think it would be a little blob on a grainy video that the government has obtained from the military that wants you to think that this might be an angel. Forgive me for thinking that's ridiculous. The shape shifting, the sensors struggling to lock on, the object behaving unlike anything familiar, it triggers that this shouldn't exist feeling, one social media user said. The newly classified video was the second time a UFO was compared to the biblical vehicle described as having wheels within wheels this month. Another video from the first batch of UFO files released on May 8th revealed footage of an 8-pointed star darting through the darkness with uneven shape-shifting arms. Texas pastor Josh Howerton said on X that the 8-pointed What I am trying to point out is the very possible overlap between biblical cosmology and some of the things you're seeing on your timeline, Howerton shared. The new video was reported by the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command in 2024. It is America's largest military unit and is responsible for all operations across the Pacific Ocean, East Asia, and the Indian Ocean. A lot of this reminds me of these videos that are just, I think, nothing. Of the conversation with Ashton Forbes and Orbs. What are the odds? Also not Orbs. But anyway, that video, like I told them on the Culture War podcast we did, I don't find this compelling or convincing at all. I think it's fake. They're trying really hard to sell you on this idea. Now, it doesn't mean I don't think some of this technology has been created or tried to be created by the government. We know that they've been trying to make wormholes and they try to remote view and looking into time travel. They try everything. But that video was ridiculous. And a lot of this reminds me of that conversation. almost like that was a primer. I was ready for this one, Meanwhile, the alleged angel sighting took place on June 1st, 2020, when a military satellite used by U.S. Central Command captured the object in flight. CENTCOM is responsible for U.S. military operations in the Middle East and parts of Central Asia and Africa. As UFO disclosure continues, influential Christian leaders have warned that the growing number of extraterrestrial sightings linked to the Bible could leak to a dark prophecy as the Great Deception. Pastor Joseph Supetz and evangelist Tony Merkel told the Daily Mail prior to UFO disclosure that they were invited to a private meeting in remote Tennessee in February. At the meeting, intelligence insiders and former military personnel discussed the idea that the unidentified objects could be interdimensional beings or advanced technology. However, they added that the organizers repeatedly compared disclosure to biblical end-time prophecies. Christians believe signals of powerful spiritual crisis before the return of Jesus Christ. The great lie in this is that these interdimensional entities, the actual UFOs and every kind of supposed alien, are not benevolent, Supetz claimed, adding that there was a growing belief amongst Christians that these beings were interdimensional evil spirits, fallen angels, or demons. Pastor Perry Stone, a well-known evangelist who was told about these secret meetings, said this last month: "You're going to have people who are going to say if there are galaxies and there are allegedly other creations in the galaxies, then the whole creation story is You're going to have people that's going to apostatize and turn from the Christian faith because they have no answer for what they're about to hear," he continued. And they're sharing this more vague posting from the unplayable I just think she's UFO AOC. She's tech bro queen. She's a vague poster. Like, here's an image of Tesla. Here's an image of a cherubim. Just posting about the Book of Enoch. Just tell us something. Don't give us your posts are as vague as the files. Officials who documented the videos cautioned that the footage description was provided for informational purposes only and should not be interpreted as proof of the object's nature or origin. UFO files were made public after President Trump did that. About all that. So, with that said. Finally, last story. Then we're going to go over some music. Just want to leave positive note. Look at some music. Just quickly go through some things I'm listening to, and maybe you'll like some of it. Scientists say that they found the third eye hidden inside our skull. A new paper published in the journal Ornithology suggests that the complex paired eyes of humans and other vertebrates evolved from a single central eye located on the top of the ancestors' head. I'm bringing this up because I really don't care about the third eye. But it just seemed, I was reading some of this earlier, that this is the kind of story that they would use later on to point to the fact that they will say we evolved from another species of alien or something, that aliens are our ancestors. I've been saying this to you for a minute now. I've been telling you since like 3i Atlas that they're going to try to rewrite our origin story, a whole new myth. That's why we're talking about creation right now. And this idea of the pastors trying to churches prepared for challenges in the creation method, there should have been nothing to challenge the creation method if you have faith. Look, I understand that we are just little humans with feeble, puny minds, but our faith should transcend that. There is no information that we're going to tell you in the news from the government that's going to challenge this. But there are people who either don't have faith or they're not confident in their faith, which I understand. I'm coming out of years and years and years of atheism. I totally get it. But a story like this seems to be like now it's more so because guess what? You descended from extraterrestrials. So they're saying that a central eye located on top of an ancient ancestor's head. This is an MSN. The authors propose, it's current biology, but MSNers are important. The authors propose that the light sensing tissue inside our eyes predates the eyes themselves, with remnants of the original visual system still functioning inside the brain. This research provides evidence for a radically different evolutionary path of vertebrate vision compared to the rest of the animal kingdom. The eyes of animals regularly rely on two distinct types of light detecting cells known as the photoreceptors. Animals with bilateral symmetry, meaning their bodies have distinct left and right halves, typically feature both groups of these cells. The first group is called rhabdomeric photoreceptors. These cells traditionally make up the paired eyes on the sides of the vertebrate animal's head and are used for visual navigation and image processing. The second group is called ciliary photoreceptors. These cells are usually found deeper in the brain or in a single spot on top of the head. Rather than forming images, they help the animal regulate daily biological rhythms, ambient light levels. Insects, crabs, and octopuses all follow this standard biological blueprint. So, there you have it. They think that our eye, Cyclops, the third eye up here, find that fascinating. They are trying, this is a version of undoing the creation story itself. And mark my words, we're going to get to a point where they say, you descended from alien. Isn't that Scientology? Anyway, I hope you guys have a great week. There's so much music I want to just shout out that I've been listening to. Most notably, yesterday we got a new song from The Perfect Circle. That was cool. If you're into Perfect Circle, you know Maynard James Keenan's in it. And James Iha. I think James Iha is still in it. James Iha. So Maynard James Keenan from Tool. James Iha from Smashing Pumpkins. William Howard writes most of it anyway. But Perfect Circle's maybe James Iha was only in it for a little bit too, honestly. But I saw that Tool was saying they might want to do a residency. That would be sick. I will say, pretty sick. Yeah, he is. James Iha is still in Perfect Circle, so it says on the internet. So that's out. That's pretty good. Sounds like good old Perfect Circle. If you're into heavier music, let's see here. Heavier music. My friends who like heavier music. If you are a fan of a band like Every Time I Die, the Barbarians in California are incredible. They've announced their new album, Megatons. It'll be out sometime. They have a new song out, the Gnarly Core Class. They're freaking hilarious, and they're heavy. They have great lyrics. Very much like Every Time I Die, in terms of like, we're not going to take ourselves too seriously, but we're also going to do everything else. The Islands, their B-sides. They just put out this album last week. It's called From a Hole in the Floor to a Fountain of Youth. There's so many good songs in this. Some songs have been around for quite a while. You might have heard them already, but they are incredible. Songs that stand out are The Inkwell, In the Fall, and Ranger. Those are good songs. If you don't know who Future Islands are, they became really popular when they went on David Letterman and did one of the greatest live performances. It's great. The singer looks like a car mechanic. Looks like Frank Sinatra dressed up as a car mechanic in that video. He's also a rapper, but as Future Islands just destroyed. At some points in that performance, he sounds like Tom Waits. It's so good. But his B-sides record's incredible. Quicksand has an album coming out. They're amazing. Their new song, Crystallize, is awesome. So check out that. Bring on the physics. Quicksand, for all of you who don't know, like, Slip from 93 and Manic Compression from 95, Interiors 2017. Just, these guys are nuts. insanely heavy music that is along the lines of Converge, I recommend. This band's crazy. Out right now called Erase the File. The song Erase the File is amazing. Everything you need to know is amazing. Silence in terms of title, but it's great. Christian band. I don't know if they actually call themselves Christian. I think they used to. I think they still are. It seems like they are. Switchfoot. This new Switchfoot, they have 2 new songs. I love these 2 songs. Wake Up Mr. Crow and Absolution are very good songs. They sound better than ever. You might remember Switchfoot from their hits, Meant to Live, Dare You to Move. But I really like these 2 songs. Modest Mouse, not the biggest fan. They had some good songs, but I'm enjoying the songs. Third Side of the Moon is really good. I'm enjoying the Licky Lee album. She says it's her last. She is maybe one of the sadder songwriters that we have today. When I graduated from my master's program, and it was around my birthday, this is like 1,000 years ago, my wife treated me to a Licky Lee concert. And we had been huge fans of Licky Lee's for many years. We went to Boston and saw her at the House of Blues. It was amazing. One of the greater shows I've seen. The new Seven Dust album is really good. My friend, my homie, Christopher Mansfield, he's got a new single out from his album that should be out sometime later this year. And his new single has Marilyn Manson on it. It's called Drugs Like You. Talking about sobriety and how amazing that is. Love that song. If you don't know who Fences is, they're great. I've been a fan of Chris's music way before we were ever friends. So happy to see them. They recorded some songs, they sound great. I'm trying to do this forever. I could just keep doing this forever. Their new album sounds really good. I copied the Foo Fighters. I'm not that into it. I love that guy's drumming. Lon Rubin, he's the former Nine Inch Nails drummer. He's amazing. Not the biggest fan of this. Not the biggest fan. Don't You Orders. It's awesome. It's alternative. It's called rock. The song Don't Sweet. This band, The Props, their EP called Arrow, and the songs Arrow and White Noise. This is a good band. This is a good band. I believe they're new-ish. I'm loving them. I do still listen to Bully by Ye. And All the Love is one of my favorite songs. Sisters and Brothers is one of my favorite songs on this album. Bully, Highs and Lows. Highs and Lows is an amazing song. One day, maybe I'll do a breakdown of that album one day on some other thing. But, yeah. That's what I'm listening to. Let me know what you guys are listening to. Recommendations for the chat. Here. I like it. Jazz, classic, metal, alternative metal, death metal, tech metal, grindcore, you name it. If it's good, I dig it. There's a lot of good music. Music is great. And I think because we're in so much turmoil these days, that people are making like more aggressive music. I think it's a good way for a lot of people to make sense and deal with so much of the chaos and turmoil. I think that's why we saw such a rise in like hardcore punk in the 70s, and then a different type of hardcore punk and metal in the 90s. It's why a lot of stuff like Columbine and a lot of that war in the late 90s led to what we got with Manson and Hollywood. I love that kind of stuff. Even the new Converge album and there's another Converge album coming in as well. They seem to be responding, not overtly political, but they're responding to the They don't talk about current events. They don't address specifically their albums. Favorites I have watched it too. I know, I'm a nerd. But Petition the Empty Sky, which is what that's from, is one of my favorite albums of all time. Which is why I always laugh at people think, I know I could have better equipment and one day I'll have better equipment, but I'm used to listening to black metal albums that have been scratched on purpose so they sound bad, and Petition the Empty Sky does not have the greatest production. Maybe the remaster does, but I'm used to like having to squeeze my headphones. I'm sorry. I know you guys, a lot of people out there, want the crisp stuff, and I'll work on it. I'll get there. This is the old school. This is DIY. We came from the school of DIY, and a lot of cassette tapes from a lot of punk bands that recorded it with one microphone hanging from a tiled ceiling, picking up everything. And to me, that was the best way, and it outperformed all of the highly produced Rick Rubin type albums, which I also love those. But I'll work on it. At some point, I'll have better power for this microphone, and maybe I want a makeshift table. Look, baby steps. I'll get there. I'm doing it all at home, and making it happen. But seriously, if you have any music recommendations, throw them down below for everybody, not just me. I think everyone out there's got some pretty good taste. You guys mention a lot of movies, a lot of music, and it's always like, yes, and you put me on a lot of stuff I didn't know about. So thank you. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Again, look, this book right here, Good Boy, is available for pre-order right now at Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, Walmart. Grab a copy. The audiobook is now available for pre-order as well. So hardcover, audiobook, and Kindle edition. It will be released on September 1st through Skyhorse. Shout out to Skyhorse. Thank you so much. I got a blurb here from shout out to Bernie Sanders, my favorites ever, and he has some kind words for the book. So check it out, and always please like, share, subscribe, whatever you want to do to this channel. Tell me the volume needs to be louder. Tell me to whisper more. One day I will whisper an entire episode, and we will lose the majority of the audience, but it will be fun, won't it? But your comments and everything would do help. Shout out to all you guys on Rumble, Spotify, Apple. All the best. Have a blessed weekend, and I will see you next week.
If you want to make America great again, you gotta put the angels in the White House.
Homelander?
Mike. Riker. What's that smell?
Oh, yeah, not being any perfume line. It's generally secret.
No. That's my father. That soldier boy. I can smell him all over you.
Right. Of course, because we was just prepping for our interview.
Okay. I need you for something.
You do?
she foretold my destiny.
Praise be. And what is it?
God.
So that's wonderful. There is no higher calling than serving the Lord.
Serving the Lord. Being the Lord. I'm the Messiah. I'm the Savior of the world.
The Messiah.
Yes.
Congrats.
I always knew I was special. I knew it. I suffered so many hardships. I couldn't understand why. But you always saw it. And you knew all along I was special. That is why I have chosen you to spread the word of my coming.
Hey, kudos to the handlers that are handling all the big balloons. It takes a lot to get this parade not only planned every year, but executed.
All right, it's getting late. It's almost midnight. Let's go, baby.
Here's something off the request line from Liberty Island. We gotta squeeze some New Year's juice from you, Big Apple.
Such a terrible idea. Worst one I've had all this year. But I can't ignore our obvious attraction. I imagine how it ends. Up in flames we'll go again. Seeking chaos can't help giving to passion. But there's something so vexing about you. It's like the consequence time. We've been through this before, falling in out of sight. Still I want you like that. I remind myself how he questioned everything about me. Call me stupid as your mindless joke. He hypnotized me as we spoke. Really not the logical with the ugliest soul. You would think that he is holding me for ransom. 'Cause there's something so vexing about you. It's like the consequence still on top of me. We've been through this before, calling it ourselves. But still I want you like a mad, mad woman.
This is gonna bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still.
And anybody who believes that I am a man obviously is an idiot.
She's a lady. Shut up.
My mom said to me, you know, sweetheart, one day you should settle down and marry a rich man. I said, Mom, I am a rich man.
Jimmy, that's freaking fair. You're such a woman. No, I'm the man. I'm the friend. Take her to the closet, cheer her up. We're gonna need some wigs, clothes. Oh, still in the first closet. There's another closet.
Donald Trump Jr. and Bettina Anderson are starting a new chapter. The oldest son of President Donald Trump married the model in a private ceremony in the Bahamas on May 23rd after 2 years of dating, according to People. Taking to Instagram stories on May 23rd, Bettina wrote over a black and white photo of the pair holding hands with their wedding bands, "Forever yours, forever mine," before tagging Donald Trump Jr. She then reshared a quote which read, "The whole point is to marry your best friend." Among the guests were Donald Jr.'s siblings, Eric, Tiffany, and Ivanka Trump, who gathered for the ceremony days after Donald Jr. and Bettina privately wed in West Palm Beach, Florida on May 21st.
It is something that is happening everywhere to everyone. So, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? Where are you gonna hide? Nowhere. Because there's no one like you. That's right. That's right. That's good. You're listening now. That's very good. Okay, now, I know you're frightened, Steve. I know you're scared.
It is big. It is Optimus Prime, isn't it?
So stand by. We've got that coming down the parade route. So great that the rain has held off. I know I've had a few people ask me about it. And it's cloudy, it's cool, but it's been a great day for the parade. And we're so glad you're joining us. Autobots, roll out. Cruising into downtown Indianapolis. I said it was big. It's the legendary Optimus Prime, straight from Cybertron. This is a larger than life, and it's transforming our parade route into an action-packed adventure. This always makes me nervous. There are street lights. It's interesting to watch how they bring them down. Bring them down. It's kind of like go right under the lights there. I think this has got to be very much a fan favorite for young kids. See, because it's like when they walk this balloon, it looks like he's walking, you know, and now he's kind of crawling under the lights. And then he's so to the big robot, transforming right before your eyes. Super advanced robot. Does it transform back into this piece of art? Come here.
Oh, see, no, that doesn't work. See?
Fantastic. Now you pissed them off. That car is sensitive. I mean, $4,000 just drove off.
Kyle Busch winner at Fontana. Just like that, you make it look easy. You come over to a brand new team, new sponsor. What did it mean to you to just get that first win with RCR and Lucas?
I mean, it's huge because it's just that opportunity this early in the season to get a win. Now we know there's plenty of more opportunities for us to go get more. But just in the beginning of the year and coming over here and transitioning to RCR, nobody really ever imagined how it would go and what it would look like. And certainly we've made the most of that, being fast at the Clash, fast at Daytona, fast at Fontana, and then we've kind of tapered a little bit the last couple of weeks. But being able to score that win with Lucas Oil and everybody at Chevrolet, all of that at Fontana, being the last race at Fontana is, kind of sentimental to me because I love that place. It's a really, really cool racetrack. So it's just been a lot of really good things that have kind of lined up.
Look at it. Awesome. That is such a great demonstration. Oh, I love it. Known for his courage, leadership, and iconic red and blue design, he has inspired generations to stand strong and protect others. Today, he's trading the highway for the streets of Indianapolis, and we're sure glad he did.
Alright, so I saw this article here on the Drudge Report. Donnie's Angels, Trump's trio of female aides, catering to his demands. Alright, so we know what the word angel means. Well, it does mean messenger, and about half the time in the Bible it refers to human beings. The other half of the time it refers to heavenly beings, created beings who live in the other realm. And sometimes people try to incorporate both characteristics in a human body, and that's what I'm talking about here when I use the word angel. So I'm going to use the word angel in this video, and those who have watched my channel for a while may understand what I'm talking about. So let's see if these really are angels, and I think that's what they believe they are. Natalie Harp, Trump's executive assistant, and this is the one who actually posts all the crazy posts on Truth Social. Alright, so this is the one who prints out stacks of drafted social media posts from the president who and approved. She then logs onto his account and matches Trump-approved content. And this includes all the crazy stuff. Trump doesn't really write his own Truth Social posts. This messenger does, right? Remember, these are angels. Angels are messengers. So all the memes that Trump puts out are actually created by this messenger, or this angel here, Natalie Harp. Now you can see, if you know what to look for, that Natalie Harp is indeed an angel, and angels play harps. And we have the angel wings, and we have certain characteristics that signify certain boundary markers and initiation rites and rituals associated with the ancient goddess cults and their cult functionaries who work in the king's palace. We have some, speaking of printer, they call this person the printer because this angel prints things out on a wireless printer for the president to review. It's a rather serious looking angel. The, what do you call that, cleft chin? I actually have one of those too. A lot of men have them, not too common in women.
UX Excite. Even angels will fall.
This guy knows what's going on. He's like, whoa, there's an angel standing next to me. Oh yeah, that reminds me of a friend of mine. His name is Matthew. It's important to have qualified and dedicated angels on your team who can deliver the message to the king, because they have access to the heavenly realms, because that's what a king does. A king is appointed by the gods to rule the nation, and they need to communicate with the gods, and who better to provide the communication than an angel? There's the goddess right there, right here on the podium, right here. That's the goddess. Now, it's a good chance that the ruler of the demons, Satan, comes in many forms and many disguises. Pleased to meet you. Won't you guess my name? Could his name be Columbia? Smile, tall, just a big old shit. It's very common for women to just be really serious all the time. Trump is 6'2", and when you see people standing next to Trump, you can kind of judge their height. And he does have a lot of 6-foot-tall women around him at all times. He just likes tall women, I guess. It's just a coincidence, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. And this one's even taller. In fact, that's the next one we're going to look at. Because you got to have angels in the palace if you want to have a strong nation. It's just part of the deal. All right, we live in a supernatural world, which they don't tell you about because we were brainwashed into a different worldview. Portable printer, remember print. It's kind of fingerprint, Bigfoot, genetic print, biological samples. We got the rat poop. There's the rat poop, fecal matter, and the biological samples, the primordial sample of the original angels who came to Earth and incorporated their biological materials with the biological materials of Earth. They merged heaven and earth in an unauthorized way.
Obviously, a heroic welcome to Optimus Prime.
Larger-than-life hero is transforming.
Let's not forget that he is always fighting for peace and for protecting the universe. And pretty impressive, he can transform into a race car and go underneath the streetlights. He's battling a little bit of a wind as well. That's a crosswind, but that little wind is no match for Optimus Prime.
Printed their genetic copies. Natalie Harp, Margot Martin. Someone in the comments is going to point out the double M, like Marshall Mathers. Could be some 33. It also could be a Wonder Woman if you flip it upside down. I think they like to flip things upside down and invert them. Wonder Woman, Margot Martin, Artemis, Kali, channeling the goddess, the demons. The Golden Age is here again. Margot Martin, also another kind of serious-looking person. If Trump is 6'2", this angel appears to be at least 6 feet tall. You know, you can assume there's probably some high heels or something going on. These people are very fashionable. Now, who pays for the wardrobe? I wonder. You know, you'd think like an aide wouldn't get paid that much to afford all these fancy clothes. Are the U.S. taxpayers paying for the wardrobe? I'm just asking. I don't know. But you just gotta wonder. They like the 6 feet tall women in the White House.
He's just showing off. Some unexpected highlights here at the parade route today. I think he just hit a crosswind, you know, kind of in the open streets of downtown Indianapolis in between the buildings. Until you see this in person that I saw, it really looks like it transforms into a heavy-duty truck, making its way down the parade route, now getting upright. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
They always have. It's an American tradition. It's kind of got that Melania Trump, the cold hard stare. I mean, this is pretty intense. You wouldn't want to mess with this person. Look at this. Are they related? Are they twins? Is this a clone? Are they printing out their angel DNA? Kind of got that supermodel look. Yeah, look at this. I mean, they're like the same person. They're wearing the same clothes, same hairstyle, same bone structure.
Bones,
yes.
I always say it's because my shoulders are very broad that I can photograph.
There's just something a little off with this one. Give ourselves another 6-footer. Now you see a lot of the Hindu goddesses wearing clothes like this, shoulder. Now this dude must be really tall there. Now remember, Donald Trump used to own the Miss Universe beauty pageant, which is part of the goddess cult. These beauty pageants go back thousands of years. Image of the goddess into the public view with the cult function. Now this other one, let's see if Lana is also an angel. Oh no. Virginia. Well, that's Miss Virgin Mary, the goddess. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right here. I just explained all this, and here it is. We got ourselves a red-headed angel, kind of like Springsteen's wife. It's so nice to see conservative Christian family values in this age of cynicism and wokeism, and we can see that the Donald J. Trump family is really a shining example of Christian family values.
The end is near, so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll stay clear, I'll state my case, which I'm certain I've lived a life that's full. I'll travel each and every highway.
Figured I'd make you feel at home.
Today we're here to speak with President Biden about anti-Asian hate crimes, Asian inclusion, and diversity.
Don't touch my hand.
This is the new version. This is G. It's just 5G. So
this is 5G.
5G. What you talking about? Just 5G. Just say that. Just say 5G.
The 5G train. How many bloody G's are there?
I'll take it from here. Ozzy's in the background. It's a new buyback program. You buy it now, we buy it back when it's time to upgrade. It's Beaver 16.
What's 6G?
It's a Beaver.
I don't know. Kind of looks like a girl.
Looks like a girl. It's more than this. I did it my way. Regrets. But then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. Saw it through without exemption. Each charted course, each careful step. Much more than this, I did it my
Donald Trump, of course, is the Messiah. He's going to save us all. Now, Donald Trump Jr. is 6'1", and the wife appears to be even taller than that. And as we know, the powerful people in this world like to marry women who are taller than they are and have very specific types of bone structure.
Secret fine bone structure.
And wear lots of makeup because they're just a little bit better than the rest of us. They're a little bit closer to the gods. And the gods require certain sacrifices.
Yeah. Is everything in place?
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. You can see it when you look out the window, or when you turn on the television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is
It's the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave. What's your problem?
Sacrifices must be made if you want to serve the gods of the District of Columbia, in between Virginia and Maryland, the Virgin Mary, the goddess. And on a totally unrelated note, we know that the people in the king's palaces were eunuchs and androgynes. I've met 2 women who were 6 feet tall in my entire life, and the rest of them are in the White House. So it kind of reminds me of the Princess of Wales, similar body shape, although this one wears a red dress instead of a green dress, a little more patriotic. You got the red, white, and blue. Family tradition is alive and well. Isaiah 39:7, and some of your own sons who will come from you, whom you will father, shall be taken away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. I do believe Daniel was a eunuch. In fact, it's quite common in the Bible. You see the word king and queen and eunuch all in the same sentence, and even cosmetics. There's all kinds of strange things happening in the palace of the king. And the theophany of George Washington, by the way, is probably symbolic for all presidents. All presidents are chosen by the gods. Because they're really emperors, so they serve either 4 years or 8 years. And 8 years is the average length of time of a Roman emperor anyway. So they just kind of organized everything and gave us the illusion of elections and the illusion of democracy. But in reality, the old ways are still being practiced amongst the rich and powerful people. Their ways are not our ways. The Shadow Queen has a very important role in the palace.
Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's Fiber, LTE Advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the level 2. It's your world. Globe.
Because they have the right bone structure. They're qualified. They have access. They're the messengers from the gods. The king needs to know what the gods are saying. And you gotta have the angel delivering the messages and posting on Truth Social. We're bringing in the golden age, ruled by the angels and the gods. And we're bringing in the AI, digital currency, mandatory injections, all according to plan. It's all part of the plan.
Desire, I stand in my gallery and I hold your sigil. Talk to me.
My sweet dream, this is a surprise. Almost an event, I might say.
Good, I'm coming through.
You are. But of course, you know you're always welcome in my chambers. Lovely to see you. Can I get you anything you desire?
I desire nothing from you, say so, Master.
This is a test.
Unity Kincaid should have been the vortex of this era. But someone took advantage of my imprisonment and fathered a child with her, knowing full well they would become the
sex, and I would be forced to kill it. Was I really that obvious?
This is Cara Danvers with Catco Media, and this is a worldwide exclusive. I'm here with a hero who has been hiding in the shadows. This is Dreamer. My first question. Who are you? I'm Dreamer. And I'm a descendant of a daughter of Noldor. When did you come here from Noldor? I was born here in America.
Shut this up. Can't see how this is the
There was no Florida, but my father was a human. So you are both human and alien? Yes. My parents believed that humans and aliens can coexist. And I am living proof of that.
We're talking are the world's governments manipulating the weather and creating huge zombie freak storm? I'll tell the government we're gonna go. Tell you right now, if you're listening, NSACA, I'm available. Okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
Well, they're letting fans design cars again. Aliens. I know they're out there. So with Toyota's help, I designed particles from the window windows.
That's not worse. Thank you.
Wasn't easy. I'm also a trans woman. I'm different, Miss Danvers, but so is everybody. And I don't know when that became such a bad thing. The greatest gift we can give each other is our authentic selves, and sharing that, sharing our truth, is what will make us strong. So here I am. I am both human and alien. And I'm a trans woman.
All new episodes Sunday at 8, 7 Central on the CW.
Virgin voguing, because he's been taking voguing classes with Gerard X Reyes, who's fantastic. He's doing first time in drags at a ball.
For this cause, God gave them up unto vile affections. For even though women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient.
You see, I take these glasses off. She looks like a regular person, doesn't she, huh? Put them back on formaldehyde face.
Old Man River, that old man river.
You know, you look like the fellow that Cheese did back in 1957.
The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world, built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. Drag Queen Story Hour.
This one is called Worm
loves worm. Talking, singing, and reading. We can both be grooms to an audience of preschoolers, toddlers, and their caregivers. The hips on the drag thing go swish, 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 swish. I'm a girl. Stop. Let me out. Let me out. Now hold on. You ain't the first son of a bitch to wake up out of their dream. The day my water broke, I was recording Jessica Rabbit. No. I don't believe it. It's impossible. What you need a Brazilian plastic surgeon. I've got one that can see.
Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? I was. Again.
I wrote unto you in an epistle not to company with fornicators, yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with the covetous, or extortioners, or with idolaters, for then must ye needs go out of the world. But now I have written unto you not to keep company if any man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetous, or an idolater, or a railer, or a drunkard, or an extortioner. With such an one, no, not to eat. For what have I to do to judge them also that are without? Do not ye judge them that are within? But them that are without, God judgeth. Therefore put away from among yourselves that wicked person.
The gains have been substantial, both for ourselves and for you, the human power elite. You have given us entree to the resources we need in our ongoing quest for multidimensional expansion.
You still don't get it, do you, boys? There ain't no countries anymore. No more good guys. They're running the whole show. They own everything. He's a tall, Caucasian male that doesn't appear armed, wearing sunglasses.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. All out of bubblegum.
Everybody, hold up. I forgot I got up and jumped up a while ago, so I can't hear myself. So maybe if I'm not sitting on my actual thing, I can actually look it up and say, welcome everybody to the Real News with Lucretia. Here's Dave, turn it up. Real News with Lucretia. Thank you. That's even better. Holy crap. Before somebody be like, I can't hear you, then that would be Dave. So welcome everybody to episode exactly 1940. Yes, we just moved it on up very slowly, but we're doing it. Again, thank you, TikTok, for giving us $3. Yay! Okay. So, hey, everybody, what's going on? Pure Blood? How you doing out there? Where have I been doing all day? Right here. But I did find some stuff on my daddy. So, you know what? Thank you, Jimmy. Even though you're not here anymore, you did little stuff out there in South Carolina. So here's the thing for everybody. If you think your family might have left something behind, you might want to go to whatever state they used to live in and start doing your own research and figuring out how many different things out there that your loved ones that are passed away and gone have left behind. It's just sitting out there and no one is, you got me. So I would say if you have a family member and you just want to be nosy, I would go to missingmoney.com. I would go to unclaimedfunds.com. I would go to the IRS.gov, and I would actually start typing in my loved one names just to see. Is your money? Go get it now. What's up, Troy Mitchell? How you doing out there? Hey, Trish, I think I saw you up here. Yes, ma'am, I did. Hey, everybody, now we know why J.D. Vance, not Mike Pence, J.D. Vance is angry from the press conference he had today. Me personally, I'm saying it's way more than that. But right now, they are saying the numbers that are out there, like $150 million. We even know what Elon Musk and the Dogecoin back. So it's like I'm gonna go back and say to my dad, if you think it's possible, think it's shady and shicey, you need time for that, not money. So it is telling you that's how the American citizens not going back on their budgets, not going back to your return, not going down your bills, not cutting down your taxes. That's how much money J.D. Vance and the Trump administration is saying that has been swindled by Oprah. Hey, everybody. Hey, Rhonda. I see you, girl. What's up, X? right. But you know, if you want to act like this is space on. Hey there, hey everybody, what is going on over there, Rumble? I see you, 7 people up in there. I don't get not one. Hey. All right, then I'm going back over here. Hey TikTok, hey Julia, how you doing? I mean, we're gonna talk to the people that actually want to talk back to us. It's like I'm driving. No one taught you how to drive with your knees. No one? Not with one hand on the wheel. Laid back. None of that? Okay. All right then. Hey everybody that would love to say hello and what is on your mind, because there's a lot of stuff that's happening which slid by, and I just happened to roll across a video about it because I haven't seen anything in the mainstream media. You gotta remember that Trump lost a big old case in New York when it came to the about $100 million. Wow. He doesn't. You're not taking it, or did mainstream media keep saying, he owes this, he owes that? Well, you ain't never seen that in my name. Go ahead. Like with me. It's silver and small. It go on here. Go ahead. No. I already told you what's forward, what's not forward. That don't even look like it's silver. That don't look like it's silver. That don't look like it's silver. We're not gonna play. I keep thinking if you come right over here and sit down, and I will find it. I don't know what it is with me. We ask you to go find something. Don't randomly pick up something that you know that is not what we looking for. It ain't gonna do but make women be serious again. Get more input of what we ask them y'all to go find and not the jobs you don't want to. And so we're gonna sit here and say, go out the way and go put ourselves in the power. So unless you want to talk to y'all, we're gonna come back here with either scrunchie or something I can use my hair for. Okay? Everybody's like, well, you just cut it off. Some days I want to feel cute, and then some days I want to look serious, and the day is very humid in the state of Georgia, and I just want to put my hair back. That's me. Using a plan that you actually figured is gonna put my hair back. So if you don't come back in here with it, y'all in. This is how we're excited. I don't like to leave myself. Hey now, G, you know what's up, Tom? And you know what I did? But JD Vance Brown, it's just the beginning. They need to bring those back. Every state needs to bring those. Every state, even yours, all of them need to have some kind of department. So all this stuff that we're doing, it needs to be relaxed in the states. None of this, somebody would be held accountable, especially for taking the funds from the federal government that they're giving you, and you do what you're supposed to do with it for the citizens in your state, and you're not. Then all the money is going and no one can find it. Well, don't you? All right, D. Hey, JD, hey, Trish, what's going on? Hey, Susan, what's up, Marsha? How you doing out there? Hey, everybody, I'm over here. Troy Mitchell is on Facebook, over there on TikTok. Look at everyone. Listen to this. Let's jump on into it. Before somebody like, she's lying. Wow, smarter than you. Let's go ahead and do it. JD Vance, Vice President. I know. It says JD Vance says the White House Anti-Tax Force has identified tens of billions in fraud. Oh, I said billions. Trish, I said billions. No. This is what disappeared, what that can actually do for regular American citizens and not everyone else around the world. It says that Vice President J.D. Vance says White House Anti-Fraud Task Force has identified tens of billions of dollars in fraud and at least $135 billion stolen since COVID. Just silver. It's not for drawers. Well, you know where you found this at? In a little round ass cup. Did you look in the white cup?
especially ladies, when you want something, be specific and honest about where it's at. Don't say, go buy me the purple kind, and there's 3 drawers and a whole rack full of stores full of the purple kind, and they're all different. Don't say, hey, this is in a drawer, and then guess what? You didn't say it was in a cup.
I said cup. What this look like? I'm asking for all my women who actually ain't damn colorblind. What is this? What is this? What the hell is this? What is this? What could we, is that a cup? Is it white? I'm asking for everybody because I'm gonna rewind this, and if I said cup, and it literally sitting right there on top of the it was on top of the cabinet. I just call it laziness. Bam! What the hell is this? What color? Come on, everybody. What color is this? Is it silver? Silver and gold. Is this a cup? Is it white? Alright then. Somehow I just walked right over there, put my hands on it, and came right back. Amazing. On top of that cabinet. Oh my God. So now you see what I have to deal with and why I'm literally dealing with all of it. Okay then. So back to what I was saying, and hopefully y'all can understand, because I'm not sick of repeating myself or somebody asking me to prove it. Are you kidding me? Jesus, man, snap out of it. That's how y'all get in trouble on a consistent basis. Always getting cussed out. Seriously? Every woman out there probably nodding their damn head like, yep, I've dealt with that many times. Alright then. J.D. Vance on Tuesday spoke at an anti-fraud roundtable with state attorney generals and White House officials, where he told reporters that his team has identified staggering amounts of fraud totaling tens of billions of dollars. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell I walk on wheels and I picked it up and brought it right back. It says Vance, the chairperson or the chairman of the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud, and the Federal Trade Commission chairman Andrew Ferguson, the task force vice chair, held a round table yesterday, and I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm like, ain't no way y'all gonna sit here and admit billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars is gone, stolen, or just vanished, and no one is doing the purple walk. But you worried about my $600 that flows into my bank account. Okay then. It says Tuesday with over a dozen state attorney generals, and none was Democrats, because they don't care, okay? It says to discuss the Trump administration nationwide crackdown on federal benefit fraud. One more time for anybody that don't want to, not one Democrat, attorney general out of all the states that make up this union showed up to help find the fraud or eliminate it inside of America. One. Vance opened his remarks by highlighting the work his team had accomplished, and I kept scrolling. We exposed billions of dollars in benefits that has been stolen from the American people, he said, revealing over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans. The SBL, the Small Business Administration, that's Kelly. It says more than $1.2 billion in fraudulent Medicare reimbursement. That's all over the United States. And y'all want to know about them federal government out billions? Or you just good people and don't want to go to jail? It says $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts. We just read about those contracts from the military. That's just not the military. It's just not only the military. It says $60 million in loan student aid fraud. And anybody remember them saying you don't have to pay student aid. You don't have to pay back your student loan. You don't have to pay back your student loan. And then they got to pay back some of their student loan. Okay? He further told reporters that $135 billion have been stolen since the aftermath of the COVID scamdemic. I kept telling y'all when I was part of that Small Business Administration squad, force that they had out here during the scamdemic. Hey, This is what I'm relaying to y'all because I'm on all these conference calls with not only the Small Business Administration, but also the Trump administration. I'm on weekly conference calls. Listen, there's a lot of money out there for small business. Don't rip it off. Come play. Here's the website. This is pretty much the code. This is what you gotta do. Matter of fact, some of y'all jumped on the conference call with me when I got permission for other regular American citizens to sit in on the conference call with the President of the United States to tell y'all exactly what benefits that are, is given out to the American citizens. And go get your money, honey. Go get your money. I said plainly, don't scam this. Don't rip this off. I'm telling you right now. Don't rip this off. They're going to come. When you look at different states, there's a whole bunch of damn people going to jail. Small, hanging, regular American people, thugs on the street, all the way to almost stay-at-home moms. They had decided that they're going to have a business and they're going to start forging all of this paperwork in order to get, the PPP loan. And now you're crying wolf because a whole bunch of people from politicians, sitting elected politicians, 4 in the state of Georgia alone has been indicted and charged. And I think a couple of them, their trials are already over, so they already got big time. So I keep saying, hey, there's some money out there. Qualify. So you didn't say go fudge, you qualify. Run a business or a small business or at-home business, there's money out there to tie you over until they open back up to the government. And then the next thing you know, about 3 months later, Lucretia, what? There's no money left. That had nothing to do with me. I told you from day one. Told everyone from day, hey, I'm part of this administration task force. I'm on conference calls. I'm part of the African American Business Owner Coalition. Y'all might want to go and fill out this paperwork if you think you qualify. But don't go in there and start scamming people. Every single week, I'm sitting there on these conference calls with some of the biggest names in the Black community around the United States, from all the way to Andrew Young to me. And it's people from every state to relay what's going on with the federal government and with the Trump administration that open up just in case one of these businesses that is having a hard time to make sure you get your doors open. This is what you need to do. Next thing you know, attorneys, politicians, scrubs of society, they saw easy money. Now, they all running scared. They all running scared because I told you they're coming back for that money. You got to pay that money back, especially if you got tens of thousands of dollars. They're going to hurry up and come find you. Well, you did it. Yeah, I got $3,000. Sure did. I got $3,000. That was $1,000 for me, $1,000 for Dave, $1,000 for Nancy. I didn't go out there and fudge no paperwork. I didn't fudge no paperwork at all. I said we made $30,000 and we had to prove that we made $30,000 in order to get that. That's how we got $1,000 a piece. We don't have to pay that back. The people that sat there, they got all of that money. They got all the cars, the trips, put down payment for houses, jewelry, hair done, weave, eyelashes, fingernails. Now you don't ran out of that money. You can't pay it back, and now you're going to jail. Tough. Stop trying to be a scammer. Stop it. And this is what Ben said. One of the things to realize in combating fraud is that the resources of the federal government, while vast, can be supplemented and aided by a lot of the people who know best what's happening in their states, which is the attorney generals, represented here today. All Republicans, not one Democrat showed up. It says, and they have a lot of legal resources. They have a lot of prosecutorial resources. And, of course, they have the desire to prevent fraud much as and so, these leaders for being here because we're working together, state and federal government, to try to combat fraud. Where was Minnesota? Where was they at? Because we already seen, the whistleblowers. Already seen the undercover videos of Ellison up there with those 2 Somali people. So what about them? How in the world, if you got it on video, that's beyond probable cause. And this ain't no rumor. That's literally Ellison. They said not him on that video. Is that not them two Somali people on that video making backdoor deals? So if you have it on video, why are we still having meetings? Why are there still investigations? Was it him? Was that him? I did. That's all you need to know. If you went out there because James O'Keefe would not stop and he kept releasing a video after video until you start arresting people in California, then what's good for the goose is good for the gander. But when you have an attorney general of a state that's crooked too, something need to happen. So I know I can't be the only one that saw the undercover video of Ellison sitting in his office making deals. I don't care if he's an attorney general for a state. That's illegal. Am I the only one scared of going to jail? Or hell? Either one, I am not going to do. I'm just keep going down. It says, as Gateway Pundit reported, Vance went on to tell a horrifying story about how a fraudster effectively killed a man. Okay, then. Neglecting his duties as a Medicaid reimbursement caretaker while getting rich off the reimbursement, the victims lived his final moments on earth neglected. While a fraudster got rich by providing services that he never actually provided. Nick Shirley, thank you, just in case no one has given your flowers. If it was not for Nick Shirley, I don't think most people would care. But once he started figuring all of that out and going state to state, business to business, and finding all of this stuff, y'all think the Leering Learning Center was one of the hot ones. No. He uncovered more in Minnesota, and then he moved out to California. I think the last time I heard from Nick Shirley, somebody was threatening his life. He was in Cuba or something like that, running and fearing for his life because he opened up a can of worms and he found the fraud and the fraudsters that was actually doing. So how in the world, if you got a whole entire business in a big old warehouse in a big building with nothing but doors, how are you saying that that's a home health care office when all of them, every last door, it was supposed to be a different company that was getting money from the federal government when it came to what? Helping the elderly, helping people that is on hospice, helping people that's this, that, and others. Then it's like to feed the hungry. It's all the way over there to the Medicaid, Medicare. And then here's the biggest thing for me. If you gotta fill out paperwork, even if you're a 501c3, even if you're a 50, if you have to fill out the damn paperwork, how in the world did not AI or somebody in the federal government make you prove that you were sending out 21,000 meals a day? You put it on the paperwork. How big of a kitchen would you need to be able to prepare 21,000 meals a day coming out of one company alone?
Oh, ugly! You're fat. Why do you look like that? Why do you look like that?
What?
Like this. Why do you look like that? Why do you look like that?
What?
It's on there.
Off.
Fuck.
Last try. Fuck.